एक बार जोरदार तालियों से हम स्वागत करते हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय जी का। अब हम राष्ट्रगान की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। सभी से गुजारिश है कि राष्ट्रगान साथ में करें। साथियों, हम प्रफुल्लित हैं कि आज हमारे बीच मध्य प्रदेश के महामहिम राज्यपाल श्री मंगूभाई पटेल इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित हैं। मैं दरख्वास्त करती हूँ श्री वी.एन. अम्बाड़े, सदस्य सचिव मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड का, कि वो महामहिम राज्यपाल का हम सब की तरफ से स्वागत करें। हम बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल के। हम प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक श्री राकेश कुमार यादव का स्वागत के लिए दरख्वास्त करते हैं श्री विकास सिंह बघेल, अध्यक्ष SNHC इंडिया, कि वे हम सब की तरफ से श्री राकेश कुमार यादव का स्वागत करें। हम दरख्वास्त करते हैं श्री बकुल लाल, सहायक सदस्य सचिव मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड से, कि वे हम सब की तरफ से डॉक्टर अतुल कुमार श्रीवास्तव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक, कार्य योजना का स्वागत करें। और श्री वी.एन. अम्बाड़े, सदस्य सचिव मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड, इनके स्वागत के लिए हम गुजारिश करते हैं श्री मोहम्मद खालिद, मुख्य कार्यपालन अधिकारी भोपाल बर्ड संस्था से, कि वे हमारी तरफ से आपका स्वागत करें। हम महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय को अवगत कराना चाहेंगे कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस मध्य प्रदेश के ऐसे जीव जंतुओं पर आधारित है जो संकटग्रस्त हैं, जिन पर शोध कम हुए हैं और जिनका संरक्षण अति आवश्यक है। कार्यक्रम की औपचारिक शुरुआत के लिए हम दीप प्रज्वलन की तरफ अग्रसर होते हैं। दीप प्रज्वलन हमारे यहाँ की एक बहुत शुभ रस्म है, जिसकी तरफ हम अग्रसर हो रहे हैं।
शुभं करोतु कल्याणं आरोग्यं सुखसंपदम्। शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय।
बहुत धन्यवाद। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की औपचारिक शुरुआत के लिए मैं स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए श्री वी.एन. अम्बाड़े जी, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक एवं सदस्य सचिव मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड से गुजारिश करती हूँ, कृपया वे डायस पर आएं।
आदरणीय महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय श्री मंगूभाई पटेल जी, मंच पर आसीन राकेश श्रीवास्तव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक, डॉक्टर अतुल श्रीवास्तव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक वन विभाग। सर्वप्रथम मैं आज कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि प्रदेश के महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय श्री मंगूभाई पटेल जी का इस कार्यक्रम में स्वागत करता हूं। श्री राकेश यादव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक वन विभाग, एवं डॉक्टर अतुल श्रीवास्तव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक वन विभाग का भी स्वागत करता हूं। इसी प्रकार वरिष्ठ अधिकारी गण जो वन विभाग से आए हैं, उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सेवानिवृत्त अधिकारीगण जिनके द्वारा वन्यजीव संरक्षण में उत्कृष्ट कार्य किया है, कॉन्फ्रेंस में भाग लेने वाले देश के विभिन्न राज्यों के आए वैज्ञानिक, शोधकर्ता एवं सहयोगी संस्थाओं जैसी BNHS, WII, ZSI, मद्रास क्रोकोडाइल बैंक ट्रस्ट, WCCB, WWF, वाइल्ड लाइफ ट्रस्ट ऑफ इंडिया एवं महाविद्यालयों के व्याख्याता, छात्रों एवं प्रिंट एवं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के प्रतिनिधियों का भी मैं इस 2 दिवसीय कार्य कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत करता हूं। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से लेसन नोन प्रजातियों पर काम करने वाले रिसर्चर्स, साइंटिस्ट एवं इनके संरक्षण हेतु नीति बनाने वाले वन प्रबंधों को एक मंच पर लाने का प्रयास किया गया है, जिससे इन प्रजातियों को संरक्षित करने के लिए भविष्य में ठोस रणनीति बनाई जा सके। मध्य प्रदेश वन विभाग वन्यजीव संरक्षण में हमेशा अग्रणी रहा है। मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसी कई प्रजातियां जो विलुप्त होने के कगार पर थी, जैसी बारासिंगा को कान्हा राष्ट्रीय उद्यान में पुनर्स्थापित किया गया है। साथ ही वन विभाग सतपुड़ा राष्ट्रीय उद्यान बांधवगढ़ में भी इसे सफलतापूर्वक स्थापित किया गया है। इसके अलावा घड़ियाल, डॉल्फिन, गिद्ध की विभिन्न प्रजातियों के संरक्षण के लिए भी विभाग द्वारा विशेष प्रयास और उत्कृष्ट कार्य किए गए हैं। ऐसी अनेक प्रजातियां हैं जैसी खरमोर, जिसको लेसर फ्लोरिकन, सोन चिरैया, ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड, कैराकल, इंडियन स्कीमर, पंगोलिन, जिनके संरक्षण हेतु भी प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं, परंतु इन प्रजातियों के रहवास, परिस्थितिकी एवं कंजर्वेशन स्ट्रेटेजीज पर और अधिक अध्ययन की आवश्यकता है। इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए विगत वर्ष 2023 में फर्स्ट नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन लेसर नोन स्पीशीज ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश का आयोजन किया गया था, जो बहुत ही सफल रहा। इसी कॉन्फ्रेंस की अनुशंसा के आधार पर मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड द्वारा कोनोपलपुर में कैराकल के अध्ययन हेतु एक परियोजना भी स्वीकृत की गई है। इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में विभिन्न संस्थाओं के लगभग 150 प्रतिनिधि शामिल हो रहे हैं। विभिन्न प्रजातियों पर फील्ड में काम करने वाले शोधकर्ता अपने अनुभव से साझा करेंगे, जिससे भविष्य में इन प्रजातियों के संरक्षण की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए जा सकेंगे। मैं पुनः इस कार्यक्रम में प्रदेश के महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय श्री मंगूभाई पटेल जी का स्वागत करता हूं। आपकी गरिमा में उपस्थिति से हम सभी उत्साहित हैं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत शुक्रिया अंबाड़ी सर। अब अगले उद्बोधन के लिए मैं डाइस पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर अतुल कुमार श्रीवास्तव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक। सर, आप इस डाइस पर आमंत्रित हैं।
रहीमन देख बड़ेन को लघु न दीजिए डार, जहां काम आवे सुई का करे दरबार। बड़ी बड़ी चीज़ों पे हम सबकी बातें होती है, सभी बिग एनिमल्स के बारे में सभी पे हम बातें करते हैं, लेकिन आज ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस, सेकेंड कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन लेसर नोन स्पीशीज ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश, इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित प्रदेश के महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय आदरणीय मंगूभाई पटेल साहब, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे अतिथिगण, इस वर्कशॉप 2 दिवसीय वर्कशॉप में विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए हुए वैज्ञानिकगण और रिसर्चर्स और जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हमारे यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, आप सभी का मैं इस कार्यक्रम में वन विभाग की तरफ से स्वागत करता हूँ। विगत वर्ष पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस जब यहाँ पर आयोजित की गई थी, उसमें मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड की तरफ से और SNSC के द्वारा जो है ये पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस, ऐतिहासिक फर्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस थी जो कि राष्ट्रीय स्तर की यहाँ पर आयोजित की गई थी, और उसी परंपरा को, उसी सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाते हुए द्वितीय कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित की जा रही है। पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता से हम लोग काफ़ी अपने आप को गर्वमंद महसूस किए थे। उसके बाद ही फिर से हमने सेकंड इन ए रो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि अभी बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड के मेंबर सेक्रेटरी साहब ने इस कार्यक्रम की रूपरेखा के बारे में बताया है, आप सभी को 2 दिन कार्यशाला रहेगी ये, और जो हमारे 150 प्रतिभागी इसमें सम्मिलित हो रहे हैं, और जो साल भर में आपने जो भी अपने शोध कार्य इन खास करके लेसर नोन स्पीशीज के पे किए हैं, जो उनकी आपकी प्रस्तुतियाँ होंगी वो निश्चित रूप से जो एक्सचेंज होंगे आपके आइडिया, जो शोधकार के जो विषय के जो अपने विचार विमर्श होंगे, वो निश्चित रूप से हम लोगों के लिए बहुत लाभदायी होंगे और वे फॉरवर्ड होंगे कि हम आगे इन लेसर नोन स्पीशीज़ के लिए और कैसे बेहतर तरीके से उनके संरक्षण संवर्धन के लिए बेहतर तरीके से काम कर सकें। बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड मध्य प्रदेश में जो पूरा ये अपना जितनी भी जैव विविधता है उसको डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करने का काम, उसको संरक्षण करने का काम, उसको सस्टेनेबल तरीके से हार्वेस्टिंग कैसे करनी है, जो भी बेनिफिट लाभ मिल रहे हैं लोकल कम्युनिटीज़ को एक्सेस बेनिफिट शेयरिंग के माध्यम से, वो किस प्रकार से शेयर करनी है, जिससे कि जो बायो रिसोर्स को बचाने वाले हमारे जो ग्रामीण लोग हैं, जो जनजातीय लोग हैं वहाँ के, उनको किस प्रकार से बेहतर प्लाउ बैक हो सके, लाभ मिल सके उनको। तो ये बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड के तहत जो भी हमारे नियम अधिनियम हैं उसके तहत ये हमारी पूरी बिल्कुल अच्छी मैकेनिज़्म बनी हुई है कि जिससे उनका जो बायो रिसोर्सेज हमारे हैं उनको तरीके से बेहतर तरीके से उनका सस्टेनेबल हार्वेस्टिंग हो, जिससे कि वो चीज़ बची भी रहे और जो सस्टेनेबल तरीके से उसकी जो है सतत पोषणीय हम उसकी तरह से हार्वेस्टिंग भी करके लोगों को उसकी बेहतर सुविधाएं, बेहतर लाभ भी लोगों तक पहुंचा सकें। पूरे प्रदेश में जितने भी हमारे चाहे अर्बन बॉडीज़ हों या लोकल बॉडी, जितनी हमारी ग्राम पंचायतें हैं, जनपद पंचायतें हैं, जिला पंचायतें हैं, सभी दूर बायोडाइवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी बनी हुई हैं और बायोडाइवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी पूरे वहाँ के जो स्थानीय हमारे जो जैव संसाधन हैं उनका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करने का काम PBR के रूप में जो एक बायोडाइवर्सिटी रजिस्टर है उसमें डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करते हैं उसको, और कोई विशेष चीज़ होती है, विशेष प्रजाति होती है, उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करते हैं। उस क्षेत्र में जो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज को इस्तेमाल करने वाले जो भी हमारे नीम हकीम लोकल ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज के जानकार लोग हैं उनका भी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन उसमें किया जाता है, जिससे कि पूरी पर जो भी जैव संसाधन है उसको बेहतर तरीके से उपयोग करने के लिए किस तरह से क्या क्या उसके एक्टिव इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं, क्या उसका किस चीज़ का उपयोग होता है, किस कार्य हेतु उपयोग होता है, पूरा प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन रहता है। उसके हिसाब से सस्टेनेबल तरीके से हार्वेस्टिंग कैसे होनी है और एक्सेस बेनिफिट शेयरिंग जैसे मैंने बात बताई। तो ये जैसे हमने शुरू में ही कहा था कि सभी बड़े बड़े चीज़ों की तो सभी बातें करते हैं, लेकिन जो अंतिम छोटे लोग रह गए, जो लेसर नोन रह गए, उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाने के लिए ये हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस है। ये हमारी एक तरह से मुख्य धारा में कैसे उन लोगों को फिर से लाया, जैसे कि कम से कम उनके लिए बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड SNSC एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म उपलब्ध करा रहा है। लेसर नोन हमारी अब कल को वेल नोन स्पीशीज़ के रूप में फिर से स्थापित हो जाए हम सबके बीच में, और बेहतर तरीके से बायोडाइवर्सिटी के कंजर्वेशन में इन लेसर नोन स्पीशीज़ का फिर से एक जो मुख्य जो रोल है पुनः स्थापित हो सके। आप सभी का मैं एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव। अब हम कार्यक्रम के पहले विमोचन की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। हम अब मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड की पुस्तिका और पोस्टर के विमोचन की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, जिसके लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ थॉमस, सहायक सदस्य सचिव। हम बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं एक बार और महामहिम राज्यपाल के कि वे इस कार्यक्रम में विशिष्ट अतिथि के तौर पर हमारे साथ शिरकत कर सके। साथियों, ये है मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड की पुस्तिका और पोस्टर। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। अब हम दूसरे विमोचन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। भोपाल बर्ड संस्था के वार्षिक कैलेंडर का विमोचन अब किया जाएगा, जिसके लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मोहम्मद खालिक और डॉक्टर संगीता राजगीर, संस्थापक भोपाल बर्ड्स। साथियों, ये स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड की पुस्तिका का विमोचन किया जा रहा है। ये मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड के पोस्टर और पुस्तिका आपके सामने मौजूद हैं। पुस्तिका के साथ भी एक समूह चित्र। अब हम दूसरे विमोचन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। भोपाल बर्ड संस्था के वार्षिक कैलेंडर का अब विमोचन किया जा रहा है, जिसके लिए हम मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं मोहम्मद खालिक और डॉक्टर संगीता राजगीर, संस्थापक भोपाल बर्ड्स। नए साल में भोपाल बर्ड संस्था अपने नए कैलेंडर के साथ यहाँ मौजूद है, जिसका यहाँ पर विमोचन किया जा रहा है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। अब हम SNHC इंडिया और क्षेत्रीय प्राकृतिक विज्ञान संग्रहालय भोपाल एवं लेसर नोन स्पीशीज पर आधारित फोटो प्रतियोगिता के पोस्टर के विमोचन की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, जिसके लिए मंच पर हमारे साथ आ रही हैं डॉक्टर बिनीश रफत, प्रभारी वैज्ञानिक, क्षेत्रीय प्राकृतिक विज्ञान संग्रहालय। साथियों, ये है लेसर नोन स्पीशीज पर आधारित फोटो प्रतियोगिता, जिसके पोस्टर्स का विमोचन यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। हम एक बार और बेहद शुक्रगुजार है महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय के कि वो इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। ये है SNHC इंडिया और क्षेत्रीय प्राकृतिक विज्ञान संग्रहालय भोपाल द्वारा लेसर नोन स्पीशीज पर आधारित फोटो प्रतियोगिता के पोस्टर। अब मैं महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय श्री मंगूभाई पटेल को बड़े आदर के साथ डायस पर उद्बोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ। हम एक बार जोरदार तालियों से उनका डायस पर स्वागत करते हैं।
सभी को नमस्कार। सेकंड कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन लेसर नॉन स्पीशीज ऑफ द मध्य प्रदेश के उद्घाटन समारोह में अपने बीच उपस्थित प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक श्री राकेश कुमार यादव जी, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक कार्य योजना डॉक्टर अतुल श्रीवास्तव जी, सदस्य सचिव राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड के श्री BN अंबाड़े जी, कार्यक्रम के समन्वयक SNHC इंडिया श्री विकास सिंह बघेल जी, उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, बाहर से आए हुए सभी सदस्यगण, महानुभाव, भाइयों और बहनों, प्यारे बच्चों, मीडिया के मित्रों, जैव विविधता बोर्ड और सोसाइटी फॉर नेचुरल हिलर्स कंजर्वेटर एंड टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट आयोजित ये 2 दिन की जो कार्यशाला है, मैं समझता हूँ कि जैव विविधता बोर्ड और सोसाइटी फॉर नेचुरल हिलर्स कंजर्वेटर एंड टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट द्वारा आयोजित राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में ऐसा पुराना मेरा फॉरेस्ट से नाता है, इसलिए जब भी ऐसे डिपार्टमेंट के लोग को मिलना होता है तो बहुत आनंद होता है। उसी तरह आज भी मैं आपके साथ मिल रहा हूँ, इसमें मेरे को बहुत गर्व हो रहा है। मुझे बताया गया कि सम्मेलन का विषय अल्पज्ञात जीव जंतु विविधता के प्रबंधन की चुनौती और संरक्षण के प्रयास है। बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेवारी। जैव विविधता के समुद्र केंद्र और देश के हृदय प्रदेश की राजधानी भोपाल में जीव जंतु विविधता के संरक्षण और संवर्धन पर चिंतन सही समय और सही दिशा में उठाया गया बड़ा कदम है। आयोजकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई हो। तालियां तो बजाओ। मैं सम्मेलन में शामिल सभी जीव विज्ञानियों, पर्यावरण विशेषज्ञों और बालन टीचर्स का राज्य के प्रथम नागरिक के रूप में सबका मैं स्वागत करता हूं। प्रकृति को बनाए रखने में जैव विविधता की भूमिका काफी महत्वपूर्ण है। इकोसिस्टम में हर प्रजाति कोई न कोई क्रिया करती है। बिना कारण न तो वह विकसित हो सकती है और न ही बनी रह सकती है। सार तत्वों में कहे तो इकोसिस्टम में जितनी अधिक विविधता होगी, प्रजातियों की प्रतिकूल स्थिति में भी बने रहने की संभावना और उनकी उत्पादकता भी उतनी ही अधिक होती है। अतः मानव जाति के लिए प्रजातियों की प्राकृतिक विविधता को बनाए रखना सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली और इकोलॉजिकली सभी दृष्टि से फायदेमंद है। जरूरी है कि प्रजातियों की विलुप्त के प्राकृतिक घटकों यथा प्राकृतिक आपदाओं, जलवायु और भूवैज्ञानिक परिवर्तनों से होने वाले अलगाव अथवा स्थान परिवर्तन आदि की चुनौतियों के समाधान खोज रहे। जैव विविधता की इन चुनौतियों के अध्ययन के साथ ही हमें प्रजातियों की आनुवंशिक विविधता को विस्तार से समझना चाहिए। जरूरी है कि जैव विविधता प्रबंधन और संरक्षण की नीति लुप्त प्राय जातियों की परिवेश और जीनोमिक डेटा के साथ विश्लेषण कर तैयार किए जाए। कॉन्फ्रेंस में विलुप्त प्राय जीव जंतुओं के अस्तित्व को बढ़ाने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पर प्रजातियों के नमूने और उनके आनुवंशिक डेटा का एक्सचेंज की व्यवस्थाओं पर भी चर्चा की जानी चाहिए। मैंने पहले बात कहा था, बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। सृष्टि में अनेक प्रकार के जीव जंतु है, पशु पक्षी है, छोटा भी है, बड़ा भी है। कुदरत ने हमको, मानव को ही ऐसा बनाया है कि जिसको जबान दी है। सारी सृष्टि में देखो, मानव के बिना कोई जबान किसी को नहीं मिली। शक्ति को उनकी मानव को ही मिली, बुद्धि उनको ही मिली है। तो अपनी कितनी जिम्मेवारी, उनकी संरक्षण करने की कितनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हम पे दी है भगवान ने। ऐसा नहीं कि मानव को बस जिंदगी में आओ और मौज मजा करो, चले जाओ। सृष्टि एक का नहीं बनता, सब मिलाकर ये सृष्टि बनती है। छोटे छोटे है, कई प्रकार के वाइल्ड लाइफ है, जीव जंतु है। हमारी सीधी जवाबदारी बनती है, मैं, मेरा परिवार, मेरे सगे संबंधी बस मौज मजा कर, उसके लिए भगवान ने हमको मानव का अवतार नहीं दिया। मगर कई ऐसे सृष्टि पर जो भगवान ने भेजा है सबको, उसके संरक्षण की जिम्मेदारी हमको दी है। हम खुद के लिए जिए ऐसा नहीं, भगवान ने मानव का अवतार दिया है। जो जो सृष्टि पर बनाई उनकी जिम्मेदारी साथ में हमको दी है। उसके लिए हमको जबानी दी है, संवेदना दी है, करुणा दी है, दया दी है हमको। तो हम चाहे और कैसे उसको अच्छी तरह उपयोग करें। मैं तो गुजरात से आता हूँ, पतंग महोत्सव हमारा बहुत बड़ा होता है। तो कई ऐसी संस्थाएं जो पतंग चगाने में, और अभी तो रिस्ट्रिक्शन भी, कांच के जो धागे को बनाते हैं उस पर अभी कोई ने भी ऐसा बेचा या तो कोई पतंग चगाएगा भी, उसके पर भी एक्शन होगा। क्योंकि पक्षी घूमते रहते हैं, कभी कभी कट जाते हैं, तो ऐसी संस्था भी है, ऐसे पक्षी जैसे नीचे गिरे उसके तुरंत उसका ट्रीटमेंट हो। किसी ने बोला नहीं उनको कि तुम ऐसा करो, मगर हम मानव उनकी जिम्मेदारी समझते हैं कि हम एक तरफ हमारा जो आनंद है वो आनंद तो मनाए, मगर ऐसा हम नहीं करें कि दूसरे को हमारा नुकसान हो, हमारा काम से, हमारी आनंद से, हमारी मजा से। वो भी हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए। उसमें के लिए कई कानून भी बने हैं। अभी तो जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ता है वैसे कानून भी बनते हैं, तो कानून का भी कई बार दुरुपयोग भी होता है। कानून बनने के बाद भी कोई पालन अच्छी तरह नहीं है, मगर उसमें आनंद लेना है उसमें, मगर अंदर संवेदना नहीं पड़ी है। कभी कभी आप रास्ते में जाओ, कभी एक्सीडेंट हो गया, तो जो जिसको जब संवेदना ज्यादा होगी वो तुरंत एक आवाज बनाएगा, वो पड़ गया, उनको लही निकलता है, चलो दौड़ो, तो उसके लिए हॉस्पिटल ले जाने की व्यवस्था करो। जिसका संवेदना जितनी है उतनी कई बार तो ऐसे खुद का भी सोचते नहीं, मगर उसको कैसे मदद करे, ऐसे हमारे कई लोग हैं। तो वो जो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, उनके अनेक प्रकार है, जितनी बात करो उतनी कम है, मगर हमारी जिम्मेदारी ये है। और मैं समझता हूँ, मैंने जब भी मेरे को नेता देने आए थे तभी मैंने बताया कि मैं तो फॉरेस्ट का पुराना अनुभव है, तो हमारे वहाँ तो जो चिड़िया है, चिड़िया को घड़ी बनाई है। घड़ी में 12 बजे तो कौन सी चिड़िया का आवाज निकला, 1 बजे को बनेगा तो कौन सी चिड़िया का आवाज से हम पहचान जाते हैं कि ये चिड़िया का ये आवाज है। और उसको बनाए रखने में बायोडाइवर्सिटी की, कोई इकोलॉजी की बात करो, तो यह मैं पूछा अभी कि स्कूल में, अरे माध्यमिक शाला में या तो उच्चतर माध्यमिक शाला में इको क्लब है क्या? और इको क्लब है तो बच्चे को ऐसे फॉरेस्ट एरिया में ले जाना चाहिए, ज्यादा में ज्यादा टूर्स उसकी होनी चाहिए, तो वो बच्चे में भी आ सके कि इसका लालन पालन हमको करना है। भगवान ने तो दिया है, हमारी सृष्टि को अच्छी तरह करने के विविधता बनाई है, मगर बच्चे को भी बचपन से मालूम पड़ना चाहिए कि हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है, ये जो है उसको हम बनाए रखे, उसको कुछ नुकसान नहीं करे, ऐसा भाव बच्चे में भी आए। तो ये बहुत जरूरी है। 2 दिन की यहाँ चर्चा होगी, बहुत से आपके जो मन में विचार है वो विचार का सब सोचेंगे और अच्छा निष्कर्ष निकलकर बाद में उसको प्रजा में कैसे ले जाए, उसके लिए भी प्रचार माध्यम अच्छी तरह होना चाहिए। और गांव में जाकर देखो, मैं ऐसे कह सकता हूं कि जो फॉरेस्ट में रहते हैं ना, फॉरेस्ट के कितने, मैं आउट ऑफ वे नहीं जाता हूं, मगर जो बात मेरे को लगती है वो मैं कहना चाहता हूं। फॉरेस्ट में कई ट्राइबल बसते हैं, पिछड़ी जाति बसते हैं, वो फॉरेस्ट को कम नुकसान करते हैं, मगर जैसे पैसे का मोह जो आ जाता है ना, फॉरेस्ट में रास्ता क्यों नहीं बनाते? उसका मेन पॉइंट ये है कि वो जो पेड़ है वो काट कर कोई लेके भाग नहीं जाए, उसके लिए रास्ता नहीं बनते हैं। कभी कभी वहां रहने वाले की असुविधा रहते हैं, मगर फॉरेस्ट को भी बचाना है, उसके लिए कानून भी बने हैं। मगर शहर वाले पैसे के लिए कई ऐसे जो कुदरती उत्पत्ति है, जो अच्छा ग्रीनरी जो वातावरण है, वो वातावरण बिगाड़ देते हैं। आज शहर के सभी जगह पर्यावरण की बात मैं छेड़ता नहीं हूं, मगर मैं ग्लोबल वार्मिंग कैसे आई, क्लाइमेट चेंज कैसे आया, कौन जानता था 25-30 साल पहले कि ये क्लाइमेट चेंज? अभी देखो अपने को महसूस करते हैं, एक दिन में सुबह में ठंड होती है, दोपहर को गर्मी होती है, शाम को बारिश भी आ जाता है। ऐसे कुदरत ने तो 3 सीजन 4-4 महीने की बनाई है, मगर मानव ने इतना पराक्रम किया है कि एक ही दिन में 3 सीजन आ जाती है। ये सब बात है। बहुत 2 दिन आपके वर्कशॉप चलेगा। मैं समझता हूँ जो मूंगे प्राणी है, पक्षी है, जीव जंतु है, उसको कैसे हम ज़्यादा में ज़्यादा संरक्षण दे। ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, जीव देने वाला महान है, और बाद में वो संरक्षण करना वो भी जिम्मेदारी मानव की है। अपने अपने जितनी बुद्धि शक्ति है उसको 2 दिन में उपयोग करके ऐसा अच्छा निष्कर्ष निकले कि जो कुदरत की उत्पत्ति है, जिसको जबान भगवान ने नहीं दी, उसकी कैसे तरह छोटे में छोटे जीव जंतु भी है, उसका भी हम कैसे तरह संरक्षण करें। मैं एग्रीकल्चर के में भी थोड़ा जाता हूँ, क्योंकि जीव जंतु की बात होती है, प्राकृतिक के अभी चल रहा है। और कई दफ़ा जब कार्यक्रम में जाता हूँ तो बहुत बच्चियाँ बहुत अच्छी, भारत माँ की जमीन की क्या हालत मानव ने किया है वो बहुत अच्छी तरह कविता में दिखाई देती है। रसायन खाद उपयोग करके धरती माँ के वो कितने जलाते हैं, कितना दुख देते हैं हम हमारी उत्पत्ति के लिए। अभी तो प्राकृतिक खेती आई, वर्मी कंपोज आ गई, नहीं तो मैं पहले कभी कभी ऐसा दृष्टांत देता हूँ कि बहनों है ना, बहनों कोबीज और फ्लावर जब भी काटती और पानी में रखती है, पानी में से बाहर निकले तो अंदर देखो जीव जंतु कितने हैं, कितने जीव जंतु को ऐसे ही मार देते हैं हम। और अगर धो न तो सारे शरीर में जाता है, विषय अलग है, आरोग्य का विषय आ जाएगा। मगर वो भी जीव जंतु को कितना हम मार रहे हैं धीरे धीरे। अभी प्राकृतिक खेती मैं समझता हूँ ये भी जीव जंतु का संरक्षण का बात है, इसलिए मैंने दोहराया। आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामना देता हूँ। 100% ये वर्कशॉप की पूरी सफलता मिले ऐसी भावना के साथ मैं मेरी बात पूरी करता हूँ। आभार। भारत माता की जय।
जोरदार तालियां। हम बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय श्री मंगूभाई पटेल के। आपने काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण बातें करी जो मानवीय संवेदनाओं को केंद्र में रखकर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के कॉज को पूरा करती हैं। अब मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए, आभार प्रदर्शन के लिए मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ थॉमस, सहायक सदस्य सचिव, मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड।
जीवो जीवस्य जीवनम। मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता के बोर्ड के लोगों पर अंकित यह स्लोगन दर्शाता है कि जीव ही जीव का जीवन है, जो इस बात को इंगित करता है कि प्रकृति में हर जीव महत्वपूर्ण है तथा इसी तथ्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए लेसर नोन स्पीशीज़ विषय पर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजित किया गया है। आज लेसर नोन स्पीशीज़ ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश विषय पर आयोजित द्वितीय राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के उद्घाटन सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि प्रदेश के महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय श्री मंगूभाई पटेल जी का मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड और SNHC संस्था की ओर से हम धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। आपने अपने व्यस्ततम कार्यक्रमों में से समय निकालकर इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई है, जिसके लिए हम हृदय तल से आपके आभारी हैं। जैसा कि महामहिम ने अपने उद्बोधन में बड़े सरल रूप में बताया, मानव जाति की बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है कि कुदरत की सभी प्रजातियों का हम संरक्षण करें। साथ ही मंच पर आसीन इस कार्यक्रम के विशेष अतिथि श्री राकेश कुमार यादव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक एवं डॉक्टर अतुल कुमार श्रीवास्तव, प्रधान मुख्य वन संरक्षक का भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं, जिनकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति से इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ी है। इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित वरिष्ठ वन अधिकारियों का एवं विशेषज्ञों का भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में सक्रिय रूप से प्रतिभागिता करने के लिए देश के अलग अलग भागों से पधारे वैज्ञानिक, शोधकर्ता, विषय विशेषज्ञ और छात्र छात्राओं का के भी हम आभारी हैं, जिनकी प्रतिभागिता से यह कार्यक्रम सफल हो सका है। साथ ही विशेष रूप से इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लेने वाली सहयोगी संस्थाएं BNHS, WII, ZSI, MCBT, WCCB, WWF, WTI, WCT के भी हम आभारी हैं। हम प्रेस एवं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के प्रतिनिधियों एवं हॉल उपलब्ध कराने के लिए एप्को को भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। अंत में इस कार्यक्रम के संयोजक श्री विकास सिंह बघेल, SNHC एवं भोपाल बर्ड संस्था के मोहम्मद खालिक एवं डॉक्टर संगीता राजगीर का भी विशेष रूप से आभार प्रदर्शित करते हैं, जिनके अथक प्रयासों से लगातार दूसरी बार यह कार्यक्रम मूर्त रूप ले सका है। पुनः महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय का हम समस्त आयोजकों की तरफ से हृदय तल से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत शुक्रिया एलिजाबेथ मैम। मैं श्री विकास सिंह बघेल, अध्यक्ष HNSC इंडिया से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे हम सब की तरफ से महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय और सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों को स्मृति चिन्ह अर्पित करें। हम सभी आपके बेहद आभारी हैं कि आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के उद्घाटन समारोह में हमारे साथ मौजूद रहे। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। आप सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों का आभार। अब मैं सभी यहाँ पर मौजूद साथियों से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वे अपने स्थान पर राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। आप सभी का और महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय का बेहद शुक्रिया। आप सभी लोगों से दरख्वास्त है कि समूह चित्र, ग्रुप फोटो, स्वल्पहार के लिए आप लोग आमंत्रित हैं। बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
नीचे बढ़िया। हाँ हाँ
सर रेडी सर सर रेडी सर सामने देखेंगे सर सर यस
भाई सर ले रहा हूँ ठीक है हो गया
थैंक यू सर
एक ठीक
Hello everyone. I welcome you back to the second national conference on lesser known species of India, of Madhya Pradesh, organized by Society of Nature Healers, Conservators and Local Tourism Development, Bhopal, in collaboration with Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board. Friends, as you're well aware, HNSC India is trying to fill the conservation gap, strengthen the conservation community of Central India by highlighting the very important and much needed topic of the lesser known species that are equally important as flagship species of Madhya Pradesh. This event is being organized in collaboration with the Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board. We have certain technical sessions coming up. Let's have a look at them. The upcoming session will be preceded by a keynote address by Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan. Then we'll have a technical session where we'll have Mr. Aditya Joshi speaking on Indian pangolin, the ecology and conservation. Then we have Ms. Anam Ehsan presenting on the behalf of Dr. Shekhar Kolipaka, followed by Dr. Salvador, who will be speaking to us about wolves in India. Then we have our lunch break. After lunch, we have the second technical session of the day, where we have Ms. Parveen Sheikh speaking to us on the topic Tails of Terns, Status, Distribution and Conservation Needs of the Black-bellied Tern at Chambal. Then we have Devaditya Sinha speaking to us about the conservation of lesser known species outside protected areas. Followed by Dr. Rajat Bhargav, who will be speaking to us about the in situ and ex situ conservation green in Central India. And then we have Mr. Atul Bodke, who will be talking to us about why spiders are important. This will be the schedule for today. Now let's move towards our keynote address, which will be presented by Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, retired IFS officer and former PCCF Wildlife, Madhya Pradesh. With huge reverence and admiration, I would like to request Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan to please join us on the stage. Can we have a round of applause, please? And I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please felicitate him on our behalf. Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan will be delivering the keynote address of the session. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Let's have a quick introduction of Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan. He joined the Indian Forest Services in 1987 after training. He was posted in Madhya Pradesh. In 1995, he took over as Deputy Director of the Kanha Tiger Reserve during his 3-year tenure. His contribution to the consolidation of the reserve's management was significant. The initiative he took in the relocation of 8 permanent cattle camps from Fen Wildlife Sanctuary in 1996 paved the way for the restoration of the sanctuary's habitat. His contribution to wildlife protection in Madhya Pradesh includes enforcing strict protection measures, regulating tourism activity, and streamlining the tourist guide system. In 1998, he was posted as DFO, Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary, and he took over Asiatic lion reintroduction project in Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary. A very vital aspect of this project includes the voluntary relocation of the 24 villages from inside the sanctuary. Working with the district administration and NGOs, he has supervised the rehousing of over 1,400 families from 23 villages. That is a remarkable milestone. And this response to such efforts has been a virtual explosion of the natural regeneration in Kuno, where the prey base has risen and water regimes already show marked signs of improvement. He attributes such success to departmental support, teamwork among Kuno's frontline staff, and the cooperation of NGOs. The 345 square kilometers Kuno sanctuary has been liberated from the pressure of over 10,000 migratory cattle that used to be brought in from Rajasthan and nearby villages annually. As PCCF Wildlife and CWLW Madhya Pradesh, he has executed the cheetah reintroduction project in a very precise way, following the cheetah action plan with dedicated and non-stop hard work from frontline staff. He says this program has a historic event in wildlife conservation. With huge inspiration and reverence, Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, we welcome you on this stage. Thank you so much for delivering the keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Let me start with the couplets जो श्रीवास्तव साहब ने शुरू में स्टार्टिंग में कहा था कि रहीमन देखी बड़े इनको ये I mean it's true all through my life all through my career 36 years and 27 in wildlife we have been thinking but never done anything on this. I mean little bit wherever possible we did. So the focus is always on the mega carnivores, mega herbivores, and we hardly concentrate or focus on the lesser known species also. Many scientists, many institutions, many individuals are doing excellent work in this field also, but I mean my right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. So मैं बधाई देता हूँ बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड मध्य प्रदेश, चीफ वाइल्ड वार्डन मध्य प्रदेश एंड SNHC भोपाल बर्ड्स, आप लोगों ने ये शुरुआत की है कि इसमें I mean at least there is a discussion going on now. Lesser known species are being discussed, and this is how some good projects will come out. Slowly we will reach out to almost all sorts of domains and all sorts of species around. Last year when this the first conference was organized, that day also I told the same thing, that I mean there are certain very important species. Although we have a reason to talk about tigers, to talk about elephants, to talk about the leopards, because I mean that is the basic concept of Project Tiger and the NTCA, that it's an umbrella species, so everything gets the benefit of tiger conservation. So that is precisely the reason why we should be moving to lesser known other species also, like caracal is one. I'm happy to see caracal here in the banner, because this is this actually signifies the top predator of the grassland ecosystem. So if we want to revive our grasslands, if we want to revive our functionalities of or ecological functions of the grasslands, then we need to have those species around. There are very few more species, like say the rusty spotted cat. I mean, how many of it? I mean, even if somebody gets to see one in the wild, I mean, no, I mean, people don't even notice it because we don't discuss them. हमें टाइगर पता है, टाइगर दिख गया तो हम 10 जगह बात करेंगे, हमें लेपर्ड दिख गया 10 जगह बात करेंगे. बट ये जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण स्पीशीज हैं, अगर हमको दिख भी जाती हैं तो शायद हमें पहचानने में भी मुश्किल हो. हम ये भी ना बोल पाएं कि ये कौन सी स्पीसीज है। तो ये स्थिति थोड़ी अच्छी नहीं है, बट नाउ ऑल ऑफ अस, आई मीन the research institutions, the researchers, the organizations working in this field are coming together, and now on this platform and sharing their experiences, what they are doing in their own respective field. I really respect them for this initiative. And the second conference, I feel, is much better than what we had last year, and I am actually looking forward for the deliberations also, the presentations. There are many excellent presenters, many excellent topics that I saw in the schedule. But yes, we do need such a initiative. I'll also request the Chief LI Warden of Madhya Pradesh and the officers there to actually push for such projects. There are many such opportunities in our state, in Madhya Pradesh. Wolf is again, very less talked about. I just came across one study from the Wildlife Institute of India, which actually says the Madhya Pradesh harbors the largest number of wolves. But how about us? How many times do we discuss, and how much we know about the wolf? Similarly, the caracal, and I was, for the last 2 years of my career, I was desperate to have at least 2 or 3 specimen animals from either Gujarat or Rajasthan or even UP, the seized animals, so that we can actually dedicate at least 1 sanctuary for the caracals, so that we can actually do something, some little bit for these species. It's unbelievable that spending 27 years of active field management of wildlife in Madhya Pradesh, having not seen a caracal. So I just saw one, and that was outside my domain. So Bhind district, the Chambal ravines, once I could see one caracal in my life. That too, we went for a Nilgai capture operation, and we suddenly saw one caracal in front of us. So that suggests that caracals are there. But the only thing is we need to focus on them, and we need to do something on the conservation front, so that we can see them frequently, and at least in parks like Panna, in parks like Madhav, Puno, Gandhi Sagar, I don't find any reason why caracals should not be there. But there is something there which actually is not favoring caracal. So we need to find out, and then we need to do something on that. Then Great Indian Bustard, we have lost from Madhya Pradesh. The erstwhile 6 states in India, the distribution range. Karnataka, from Karnataka, GIB is gone. From Madhya Pradesh, GIB is gone. We just are left with the 4 states. And now, of course, the 5 states, the Andhra and Telangana, having divided into 2. So we also need to do something on this front also. And we have a project on consideration in Madhya Pradesh of conservation breeding of the lesser florican in somewhere in western Madhya Pradesh, which actually will contribute to saving this bird in Madhya Pradesh. So I'll again urge the wildlife wing of Madhya Pradesh to expedite that project and take it up, so that before we lose this species from the state, at least we are able to do something on this. I had gone to Gujarat some years back, but again, one of the finest habitats of Great Indian Bustard, the Nalia Sanctuary, And after few years, we saw what we see is the all it's full of the windmills and the birds getting hit and killed. So we also need to educate our planners, to educate our the decision making processes, to be sensitive towards such this thing. And the Great Indian Bustard per se may not be a very big this thing for the energy department or the for power generating department, but it's extremely important for us for the grassland ecosystem. So we need them. So we need to sit together and basically educate them if possible. And there are many more, like say irrigation order here in Madhya Pradesh. I mean, we never knew whether we have the irrigation order or not, but then there was a camera trapping exercises done by the WCT, and they've reported now that we have, and in parks like Satpura, Kana, or even in Balaghat, the territorial jungles of Balaghat, we have a good population of these otters, but then they are unattended. So we need to do something for them also. And of course, the aquatic for the aquatic fauna, Chambal is one of the finest or the cleanest river that I have ever seen in my life. There are various reasons for that, but it's very rich in the faunal diversity also. So that is, I mean, by God's grace, it is protected by I mean the ravines, and no big city except for the Kota town. There is no other big city along the Chambal River. But then we also need to educate our state officials, state government, and then the union government, not to take further water from the Chambal River, because I mean hardly the pinch period, hardly any flow left there. So we need a minimum critical flow that should be ensured in the Chambal River, and that's how we will be able to save some maybe dolphins, gharial, turtles, some, and I mean I'm told that there are some endemic species of turtles also. So if we want to conserve them, then we need to do something on that front also. Luckily for us, I mean we so far have been able to protect it, but how long we'll be able to do that? That is a big question, because very huge demand of sand all along in UP, in Madhya Pradesh, and even up to Delhi, the NCR region. The sand is going from the Chambal River. So how best we can regulate? I mean, I won't mind sacrificing some, I mean, stretch of Chambal River for the benefit of the rest of the Chambal River. But if that works, so I actually am very happy to be here, and I congratulate all the officials here, the Chief Highway Warden, the Member Secretary, Biodiversity Board, and the organizers as SNHC and Bhopal Birds to have organized this. And I'm pretty sure that some good projects will find its way to from this conference. I wish you all the best, and I'm also looking forward for the presentations here. Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, who so gracefully delivered the keynote address. Now, I would like to call up on stage Mr. Aditya Joshi, who will be speaking to us on Indian pangolin ecology and conservation. And I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please felicitate him. Mr. Aditya Joshi, let's have a huge round of applause here. We welcome you on this stage of our second national conference on lesser known species of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Aditya Joshi is a trained wildlife biologist with a master's in wildlife biology and conservation from the National Center for Biological Sciences, TIFR. As part of his master's thesis, he carried out one of the first studies on the connectivity of tiger population using a combination of conservation genetics and landscape ecology, substantiating long-range dispersal by tigers. He is a recipient of the Karanth J. Paul Getty Award 2010 for academic and conservation excellence. He has worked extensively on occupancy surveys of tiger corridors and tiger monitoring outside protected areas. He works on the projects focusing on the ecology and conservation of lesser-known species like the Indian pangolin and the Eurasian otter. He is a member of the IUCN SSC Pangolin Specialist Group and IUCN WCPA Connectivity Conservation Specialist Group. He currently heads the conservation research vertical of the Wildlife Conservation Trust. We welcome him on the stage, and we would like to share with you that Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan would be chairing this session. So, sir, if Jasbir Singh Chauhan, sir, with great admiration once again, we would like to call you up on stage for chairing the session. Chauhan sir and Aditya Joshi ji, thank you so much for being here. Now I request you to please proceed with your session.
Hello, am I audible? Yes, so we'll be talking about, is it not working? काम नहीं कर रहा। Yeah, so we'll be talking about a nocturnal elusive endangered species that you can see in the video. Not the leopard, but right on top you can see the species I am talking about, and it is the Indian pangolin. Yes. It's better if I talk from here because I think range is quite less. So the pangolin is over here, a lucky escape. Yeah, so I'll be talking about, developing a conservation strategy. This is not working. The range is not working. That's right. Sure. Yes. It's not working. I'll just check once. Okay. Yeah. So I'll be talking about developing a conservation strategy for the Indian pangolin. So this is one of the projects which we are doing in collaboration with Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, and in particular with the Pench Tiger Reserve and Satpura Tiger Reserve, with financial support from BNP Paribas. Yeah, to talk about pangolins, there are 8 known species of pangolin. Recently, through genetics, there have been a 9th species which was found, but there is no physical evidence for it. The species was described from confiscated pangolin scales. But right now, what we know of are 8 known species of pangolin. 4 are found in Africa and 4 in Asia. Out of these, there are 2 species of pangolins found in India. One is the Chinese pangolin and one is the Indian pangolin, which is endangered and listed under Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act. So this is the only mammal which possesses an armor of scales. which are made out of metabolically inactive material similar to that of human nails. And this armor is the reason why this species has become the most trafficked wildlife species in the world. So the scales are used locally for making ornaments, but in large scale, it's been used in traditional Chinese medicines. Like in Ayurveda preparations, you have mixtures of different herbs to cure different ailments. So one of the active ingredients used in traditional Chinese medicine is pangolin parts. And that is the reason why most of the pangolins are hunted, which has led to a global decline in pangolin population. More than 70% of the global population has declined. So based on international seizures, there are some known trade routes. So most of them originate from India, Pakistan, and the African countries, but eventually they end up in Southeast Asia and in China. So apart from the body parts, there's a great demand in pangolin meat, especially in Vietnam, for which there is a lot of demand in frozen pangolins has been seized because it's considered as a delicacy over there. So the pangolins, okay. You want to record it? Okay. Sure, no problem. So I'll just stand still. Okay, so the way these pangolins are hunted is those burrows are smoked. I can use this. Okay. So the way these pangolins are hunted is these burrows are smoked, which forces the animal out of these burrows. This is a similar methodology which is used to hunt porcupines. So on the left you can see a porcupine burrow where people have tried to smoke it out. On the right there's old evidence of pangolin burrow where they have tried to burn and remove the pangolin. So either the pangolin is killed or kept alive to be traded further. So the traders have developed a lot of new ways to increase the price of the pangolin. So this is one of the videos from South India, where you can see this individual running a tester on the body of the pangolin. This is to showcase that the pangolin can emit electricity, but which is false. There are two kinds of testers. One is a phase tester, one is a continuity tester. So this is a continuity tester, which is showing that there is a ground presence, and that's it. The circuit can be completed. There's no electricity as such which is being emitted by the pangolin. But this is used to increase the cost, the price value of the pangolin, and this is a common thing which is going on currently in the market. Another thing is a lot of media attention has been given to pangolins recently, which is good because it generates awareness. But at the same time, they quote values of the pangolin, which ranges from few lakhs to few crores. And what this has led to is a lot of non-conventional hunters getting involved in pangolin poaching. So if you look at recent records where confiscations have happened, people from different walks of life, including teachers, sarpanch, they have been involved in pangolin trade. So they are not the people who are going in the forest and catching the pangolin. However, these are people who are acting as a middleman and trying to sell it further. Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, especially with this Special Tiger Protection Force, has been immensely successful in nabbing down this poaching nexus in Madhya Pradesh. And not even just in the state, but they have gone to other states and also caught hold of poachers. And these investigations have highlighted the trade routes that are there and which are used to get the pangolins out of the country to China. So what this has highlighted is there is a need for better anti-poaching strategies. And in case of any successful raid where you get pangolin scales, those animals are already dead. But in case of a live pangolin, there is a chance that if you can rehabilitate it in the wild, it will immensely benefit the conservation. However, based on the work that has been done in other countries, the success rate of these rehabilitations is less than 50%. So about 50 to 60% of the pangolins which are released back in the wild die. And the reason for this is the origin of the pangolin is not known. The sites where they are released are not suitable for the pangolin to survive. Which is the same case for the Indian pangolin. So these pangolins frequently change hands. So the hunter is different, the seller is different, middleman is different, dealer is different. And at what stage the raid is successful determines whether we'll know what the origin of the animal is. And this leads to a major conservation challenge to rehabilitate these pangolins in the wild. So based on this, in 2019, in collaboration with Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, we started this project to understand the ecology of the Indian pangolin and to develop a successful rehabilitation plan for the rescued or confiscated pangolins in the state of Madhya Pradesh. The project area selected for this was initially Pench Tiger Reserve and Satpura Tiger Reserve. This was based on the investigation that was done by the STPF. You can see a lot of animals were getting removed from Balaghat, Sivni, Chinwada, Hoshangabad, and Satpura and Pench are the two tiger reserves which are in the vicinity. So those are the ideal sites to rehabilitate those individuals and to know about the status of pangolins in this area. So being an elusive species, there is very less data, very less is known about the ecology of the Indian pangolin, and which is vital to design any conservation strategy for such a data deficient species. And having no data makes it very difficult to track the conservation progress because there is no yardstick. You can't compare what the status was and whether it is improving and the things that you are doing are actually working or not. So the first step was to know where the pangolins are. So dogs have been used widely in a lot of countries to do detections of elusive species, which is a nascent field in India. They have been used to track humans or contrabands where the things are stationary and the dog indicates whether something is present or absent. But in wildlife, it's a nascent field, and we wanted to try this out for the Indian pangolin. So in initial days, there were no pangolin samples available to train these dogs. So we approached the Nandankanan Zoo in Odisha, where they have a conservation breeding program for the pangolins, and they have a captive population over there. So we got the initial scent samples from the Nandankanan Zoo, and we trained our canines to detect the scent. So this is a methodology in which the scent is associated with a verbal command. So the dog understands when a verbal command is given, it is supposed to look for a particular scent. So this was the first step that was carried out. Then the dogs, once we are confident that are able to detect the scent, were taken to the field to see if they can indicate active burrows or not. And recently, we have lost one of the canines. So she was one of the pioneering canines who did a lot of pangolin detection work in the wild. So we lost her to cancer in 2022. Her name was Moya. It's a Weimaraner breed. But she was a very good teacher, and she has handed over the baton to a Belgian Malinois named Hira. So she is doing most of the work in the field where she detects pangolins in the wild. So the way it works is these animals are trained to look for active pangolin scent, and whenever they can find active burrow, they indicate by sitting near the burrow. So as you can see, she was searching, then she went near a boulder, she smelled, and she's sitting, which indicates that there is pangolin presence. So there are two types of burrows. One is feeding burrow, where they are very shallow. One is where the pangolin resides. So we check whether this is a feeding burrow or where the pangolin is staying. And once we know that, okay, this is a burrow where the pangolin is living, then we place camera traps over there with the help of the local forest staff. And then the site is monitored for pangolin activity to see whether males are coming, females are coming, and at what frequencies. So these detailed surveys have helped us to identify where the pangolins are and what could be the suitable release sites for the rescued or confiscated pangolins that we get. So the second challenge was the safe transportation and handling of the pangolins. So by law, once the pangolin, a live animal, is seized, it has to be produced in front of the court, and it takes a lot of time because it's an evidence. But at the same time, it's a live animal, and we really don't know how stressed it is and whether the animal is starving or not. So it's very difficult to tell at what stage the animal is. But it has to be produced in court. It takes time before it can be looked and released back. So in initial days, these animals were transported in cages which were meant for civets and small carnivores, which are not suitable for such a shy animal, and they get stressed out a lot. So we designed special transportation boxes for the pangolins, where you can see the ventilation holes are atop, and there is a secluded place where the animal can rest at the bottom. So it is a way to replicate how the burrows are structured. So even the animal is not disturbed, and it feels more secure over there. And these boxes were then given to a lot of forest divisions where live animals are seized, so that the animals can be safely transported whenever needed. Other thing is, we don't know for how long the animal was starved. So we have come across pangolins which have been fed apples and cauliflowers. So the only thing the pangolin eats is ants and termites, and there is no way that this animal can survive if it's been fed apples and cauliflowers. So there is lack of awareness, and this lack of awareness is because a lot of different people are getting involved in pangolin trade, where they know they can get money, but they really don't know about the ecology of the animals. Yeah, a traditional hunter will know about the ecology of the animal, but this new age trade that we are seeing in wildlife, it's quite different. So the best way is to feed them weaver ants. The nest can be dipped in water so that it becomes easier to handle the ants, so they don't bite, and then it's readily accepted by the pangolin. Hydration is one of the major thing. Whenever we get the animal, the first thing that has to be done is hydration, which is done with the help of the veterinarians. And if there are any injuries, those are tended to. And if the injury is quite big, then it has to be housed somewhere till it is fit for release. So in 2019, Madhya Pradesh became the first ever state to do telemetry on the Indian pangolin ever. So it was not attempted anywhere else. So, and it was the first of its kind of project where the released animals were monitored in the wild to see what is happening to them, and not just releasing the animal and forgetting that and hoping that everything goes well. So the animals are tagged with the park veterinarians. So this is one of the tagging session in Satpura Tiger Reserve with the STF staff and the veterinarian, park veterinarian. And similarly, the work is being done in Pench Tiger Reserve, where we have the park veterinarian and the local staff. Then the animal is released in the wild. But whenever an animal is released in a new environment, the chances of predation are quite high. And based on camera trap images, we know a lot of tigers. We have got a lot of images of tigers preying on the Indian pangolin. So the key thing is to release them where the animal gets a head start. So vacant burrows, which are currently not being used by pangolins. So this data is received from the camera trapping surveys that are being carried out. So this provides a secluded place for the animal to rest and gives a head start to the animal whenever it comes out. So it knows that there is a safe place. If it tries to forage and wants to retreat, it can map it out and go back to the burrow. So it provides a good head start for the animal. Then the next step is the monitoring of the pangolin, and this is a very challenging aspect. We have to make sure those tags that are put on the animals weigh very less. So these tags currently weigh about 35 to 40 grams, which is nothing. But the drawback of that is the range of the radio signals is quite less. So we have to be in continuous range of the animal to make sure that we can monitor it day after day. And the terrain poses a very difficult situation, especially in Satpura Tiger Reserve, which is very hilly. And this is even challenging in monsoon season, where the signals are interfered because of rains and thunderstorms. But at the same time, we have to camp in the field to make sure that we are in continuous range of the animal, but at the same time, it's non-invasive. So the animal shouldn't know that we are following, but we know where the animal is. So this is just to represent that over a span of about 3 months, how far a pangolin can move. So this is one of the release sites where it has spent a lot of time. Then it has gone to a different site, spent a lot of time, and doing so, finally it reached over here. The distance between these 2 points is about 30 kilometers. So animal which weighs about 4 kgs, which is a very small, this was a young sub-adult female, moved to about 30 kilometers. So the release sites have to be really very specific, because if you release the animal on the edge of the forest, it's very likely that it will again end up in agricultural field, and then the whole cycle will start again, or you might just lose contact with the animal, and we really don't know. For 30 kilometers, it took about 1.5 months. Yeah, so it has spent a lot of time. Localized clusters you can see over here. But yeah, finally she settled down over here, where she's still there. This is one of the longest monitored Indian pangolin in the wild. So we tagged her in 2019 and we are still monitoring her. And the monitoring is jointly done with the park staff, and they have been very dedicated to see what is happening to the pangolins and get the updated data, and are continuously in touch with us. And we have been able to get 100% success rate in rehabilitating all the individuals in Satpura and Pench. And some of them are now breeding. And this is because of all the surveys that we have initially done with the help of the detection dogs, so that we know where the pangolins are present and where they are moving in different seasons, so that we can release these pangolins at sites which are suitable for the confiscated animals. And the camera trapping data has provided a lot of important information on the behavior of the pangolins. Can we just play, no, the previous video, please? Yeah, this one. Yeah, this video, please. So this is a wild male which is checking out the burrow of one of the tagged females. You can see the female over here. So she is not scared. She's looking because there's a wild male present over there, which eventually leads to mating. It's a very rare sight to record mating of wild pangolins. So this happened right in front of the camera trap. So this is one of the tagged females, and the male is courting her, which is a very rare natural history event that we got to see. And then eventually there is no better proof that the things are working than the animals breeding in the wild. So you can see a young one with one of the tagged females. So the young ones ride on the back of the female. When they are born, they are about 200 grams. The scales are very soft, like nails of baby humans, which eventually harden out. These pangolins will stay with their mother for about 7 to 8 months. And during that time, they will try to explore. So whenever mother is out foraging, this pangolin, when they are very young, they won't go very far away, but they will just look at things at the edge, at the mouth of the burrow. But eventually, as they grow, it becomes very difficult for the female to carry those young ones on their back. So you can see it's now very heavy. It's becoming difficult for the female to walk. And at this stage, then it is encouraged that the young one walks alongside the female rather than on her back. Yeah, can we play this video, please? So you can see the mother is on top, and there's a young one which is just trying to negotiate how to walk around in the wild. and about after 7 odd months, then it tries to spend a lot more time away from the mother. So the mother is still in the burrow, and you can see the young one has left at around 2:30 a.m. And when it comes back, it's about 4 a.m. if I'm correct. Can you play the next video, please? Next one. Yeah. So at about 4 a.m. it comes back. So it has spent about 2 hours outside. And as this time increases, we are sure that it's going to separate from the mother and it's going to disperse away. So at this stage, the pangolin weighs about 3 odd kgs. And this is the age group which is really very difficult to settle down in a particular place where it has been released, because they have a tendency to disperse. So any animal which is less than 6 kgs will try to move away from wherever it is released, irrespective of whether the place is suitable or not. And these are the individuals which have to be monitored very closely, and they have to be released at sites which are far away from the edge of the forest, where they can get in agricultural fields, away from roads, canals, those kind of things. So till now, 5 females have given birth, and several of them have given birth to young ones multiple times, as you can see. So 1 was wild, 2 were rescued, and 2 were confiscated, which were seized from illegal wildlife trade. So most of the rehabilitation work has been happening in Satpura and Pench. However, we cannot get animals from far away places and try to release them at one site. Eventually, we'll need places where there are rehabilitation sites which have been identified in those particular divisions. So let's say if an animal is caught in Balaghat, then we should know where are the possible release sites for those animals in that particular division. So that's why we have expanded the work now in Siuni and Balaghat, which is part of the Kana-Pench corridor, which is contiguous with Pench Tiger Reserve. And we are developing new survey methodology in an occupancy framework manner, where we'll know about the abundance of pangolins, and at the same time we'll be able to map new release sites for those particular areas in Madhya Pradesh. At the same time, we are engaging with the local community. So there is a World Pangolin Day. So we try to reach out to local school children, and we engage with them. So we have developed some posters with interesting facts about the pangolins, what the animal is unique, and it generates awareness, which is a very important thing, and it's a very good relationship building activity for the forest department and NGOs with the local communities. The learnings from these projects formed a part of the manual which was released by the Central Zoo Authority and MOEFCC on the rehabilitation of the Indian pangolin. So the chapters on transportation, radio telemetry, and post-release monitoring are all from the current project that I talked about. And this is a manual which is developed for the Indian pangolin so that other players can replicate this, and which has been done by other states. So recently Odisha has also radio tagged one of the Indian pangolins and released back in the wild. Not only India, but other countries including Pakistan and Sri Lanka have started doing so. So in a true sense, Madhya Pradesh has led the way for pangolin conservation, and we are committed to conserve this elusive, lesser known endangered species in the wild. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya Joshi. I would like to request Jasbir sir to please present his comments.
Oh no, just before that, if anyone has any question, please, just one.
Yes. Sorry?
Manual.
Yes. It's available on the website of Central Zoo Authority.
What is the breeding month?
Breeding month, there are 2 peaks that we know of for this particular area. It's post-monsoon, and whenever there is a young one which is ready to be dispersed, at the same time the female is ready with the young one, so she is already pregnant. So there are 2 spikes. One is in September and one is in January.
Next is, you have shown only one kid with the mother.
What is the litter size actually?
1.
Okay. Then you have studied at Nandankanan Biological Park also, this pangolin?
No, so they have a conservation breeding center,
Acha.
and we needed scent samples from animals to train the dogs that we have. So the scent samples, so nobody had pangolins in captivity. So we approached Nandankanan Zoo to get those samples.
Did you visit Nandankanan?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me.
What?
Excuse,
Okay.
Excuse me. Maybe just restrict to one question each.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm happy to share that we got the 2 species of Indian pangolin into CITES.
Yes.
What is your opinion? Is there a particular tribe in India which are into the active trade of pangolins? And do you think any rehabilitation package for the traditional tribes who are collecting, who have the knowledge, will be utilized for conservation?
So I can talk about, the central Indian landscape, especially Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, where I have worked. Right now, what we are seeing the trend is most of the pangolins which are being caught are opportunistic. So they are actually not going for the pangolin, but they are going for the porcupine. But at the same time, they are getting pangolins, and they really don't know what to do with it. So the tribes, they do eat some of them, the pangolin, for meat, but they are not traded. So you will find scales near the burrow, which they don't know what to do with it. But with the media, where other players are coming into play, that is where the problem lies, where the pangolins are changing hands and moving forward. So that's the case from this landscape, but I'm not sure for what is happening in South India, because that has emerged as one of the major hotspots for pangolin trade.
So, yeah. One last question.
Yeah. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Just an extension of the earlier question.
Yes.
If we find any confiscated pangolin, where to report, or whether it is illegally transferred, where to report, how to communicate?
Yeah, so the best place to report starts with the forest department, wherever the locally it's present. Second is the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau that can be approached. And most of the states do have special protection forces. Like in Madhya Pradesh, you have the Special Tiger Protection Force. So that is one place to approach.
Yeah, please. One last question, please.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is that in start of the presentation, you told that the scales are used in the development of Chinese medicine. So, sir, for what disease these medicines are used? And if we could find some alternative for that medicine, it could be beneficial for the conservation of pangolin as well.
Yeah. So if you look at wildlife trade, you have to understand it is similar to marketing. So whenever we get a new phone, they will say it has X number of megapixels, higher camera. So that's the same thing which is happening in the context of wildlife trade. First it was ivory, then it is rhino horn. When rhino horn goes down, it's pangolin. Then next will be something different. So the way they have to show that it works is to sell that it has magical properties. So the scales are used for everything from fever to aphrodisiac to arthritis. So it's one of the components. So if you look at some of the work which has been done by investigative agencies, you will see bottles which mention pangolin scale presence along with tiger parts. So it's not just that the pangolin scale on its own is used, but it is one of the key active ingredients. And a lot of research has shown that basically it's keratin. It's similar to eating human nails. So it doesn't work, but yeah.
Thank you.
That's the case.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. It has been a great learning for all of us here in the hall. And I was also fortunately involved in some or the other way with this pangolin conservation project. And believe me, they have done an excellent job. And that's how basically we get to know about these species, and we can actually formulate the strategy for conservation of it, for conservation of the species. So I mean, smoking the dens and I mean, just flushing them out and then catching them. I mean, one very strange thing that I also found in this pangolin case is smuggling of live animals, and it becomes very difficult to, I mean, as he rightly said, that the whole lot of government procedures you need to produce in the court of law, and I don't know how long back the animal was in the custody of the poacher. So saving these animals are very important, and then again, as he rightly said, that the choice of the site, the release site, is also very important. If you release them in a very high carnivore density area, then that is also, you end up losing some animals. But then if we know that where the resource rich area is, I mean the resource rich for the pangolin, and then maybe the similar landscape, not in a very far off places, because reintroducing animal is again a problem. I mean, again, drifting is the biggest problem. They tend to drift away. So, I mean, these are few things which we need to take care of, and of course the local field staff, right from the forest guard to the CCFs, we need to educate them about this. There is still lot of officers who are not very sensitive and who are basically knowledge deficient. I mean, how to deal with the animal. So I mean, even though the WCT team is always there, but it takes time to, I mean, say for example, if a case comes up in Balaghat, he'll need to be there, I mean, say maybe 8, 9 hours, 10 hours to reach that place. So we need to do some kind of training for the field staff also, and not just the pangolin, but in general, all other species also. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditya ji. Please stay back on the stage. And now I would like to request Dr. Elizabeth Thomas and Mr. Bakul Lad to please come on the stage and present Aditya Joshi ji and Jasbir sir with souvenirs. Volunteers, please help with the souvenirs. We are thankful to such meaningful research which leads to the fulfillment of such causes. And from NHSC, on behalf of the organizers, we have I think it will take just a while. Here we have Mr. Bakul Lad giving his souvenirs to Jasbir sir for chairing the session. Thank you so much, sir. We are thankful to you. And we would like to request Dr. Elizabeth Thomas to please present a souvenir to Mr. Aditya Joshi for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Aditya ji. Thank you so much, sir. You may please proceed to your seats. Now for our next session, we have Ms. Anam Ehsan, who is a PhD candidate at University of Missouri, USA, who will be speaking to us on the carnivores, small and medium, in the rapidly changing landscape of Madhya Pradesh. Do we have Ms. Anam Ehsan with us? With huge reverence, I would like to request you upon the stage. And I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please present Ms. Anam Ehsan. Felicitate her on the stage of the second National Conference on Lesser Known Species. We welcome Ms. Anam Ehsan here. She's a dedicated PhD candidate at the University of Missouri, USA, specializing in wildlife sciences, holding a master's degree in remote sensing and GIS applications and an MSc in wildlife sciences, where she has been a gold medalist. Her academic journey reflects a strong foundation in both theoretical knowledge and practical applications. Currently, she is actively engaged in cutting-edge research at the intersection of environmental science and GIS technology in the Indravati Tiger Reserve and Kangar Valley National Park, Chhattisgarh. Her research employs a multidisciplinary approach utilizing GIS techniques to assess and manage diverse ecosystems within these reserves. She is an active biologist member of the Bhopal-based NGO known as TINSA, TINSA Ecological Foundation. As a nature education expert at Disha, India, she plays a pivotal role in fostering environmental awareness and appreciation through a multifaceted approach. Currently, she contributes her expertise as a team member at SMEW company, serving as a GIS expert and ecologist. Thank you so much, Anam, for being here with us. And now, with great reverence, I would like to call upon stage the chair, a huge inspiration to us, who will be chairing this session, Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy, retired IFS officer and ex-member secretary, MPSBB. With huge admiration and huge round of applause, we would like to call upon stage Mr. R. Srinivasan Murthy. I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please felicitate Mr. S. Srinivas Murthy. Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy, I'm so sorry, sir. Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy is a retired forest officer of Indian Forest Services in the state of Madhya Pradesh. On academic front, he completed his MSc and MPhil in Botany, AIFC from Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun, and he got his postgraduate diploma in wildlife management from Wildlife Institute of India. He served as a DFO in Production Territorial, Social Forestry and Wildlife Divisions in Guna, Panna, Kanhatiyar, Sagar, Umaria, Morena and Gwalior. Also served as DSF Wildlife at PCCCF office. As CF, he served in MP State Academy of Administration, CCF. He was the field director, Panna Tiger Reserve between 2009 to 2015. She's been an additional MD, MFP Federation Bhopal and member secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board between 2016 and 2020. His fields of interest and expertise are HR, team building and motivation, nature education, wildlife crime investigation, forest ecosystem services, tiger reintroduction and tiger rewilding, biodiversity awareness, SDG implementation, capacity building of BMC's Access Benefit Sharing report writing, and photography. He received all-round Best Wildlife Award from Wildlife Institute of India in 1993. He was part of the team that captured 13 problem wild elephants in the then undivided Madhya Pradesh, which are being used in PA management. He has written state manual for annual wildlife population estimations for Madhya Pradesh and invented a field tiger tracing kit which is being used in the state from the year 2000. He revived the Gangetic gharial populations of National Chambal Sanctuary and written the management plan for the area. He conceived and started Bhopal bird watching camps, an innovative nature conservation program in 2005 and completed 25 camps. That's huge, sir. He has made a documentary on Kya Aap Kolan Swa Kolar Jante Hain? A film that focuses on forest water related issues of Bhopal. He's done more than 100 training programs of field officers. As a field director, Panna Tiger Reserve, he was the team leader that revived the Panna tigers from 0 to 32 by implementing world-famous Panna tiger reintroduction between 2009 and 2015. He's opened a new window of tiger conservation by successfully rewilding 2 orphan tigers whose mother got killed when they were just 30 days old. He successfully reintroduced 6 female tigers from different tiers of MP at Panna and achieved 100% breeding success among all the reintroduced female tigers. He domesticated a semi-wild elephant in 2011. He followed the path of tiger conservation with people support at Panna. And during his tenure at Panna TR, he got Award of Excellence in Active Management from NTCA for 2 consecutive terms in 2012 and 2014. At Panna, he started an innovative ongoing nature awareness program, Panna Nature Camps, for locals and completed 100 such camps. He also started Panna vulture estimation in 2011 in PPP model, and the process discovered 3 more species of vulture to the area. Cambodia is following the Panna model of the tiger reintroduction, and Mr. Murthy, so gracefully, has been invited by the WWF Cambodia to share his expertise. Mr. Murthy is instrumental in revitalizing MPSBB during his 4-year tenure with innovative awareness programs that epitome with MP State Biodiversity Quiz, notifying Madhya Pradesh's first ever biodiversity heritage sites, annual awards for BD conservation and ABS, Agri Beej Yatra, and completion of MPSB strategy in action plan 2018 to 2030. Post-retirement, he acted as an independent director of RVNL, Ministry of Railways, between November 2021 to June 2022. Presently, he is a member of General Body BNHS, Mumbai. He has received notable recognition such as Bagh Mitra 2011 Award from WWF India and PATA, RBS Earth Hero Award in 2015, Medallion Award of Excellence in 2016, and Madhya Pradesh Gaurav Samman in 2016 for re-establishing tigers at Panna from Madhya Pradesh government in 2016. We are so fortunate, sir. We feel so fortunate that you are here with us. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. R. Murthy. And we would like to request you to please open the session with your graceful words.
So good morning to everybody. Congratulations to organizers, especially SNHC and then Biodiversity Board and all other supporting agencies for organizing a series of annual events to address the issue of lesser known species of Madhya Pradesh. And now, without wasting much of time, I request Anna Mashan to proceed with her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, is I'm audible? Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected guests and all the fellow participants. I myself, Anna Mason from University of Missouri, Columbia, come here to present on behalf of Dr. Shekhar Kolipaka, who is based in Netherlands. His works is on carnivores and in the rapidly changing landscapes of Madhya Pradesh. So just brief about Dr. Shekhar Kolipaka. He's an academician and a practitioner who especially work on human-wildlife conflicts and small carnivores, especially outside the protected areas. His ongoing projects are in the Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and in Hyderabad. So we are going to know how his work is going on the outside the PS, how the small carnivores are occupying the landscape and how they are present in the landscape. So since 2019, his work focus on the private lands, and he's working with the Bee Forest company, where they worked on the private lands that is outside the protected areas to conserve the small carnivore species there. So as we know, India is rapidly changing, and the landscape and land use is changing constantly. Forest landscape is getting degraded day by day. So ever increasing population and creating the population is increasing, we are getting more, we need to grow more foods, and that's why the landscape is getting degraded. and the natural landscapes are getting more destroyed there. So his work focus on how the landscape can be managed outside the protected areas, because these landscapes are also very, very important to conserve the small carnivores in the landscape. Sorry, I'm a little unwell, but please. So his work, we cannot see Madhya Pradesh as a different landscape, because the landscape is interconnected with non-forested and forest landscape across the landscape. So the species are dynamically moving between protected and non-protected human-dominated landscapes. Therefore, Shekhar's interest and focus to work in these non-forested landscapes. There is a case study from Bhopal. Can you see the image in 1985? Can you see the image of map of 1985 Bhopal? The red line or the pink line shows that the area is too much less. But when we come in 1995, the area is expanding. And can we see now the present in 2015, the area is expanding so much, and the forest is now converted into monocrop lands and the other cultivated landscapes. So how fast the landscape is changing, we can see that. So what is going on there outside the protected areas, and what is the impact of these land use changes on the small carnivores? So what are small carnivores? This is a rusty spotted cat, the smallest cat in the world, and it weighs about 1 to 1.5 kg. And then we come to medium-sized carnivores. This is a honey badger, and it is, according to IUCN, it is spread all across the India. And it weighs about 8 to 16 kg, and females weight about 5 to 10 kg. So these are about the medium-sized carnivores. Now these are the other kinds of cats and carnivores that we have in the landscape. That is the small Indian civet, common palm civet, and small Indian mongoose, and Indian grey mongoose, and ruddy mongoose. Then other small carnivores that we have, rusty spotted cats, and the Asiatic wildcat, leopard cats, and Indian fox in the landscape. And the medium-sized carnivore, we have fishing cat, honey badger, smooth-coated otter, and the caracal. So based on this, we asked the IUCN the current status of these species. What is the status? So we find that there is no recent regional or global complications of compilations of small carnivore species status or records in Asia, because the landscape is changing throughout very fastly. So there is no records and the population estimates of these small cats and carnivores in the landscapes. So this needs to calculate and to find and evaluate where are these species present and how can we conserve these species in rapidly changing landscape. So the maps are becoming quickly outdated because of the landscape changes. Survival of a species outside PN depends on the multiple interrelated factors like the biological, human, and the ecological factors. These combined factors influence the presence of the small carnivores inside and outside the protected areas. So when we come to the ecological factors, so what come the factors? Like the prey, habitat, structure and composition, human-wildlife conflicts, climate change, competition and other carnivores. What are the disturbance factors in and around the landscape? What are the water resources in the landscape outside or inside the PAs? And what are the migration patterns of these species? And what are the biological factors, like what are the food requirements, teeth and jaw structure, what are the adaptations like the digestive system, sensory adaptations, metabolism structures, and what are the behavior, like what are the hunting patterns of these species. It depends upon the landscape where they live. Territorial behavior, communication, parental care, nocturnal or diurnal behavior, and the migration. Like can we see, this is a mosaic landscape of Bhopal. So where here we find a different kind of small carnivores, because the landscape is mosaic of water, scrubs and forest and other kind of flora and fauna in this landscape. That's why this is enabled to survive the other carnivores. Now this is where we Okay, the example from Bhopal, then the yellow dot shows the camera trap positions outside the protected areas, where we put the camera traps and see how the species are surviving in the mosaic landscape outside the protected areas, especially outside the city areas on the edges. So we found like the bears, leopards and cats, so we find so many kind of species over there. This means the mosaic landscape can survive more species in the landscape. So that's why it is important to create mosaic landscape, especially outside the tiger reserves or the protected areas, to conserve the small carnivores. Now his small study, this is the Kangir Valley National Park in Chhattisgarh. So this is about only 5 hectare of plot in the Bastar. So where we grow the cashew nuts only, there is no, you can see there is no other type of species are growing, and there we didn't find any kind of carnivores also there. But on the same plant, on the other side of the lands, we have the 5 hectare of plants with cashew nut and natural farmings, where the landscape remains undisturbed. So landscape shows 14 types of other species are growing along with the cashew nuts. And we find here small civets and mongoose, jackals and fox there. So how the landscape changes and the mammals are surviving, how they are changing in the landscape. Now this is at the little bigger landscape in the Hyderabad, where we put camera traps in the 150 acres of area outside the PAs in private land. So here also we find that there are 14 other kinds of mammals and carnivores are present in the landscape. So we can see the private landscapes is also important to conserve the small carnivores. Now this is at a landscape level. This is we considered at a full Kangir Valley National Park with a yellow boundary. So we divide the landscape into 3 zones. That is, one is the economic zone, second the combined, and the one is the natural zone. So can you see the mono regions in the right hand side? The mono landscape is only cooperating only, is home to like a small number of mammals. But as we go above and we plant other type of trees and the habitat is more mosaic, we find more kind of biodiversity over there. And when we mosaic the landscapes, so with the larger landscape, and we find more number of animals and mammals and other species there. So like creating mosaics and connecting the landscape is the theory behind this. One of the case studies on the fishing cat in the Madhya Pradesh, where the villagers found some of the pug marks, and they said there is a species that is not a leopard, not a tiger, but some species are there. On putting the camera trap in the landscape, we found there is a fishing cat in the landscape. That was first recorded in the Madhya Pradesh. And then along the Cane, that is the drainage pattern of the Cane river, can you see? So on that river there we find it. So there is a hypothesis proposed by Dr. Shekhar. He said assisted dispersal population theory, which states that when the when the water flows out of the Brahmaputra river basins, this water goes to other small places and becomes smaller wetlands. And the species who are dependent on wetlands, they start coming to those places on the river basins across the rivers. So that is his theory, like if the water is coming with the basins, it is also the habitats to the fishing cats and other mammals that depend on the wetlands. So that is the protocols, how he works with his huge team to develop the network for wildlife conservation in restoration landscape, that is identify the stakeholders in the landscape, and then what is the community engagement in the landscape, develop a vision and goals, create a coordination body of the scientists and researchers to study the landscape, and build partnerships, capacity building. Data collection is very important. We put camera traps in private landscape, promote sustainable practices and educational outreach, and policy advocacy and financial support. So all this is the teamwork, how we work outside the private landscape to conserve the small and the medium-sized carnivores in the landscape. Thank you. For questions, please. एक शेर से मैं ख़त्म करना चाहूँगी इस बात को कि जैसे कि हमारी वाइल्ड लाइफ ख़त्म हो रही है, तो हमें क्या करना है कि लाजिम नहीं हर बार तुझे हम हो मयस्सर, लाजिम नहीं हर बार तुझे हम हो मयस्सर, मुमकिन है इस बार तू हमें सच में गवा दे. It means like every time we are not lucky to find these species. ऐसा भी आएगा कि we are going to not find in the landscape. Thank you.
That's amazing. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Anam Ehsan. Are there any questions? We have volunteers in either rows with their mics ready, please.
I would like to know something. First of all, I think let us be hopeful that the day never arrives, that we
Yes.
never get to see any one of them.
Yes.
That would be a really sad state of affairs. Secondly, I would really like to acknowledge the factor that, so much is being done for cat and all kinds of wildlife, of course, but bigger cats, yes, and lesser ones are less known. But if somebody, as a novice or a general citizen of Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, comes to see lesser species of cat like the fishing cat or the jungle cat, what and where should one go and report to so that it's given to the hands of the person that this area was spotted with this species?
I think with the forest department, the right concerned authority.
Probably, I guess so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's a question.
ये मैडम के क्वेश्चन का आंसर मैं देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि अगर आपको जंगल कैट देखनी है तो जिस एरिया में हम लोग सर्वे करते हैं भोज वेटलैंड के, तो उस एरिया में भी हमको सर्वे के दौरान भी 2 से 3 जंगल कैट हमेशा मिल जाती है. तो आप वहाँ पे भी अगर लकी हैं तो आपको दिन में कभी देखने को मिलेगी, बिशनखेड़ी से लेके और बीलखेड़ा के बीच में, तो वहाँ देख सकते हैं. थैंक यू.
I think there was a question in the middle.
A very good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is that with the trend of civet coffee came in India, how bad the impact is on jungle civets for the fruitful production of civet coffee beans?
Please contact Dr. Shekhar. Sorry.
There's a question over here. Okay, just please, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
For the long-term survival of carnivores in what you call it as a mosaic thing.
Landscape.
So it's extremely important to manage the conflict situations. So are you suggesting some different measures to how do you manage these conflict situations? If you do not, if you don't manage the conflict situations, for example, in and around Bhopal, then there is hardly any future for these carnivores. Herbivores maybe yes, but not for the carnivores. So we need to effectively manage it in terms of, so that it actually lives longer in such a landscape.
So you are right, we need to manage the landscape. So Dr. Shekhar's work on private landscape, we focus on planting trees and scrubs and water provides the area so that we can give landscapes to all kind of species living there.
Any more questions?
What?
डॉक्टर शेखर से किस तरीके से संपर्क हो सकता है शायद? कौन से फील्ड में? एरिया, प्लेस?
Hyderabad and Kardhawa and Kangir Valley National Park, Chhattisgarh.
My question is, we have I have noticed a trend in photography area. Like earlier, there were like only big cats have been photographed in like a trend. So now I have noticed like some people are taking photographs of this Pallas cat or like they are giving focus on photographers are giving focus on those areas as well. But I think what do you feel? I would like to know what you feel on this way. Like some of these photography tour agencies, or they continuously following the individual to get the photographs or to get satisfy their what do you say the travelers. So what do you think that will help in the in conservation activity, or that will disturb these like lesser known species? Because I think it's their behavior to be less known, like they always in the hide, or like they are seen active in very like that. So I'm just asking, is that photography field that sometimes it may be unethical thing, I think, so will that help or will that inversely affect this conservation activity?
ओके तो मैं आपसे एक बात बोलूँगी, जैसे कोई एक कमरा है, अगर आप या घर उसे अकेला छोड़ देते हैं काफ़ी दिन के बाद, तो आप उसमें क्या देखते हैं? मतलब वहाँ पे अपने आप ही ट्रीज और नेचर आना शुरू हो जाता है. इट्स लाइक व्हेन इट इज़ अनडिस्टर्ब देयर इज़ मोर प्लांट्स, देयर इज़ मोर नेचर, and we can survive more species. Absolutely, when there is pressure on the wildlife, we cannot conserve those species. So the disturbance factors you are talking about, so when we do not disturb the landscape, we will get to see the more species there.
Last question. One question. So I have one question. Like you said that like single type of resources are there, it shows less diversity. But
Yeah.
when there are multiple resources, like in mosaic format, it shows higher diversity.
Yes.
So it was an like interesting findings you have. So one question, like, do you think that it is important to know that what is the trophic cascade at that area, like how these species are connected? Because your finding says that there are multiple diverse small and medium-sized carnivores. But don't you think like if in a mosaic area the diversity is more, do you think that there might be a case that they are somehow connected at that area? Like arrival of one species leads to the arrival of different other species that creates a connection between them. For example, presence of small carnivores will lead to a presence of medium-sized carnivores, or small carnivores are there because of some different kind of prey. That this question I have it. So in essence, just one question is, do you think that there is some connections between the species in the mosaic landscape?
Yeah, of course there are connections between the species, because one species is indirectly related or directly related to other species. That's why we say the mosaic landscape promotes more diversity.
So I am like I'm expecting like a case study. Like in MP, like did you observe anything like that in MP?
As on date, we know very little about these species, because all these years, as Mr. Jasbir has told, our focus was only for the very big species around, which are quite charming. So these particular conferences are being organized here to bring such issues into the fore, so that we can really do something for these little known species in a better way.
Thank you, sir.
The last question is
at Missouri. You worked for PhD at Missouri University.
Yes, sir.
What was your actual work at Missouri University?
So currently I am working in Indravati Tiger Reserve, Chhattisgarh, on conserving the tiger as an umbrella species and other carnivore species. Under the presence of large carnivores, how these small carnivores are performing their landscape use.
Your work at Missouri, I am asking.
So I'm a student in University
Okay,
of Missouri,
okay,
but my study area is in India.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for the questions.
Thank you, everybody. Just I have two concluding remarks for this session. One is I request Forest Department and Biodiversity Board to support and take up caracal reintroduction immediately in Madhya Pradesh. I know matlab we have certain places where it can be reintroduced, but that has to be done, taken with almost urgency, so that some of those lesser known species are also given some attention. And second thing will be, already we are putting so much of camera traps all around, and then at least we can request Wildlife Institute of India, even in phase 4 within the department also, key at least to record the presence of whatever the species, lesser known species that we do have, and then what are those issues that need to be attended to conserve these little known species. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy and Ms. Anamji. I would like to request Bakul sir and Khalik sir to please present the chair and the speaker here with souvenirs for the event. Bakul sir, please present our chair of the event, Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy, with souvenirs on all our behalf. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Khalik sir to please present a souvenir to Miss Anam Ehsan. We thank the both of you for being a part of this event. We would now move on to the next presentation, which is given by Dr. Salvador Lingdo, who will be speaking to us about the wolves in India, their ecology and conservation. With admiration, I would like to call Dr. Salvador Lingdo on stage, and I would like to request Mr. Mohammad Khalik once again to please present him. Please felicitate Dr. Salvador Lingdo on all our behalf. Dr. Salvador Lingdo is a wildlife biologist and carnivore ecologist who has over 15 years of experience of working on carnivores in northeastern, western and trans-Himalayan regions of India. He has actively been working in this region with policy aspects of biodiversity strategy and action plan for the state of Meghalaya 2020 to 2030 in close collaboration with the State Biodiversity Board. He has been studying habitat interactions in the field of mammalian ecology in northeast state of Assam with respect to many large and small mammals through a DST-funded program on ecology of clouded leopards in Manas National Park. He has been studying population estimation techniques, foraging behavior, as well as assessing wildlife-human conflict with respect to large carnivores, particularly dholes in western Arunachal Pradesh, India. He has also been associated with the Ecology and Conservation of Himalayan Wolf project in states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Sikkim. He has worked on landscape ecology on aspects such as investigating drivers of land use change in semi-arid region of Sariska Tiger Reserve, India. Furthermore, he has assisted in technical inputs for the draft of forest type mapping as well as the forest cover mapping of Indian states by the Forest Survey of India, Dehradun. Currently, he is a scientist D-profile at the Department of Animal Ecology and Conservation Biology in Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Sir, I would like you to please take your seat over here. And with great reverence, once again, let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Salvador. And with great reverence, once again, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, retired IFS officer and former PCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh, to please chair the session. Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan has been an integral part of this presentation. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan. I would like to request Mr. Chauhan to please open the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and especially listen Dr. Salvador Lingdo and that too about wolves. I'm keen to see this presentation, and just a short while ago we were discussing about the wolves in Madhya Pradesh. As I told, Madhya Pradesh has the largest number of wolf population. That is what the Wildlife Institute of India paper says. And why not take one project in the central India also from the WI for the long-term survival of the wolves. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir.
Please present your.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for this warm, elongated introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. It's almost lunchtime, but I have only 50 slides, so I'll try to, run through them quickly. Yeah. So I wanted to talk more about wolves in India in general, and most of my work has been in the Himalayan areas, and with wolf particularly, we've been working in southern states as well. So, it's a lost lupine, most people say, because really the wolves in India, nobody knows about the importance of wolves in India. And until recently it was highlighted that it's a really interesting species, a really, evolutionarily very interesting species, very old, ancient species. And that is something that, intrigued us. A lot of people who have been involved in, studying this, starting from Dr. Satish Kumar, then Dr. Jala, Dr. Bilal. So a lot of these people have contributed to the understanding of wolf, and a lot of international collaborations also have happened in that respect. So it is not just my presentation. There's a combination of a lot of work, a body of work from a lot of people that I will be talking about today. So the grey wolf, if you look, it is the largest, terrestrially distributed mammal after humans in the world. And if you look at the species, is distributed through a large northern hemisphere, all along the northern hemisphere. And but in India, it's the importance of wolf is not as much, as tigers or as snow leopards in that sense. But nevertheless, the species is very interesting because it occupies a lot of aspects of our psyche, a lot of aspects of our stories, a lot of aspects. You can in the landscape. It's always there. It's always been there. And if you look at all around the world, there are various species, subspecies. There's always a confusion of what species it is, or what subspecies it is. So there's a range of studies, body of work, which has been done in the North Americas, in Europe, and all of that. So that study has been. They've established a lot of things about wolves, but in India we have very limited knowledge on the species. And like I said, if you look at the distribution, very large distribution. And some parts wolves were there. For example, in Japan, wolves have gone extinct, and there are a lot of places where wolves have gone extinct. In India, if you look at the distribution, very patchy distribution. South, central, some parts of east, but west. If you look at Indian wolves, and Himalayan wolves are distributed quite along the Himalayas as well. So this is mostly about the distribution of, on a macro scale, if you look, there's a, wolves are there all over, but patchily distributed. And we know, little about our wolves. Like I said, there are a lot of conflicts which are there with pertaining to wolves. If you talk about wolves, immediately you will get a response as, there's some conflict, there's some predation, livestock depredation. So that sort of attitude is mostly common. And this pictures from the Himalayan part, lot of development taking place, in the Himalayas, a lot of push for border areas, a lot of push for, infrastructure, army infrastructure, a lot of push for tourism. So these sort of, mortalities also you get to see for the species in that area, because these were mostly isolated areas, but now slowly, things are changing. Also, if you look at, in the past, you will have a lot of pens like this which were made, and then sort of livestock will be put there, and then people would kill the wolves also. So there's a lot of persecution also which happens with pertaining to the species, but that is somehow changing in these landscapes as well. And in India, we have two subspecies of wolves, and one subspecies is your Himalayan wolf, sometimes called the Tibetan wolf, sometimes called the woolly wolf. Okay, and if you look, this species is a very beautiful species. You'll find it all across, the higher reaches of the Himalaya into the Trans-Himalaya, beyond 3,000, 3,500 meters. Mostly, you will find this species. And this picture is from Ladakh. If you see the Somoriri, the wetland there, Somoriri, from there you have prey like the Kiang, and then you have a wolf there. So these wolves are adapted to a lot of the higher reaches. And then if you come to the central Indian part, you come to the southern Indian part, western part, you have your Indian wolf, which is there in these sort of grassy areas, grassland patches, semi-arid tracts. So both these wolves are very ancient, and this was highlighted by Dr. Jala and his colleagues long back, saying that these are very ancient wolves, and they are not the same lineage as to the wolves that we find in Eurasia and North America. These wolves evolved much, much earlier. So that makes them truly made in India. If you really talk about make in India, so they are made in India wolves, and it's a very good example. But there's been a lot of taxonomic confusion regarding the position of wolf, and whether it's a species, whether it's a subspecies. So taxonomy is a field like the stock market. On a given day, taxonomy will change. So you may say 2000 tomorrow, you may say 1999 today. So it depends on all of that. So there's a lot of confusion, but there's a lot of push also to recognize this as a separate species, which probably can give it more importance in terms of conservation. And like I said, the genetic data is from one of our collaborators' work, that it evolved much, much, much earlier. So that means a lot of the domestication of dogs that happened from a wolf-like ancestor, Indian wolves and Himalayan wolves were probably not part of that. In the crescent, fertile crescent, when they talk about it. So the Indian wolf, the lesser cousin, is smaller than the Himalayan wolf. It's a medium-sized carnivore. Very often people call it as a mesopredator, but it is a large predator also, because they roam in packs. So this is something about the Indian wolf and all the wolf species that are there. And the Himalayan wolf, if you look at it, it's very unique. It has hypoxial genes. It is also one of the basal sort of evolutionary basal sort of lineage. So there is some singularity if you talk about its genetic makeup. And there are also studies which show that there is a sign of decline in terms of wolf numbers. So genetic decline, genetic diversity, all these things also point out. So that brings out the very big importance that wolves need a lot of conservation effort. And in today's context, I think without human intervention, most of the species probably we will not be able to save them. We need a lot of human intervention to save a lot of the species. So some of our collaborators have been looking at whether with respect to the Indian wolf, and there's also wolves are distributed all across towards the west. So the Arabian wolf also is there. Then we have your Indian wolf also. Previously it was thought that they're the same, Canis lupus phalippus, but now we call it as Canis lupus indicus, the Indian wolf. So this is something which shows that the Indian wolf is different and distinct from even Arabian wolves. If you look at the Tibetan side, the distribution is mostly along this Trans-Himalayan part. So this part, you can see we have a very short stretch where the Tibetan wolf also is there. And the Indian wolf distribution is mostly, if you look at it, along the central and the western part, the southern part. In Koppal, for example, in Karnataka, good numbers, good sightings you have, and somehow this pointer, sorry about that. Okay, but it doesn't seem to work. So yeah, there have been also interesting encounters of wolves and tigers. So there people have photographed those sort of chance encounters as well. And also in wetter places like Sundarbans also, there have been reports where wolves also were sighted. So the distribution is quite large. You find them in the south, you find them in the west, you find them in the center, you find them in the east also. So but these are very patchy distributions. So we really don't know much about why they are there, how they are there, why were they reported earlier. All these sort of questions remain a mystery. So it's a very mysterious sort of thing if you ask about wolves. And like I said, and these two lineages are quite ancient and they have their own unique significance. And then we have like this. So we have the Tibetan wolves, we have the Indian wolves all along distributed, and the large part of most of the other part of the world is the whole Arctic wolf. Most of it is on the northern hemisphere, North America and all of that. So when we say we call bhedia. Why bhedia? Because it goes after sheep. And what are the prey requirements? Most people assume that wolves are they predate on livestock, and that has a lot of negative connotations about the species, and it's a generalist species, many people will say. So what are the prey requirements? We really do not know. As far as if you want to conserve a species, you need to know what it feeds on, how it moves. So that is something that we've been trying to understand as to how important is prey for it and what prey is important. And also the context of, in Indian context, if you look at it, we have a very different context of wolves. We have a very own Mowgli, a wolf child. There have been reports of wolf children from the past also, and we have that story of so our imagination or our understanding of wolf is, the narrative is different. In the West, if you look at it, the narrative is very different. Very cunning species, very wolf-like species or wolf-like character, people will say. So these are some of the narratives which are there, which also we are trying to understand. Is there a difference in terms of whether wolves are perceived in what way here and there? And also there may be different perceptions in the rest of India. In high altitudes, the perception may be different. So this sort of understanding we are trying to look at it when we study these species. And any species requires habitat. So any species requires habitat. So if you have to conserve it, you need to ask as to what is the habitat, what is available, okay, and how does it use it. So that is something we also have been trying to understand. And what is the prey kind of that it feeds on? Whether the prey is a choice, whether does it prefer something, or whether it is just consuming if it is available. So that is something also that will help in long-term conservation of the species in the landscape. And there are a lot of techniques which we use. I will not go much into detail because the slide doesn't move. So yeah. And also whether wolves, there is a belief that are they omnivores, are they carnivores, do they consume anything? So a lot of confusion regarding that also. So on a global scale, if we try to understand wolves, for example, Himalayan wolves, in this case, is that whether they consume livestock because they prefer livestock, or whether they consume wild prey because they prefer wild prey, or whether the species, because of its proximity to humans, it's a resilient species, and its proximity to humans, whether it has learned that sort of behavior in terms of, predation on livestock. So we looked at a lot of trends from all around the world, trying to understand with respect to Himalayan wolves whether that is true or not, whether wolves are actually predating by choice or by availability. And there are different prey assemblages everywhere. If you look at India itself, you have your Western Himalayas, Eastern Himalayas, Central Himalayas. You have, if you go to Tibet also, there are distributions of wolves there. If you go to Mongolia also, Central Asia, but these are not Himalayan wolves, but the prey assemblage tends to be a little similar. So whether there is a choice in those, or whether they prefer something, or they are just using what is available. And if you look at the data, what the data shows, because the data shows that it largely predates on large prey. It needs, so if I have to ask the question as to what does the wolf need, it needs large prey. Simple answer. If it does not have large prey, then it will not survive in the landscape. And so you can see, and there's a lot of variability in terms of how it consumes the prey. So some areas it may consume a lot, some areas it may consume less, depending on the availability. But by and large, if you look at the information, large prey is what is consumed mostly, small prey not so much. Large predators need large prey. So that is something. But if you look also, domestic prey also forms a large part of its diet. That means what? That means the species also is probably in conflict with a lot of herders, with a lot of agro-pastoralists. So that is something. But there is also significant amount of wild prey also that is consumed, because, and if you ask the question, is it consuming wild prey less than livestock? Is it preferring livestock? Then the answer is that in sites where there is wild prey available, wolves are going after wild prey. And if there is choice between wild prey and domestic, then wolves will go for wild prey. That is what the information shows. So the belief that it is a voracious feeder and likes to predate on livestock may be not true if there is wild prey available. So we need wild prey, we need large prey, we need wild prey. Okay, we need habitats in that. And if you look at all across, the data from all across, if you see, wild prey is consumed quite a lot in some of the areas, but in our Indian context, if you look, wild prey is consumed quite less. More of livestock is consumed, more of domestic is consumed. That means there is a problem of wild prey availability also in terms of wolf predation. And some spaces are shared by large predators together. For example, snow leopards also occupy spaces with wolves. So, but the perception towards snow leopard is very different. The perception towards wolves is very different. So if you look at the data also, it shows a lot of predation of livestock is there, okay, by both the species. But in some cases, if you look at snow leopard, may consume more livestock, may be in more conflict. But perception and conflict, these are two different things. Okay, so animal is in conflict only if there's some retaliation, because the perceptions of both the species may differ. And if you look at Indian wolves, now if we talk about one set of wolves there, if you talk of Indian wolves and Himalayan wolves together, if you look at the comparisons between the two, we find that large prey is consumed by, Himalayan wolf. But in terms of the Indian wolf, medium-sized prey is usually consumed more, because large prey, if you talk of large prey, then Himalayas have larger prey. But in the central Indian landscape, if you look at, black buck, chinkara, those are, medium size in terms of that. So what have we learned? They use significantly large amount of domestic prey, okay, and where grazing is there, they will tend to, utilize, more of domestic prey. And, in some parts like Central Asia, they will still have, where wild prey is available, they consume a lot of wild prey. So maybe, those sort of learnings are there if you look at the global information. They have a lot of, roles as a species in terms of its generalistic behavior also. They have a very wide niche in terms of feeding, okay. But there are a lot of energetic constraints when you talk of large predators, because studies show that any predator which is beyond 21 kilos, okay, it is not feasible for it to predate on a lower size or, prey. It needs large prey mostly. So that is something that is an energetic, that is a biological constraint, that if you talk of, large predators, they will need that. Sorry, this slide is not moving. Yeah. So, and also coexistence, sometimes is it coexistence or is it conflict? Which is it? Are landscapes filled with people who, tolerate it? In India, generally, we have high levels of tolerance. If you compare it relatively to other parts of the world, the levels of tolerance are different. So there is some bit of, maybe coexistence also, if you say, okay. But things may differ from place to place as well, And if you look at perceived, conflict or perceived sort of idea of from herders, what do they think about, whether they predate wolf or whether they have predated wolf. If you look at, many will say that yes, they have lost their livestock to wolves, but many will say they have lost their livestock to snow leopards also. And there is also information that shows, a lot of, feral dog problem also is coming in terms of loss of livestock also in many parts. And there are a lot of, hotspots where conflict happens. If you look at, this is data from Spiti Valley, Lahaul Spiti. It shows that most of these, this is the central part is a valley area, and most, naturally what happens is most settlements also happen in the valley, and most livestock, most of the prey is available also there. So we were talking about mosaic landscapes and we were talking about shared spaces. So if you talk of all of these, you will find that there's a lot of overlap between humans and livestock and wild prey. So naturally conflict also is mostly concentrated in those sort of aspects if you look at, these wolves. And there are varying levels of conflict. So probably mapping a lot of, if you want to conserve the species, maybe targeted areas of focus of hotspots may actually address, instead of, a large landscape where you may be short of space, okay, targeting those smaller areas where conflict is very high may actually address a lot of the conflict issues also with respect to wolves. So, prey information can only tell you so much. What does it consume, where it is, going. But if you really want to understand the species of, in terms of its, movement, fine scale movement, then, telemetry is a very good way to do it. And so we try to understand how the wolves also use the landscape in terms of how does it select its habitat. Though there is a belief that they survive on, suboptimal habitats and they can survive on many areas, but, many species sometimes need some core critical areas, some cover areas where they can actually breed, where they can rest, and then they move about also. So whether that is true, whether there is some selection in terms of their habitat is something also we try to understand. And So this was, we collared, this was the highest sort of terrestrial mammal that has been collared, in terms of GPS collaring. This was done in Spiti, and we try to understand how does the animal move. And if you look at its movement, for about 8 to 9 months, we could track the animal all across this landscape. And if you understand its movement, very large spaces, if you want to ask the question as to how much landscape does the animal require, and the movements show that, it moves very large spaces, almost 2,000, 3,000 square kilometers. So the movement, it doesn't restrict itself to a small area. So most of our national parks, if you look at it, the sizes are, large national parks will probably have 1,000, 1,500. But if you look at wolves, they move much beyond that. And even there's a lot of transboundary movement also. Wolves even move to the other part of Tibet as well, right? So this is something that was not possibly, you couldn't do it with other methods, but GPS telemetry can allow you to understand that movement. And movements, if you look, they are mostly along the linear valley. The darker areas, you can see that they move along the linear valley. So movement is mostly along the valleys and linear and large ranging species. Similar to snow leopards also. Snow leopards also have a large home range between 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers square. So if you want to conserve the question, what landscapes do you need? You need large landscapes. Is it possible to conserve them in a large landscape is the question. Then you need also transboundary efforts also if you want to actually save the species in the long run. And Indian wolves, if you look at Indian wolves, their movement, this data from Maharashtra by Dr. Bilal and his students. And if you look at their movements, they are mostly concentric, along these smaller habitats. So Himalayan wolves they move quite a large territories. Indian wolves, if you look at data from GPS telemetry, 300 to 400 square kilometers is the area that mostly they will move. And there are a lot of core areas, some are core areas here, some multiple cores. So they would spend not just one, but they will have multiple core areas where they usually spend their time. And movement during the day and night, it differs. Some movement is more during if you look at Indian wolf, they seem to move quite a lot. Okay, the frequency of movement may be quite a lot, displacement may be quite a lot. And if you compare these sizes, you look at obviously Himalayan wolves move quite a lot. Indian wolves, they seem to have smaller home ranges, core areas also 20, 30. So if you talk of Indian wolves, a good core area of 50, 60 square kilometers is good for a pack. And if you have sort of a lot of landscape where you have these cores, that will do a lot for conserving the species. And also displacement in hour, it gives you a lot of other information, whether how they are displaced in hourly, how they are moving. All those sort of information can be useful in planning. If you want to say wolves planning their habitat, maybe declaring sanctuaries for it. And if you look at this movement here, also in the Himalayan wolf, you look at a lot of linear movement all along the valley in terms of that. And if you ask what type of habitat, movement is fine, but then what type of habitat do they use? And the answer is that yes, they need open habitats, they need grassy habitats, they need barren lands. These sort of habitats where prey is there, this is something that they choose more in terms of their movement, their habitat requirements. But then any conservation program, if we have to ask, then we always come down to a question of population. How many wolves are there? Okay, which has been quite a difficult question to answer, because unlike leopards, unlike tigers, wolves don't have spots, wolves don't have stripes. So using the mark-based, mark recapture, camera-based methods may not work for wolves. So you need to devise newer methods in terms of understanding how many wolves are there, and then understanding whether the inputs that are going also, can help in monitoring them for a long time. So, and the another complicated thing is that species is, mostly in, human-dominated landscapes also now. So there's a lot of interspersion in that. So that becomes a problem in, doing this sort of, investigation as well. So, sorry. So the answer for that is something which we've been working on is, wolves are known to howl. They are vocal species, and each howl has a significant, it's very individualistic. So if you want to understand how many wolves are there, then looking at the howls can give you that answer. So there's a lot of playback recording which, some researchers from Wildlife Institute have done, looking at how wolves respond and then how characteristic is one howl, and based on that howl, I think we can actually count number of wolves. So that is something that the acoustic studies are quite useful, maybe for Madhya Pradesh also, and this can be carried out for, large landscapes, and this howl method can be standardized, and we can actually come up with numbers, absolute numbers as to how many wolves are there. So you can see that, there are characteristics, vocalizations of individual one, individual two. So that way we can probably standardize this as well. And so far, I mean, there's not been much information on this, so this is some continued sort of research that is happening in terms of how do we estimate, how do we come up with population, numbers of wolves, and how many packs are there. So this is something that we've been trying to also understand. And if you ask the question of movement habitat, they use habitats where livestock presence is there. They use gentle slopes. They use, features like roads, rivers, valleys. If you ask the question of, whether they move more in colder months with respect to Himalayan wolves also, you will see that, they move, restricted movements also are there. But what are the threats? So the main threats to wolf population is that, like every species, is habitat loss and fragmentation. And these are two separate processes. Habitat loss is one, fragmentation is one. So these sort of processes complicate a lot of, wolf population declines in many parts, in India as well. And a lot of loss of these grasslands, these natural grasslands, a lot of land use change has led to a lot of wolf, which were there in that area, but now they're no more there. And then there's a problem of feral dogs, or free-ranging dogs. So dogs have been, slowly, especially in the Himalayan areas also, if you look, dog population, stray dog population has increased a lot. And that has led to a lot of competition between wild predators as well, and a lot of loss of wild prey also. So something to do with, dog population control is drastically needed in many of these areas. Even our own security forces often complain that, feral dogs tend to become very ferocious and even attack them also at the border. And then because of this, there have been reports of hybridization. There have been reports of, inbreeding and all of that. In fact, we've reported a few cases where you would see a wolf, moving around with a stray dog, because they are unable to find mates. They are unable to find other wolves, And then there are other, threats which were not there earlier. For example, threats of a lot of linear infrastructure is coming out. Road kills I showed you about. Sir was talking about, wind powers, wind turbines in many of these areas. For example, in areas of North Karnataka, a lot of wind energy is there. They generate a lot of noise, and they generate also a lot of bird hits also, and they change the landscape also quite a lot. So that, ultimately changes the whole ecology of the place, which leads to further depletion of many of these species, many of prey as well, many as well also of predators as well. For example, just a few days back, this was a litter of 4 of Indian wolves, which was rescued in near to Kapadguda Wildlife Sanctuary in a Gadag district of Karnataka. Our researchers found this litter which was sort of abandoned, and one of them died of severe dehydration. And you will find in many places like this where the animal will use culverts or abandoned wells, and they will actually litter there. And many of them, sometimes the mother cannot come back because there's a lot of disturbance in the area, or there's a lot of conflict with local people. So these were rescued and then taken back to the zoo and stabilized. 2 of them survived. We're trying to, the department also is trying to get the pups back, unite them with their mother. And the mother, you can be seen here, coming back as well, looking for her pups. Probably she was not able to go inside, the culvert. So, just concluding slide, that overall what we know is that there is large prey that is needed. There is a lot of conflict is something, but retaliation is not as much. So if we probably can have good populations of large prey, that will be useful for the species. And they are not voracious feeders as opposed to the narrative that goes that they predate a lot on livestock. Okay, if there is wild prey, they will go for wild prey. And movements in terms of habitat, if you look at movements of wolves, they move, they have varied movements. Some move linearly along the valley, but many of them, they have circular sort of home ranges also. So within a landscape, you will have multiple cores, and they tend to use that landscape on and off. That is something that is about the ecology of wolf that probably will help in conservation planning. And this is where wolves are. If you look at the countrywide status, probably Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and MP. MP has the highest numbers of wolves. So that these are the strongholds of wolves. If you look at these states, have very good population still of wolves which can be revived. And if you want to concentrate more, these are probably the northern side, some of the southern side. These are areas where wolves will probably survive in the long run as well. So it's very interesting that this the conference is held, and very often we talk of tigers and lions, but there's a very famous quote which says a lion tiger may be more powerful, but the wolf is such an animal that you'll never find it in a circus. So that is something very interesting about wolves, and that's something that we need to probably admire about the wolf. So there are 3 P's. If I say, populations need to be revived, monitored, and packs need to have, you need to ensure that packs survive. Okay, and people, of course, there's a lot of interaction with people. I think awareness, education, tolerance, these are some of the aspects that will probably go in a long run to conserve wolves. And with that, I think I'll close my talk with a thank you slide. And these are a lot of people who have collaborated and helped make this sort of study over the years, and many of them have been part of the wolf work that we've been doing. So thank you, Julie, Goble, everybody.
A wonderful, wonderful presentation, Dr. Salvador. Very insightful. Do we have any questions here? Yes, please, volunteers. Sir, it's working now.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is, you just talk about the howl count. Sir, my question is, what are the challenges in counting the wolf based on the howls? For example, in case of birds, they used to mimic certain species. So how much it is challenging to count the number of wolf as per the howls?
Well, there is a standard methodology in which you would play back certain howls and then it howls back, and then you record all the howls again and again. So based on the similar technique which we use for tigers and leopards, where we recapture the image, similarly the howls are recaptured. Based on that, then you can estimate the population. So it's not very complicated in terms of doing it in the field, okay, but there's a lot of information, data processing and all of that. That is the hard part actually, because you need hours and hours of recording. So that is something that has to be standardized in terms of counting wolves.
Sir, is there any cases that the same individual howls in a different way?
Yeah, they have a repertoire of howls. Okay, they have many, different sort of, vocalizations. So they have a varied sort of vocalization. So the aim is that to capture a lot of that variation, and then, come up with a proper understanding of what is the howl repertoire of that particular, individual.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir, and everyone over here. I have a question about its food pattern and habit. So, as we have discussed that most of the wolf depends on livestock and less on the wild. So, what is the reason behind it?
The reason is limited amount of wild prey that is available. That's the only reason that is there.
Availability of resource.
Availability of resource is the main problem in terms of why it is going, because it's very risky for a wild animal to go and predate a livestock, to go into human areas. It's very risky. It takes a lot of risk. So unless until it is very, very hungry, then only it will go there. Because it has a risk to its own, because most of the wild animals, they view human beings as the main predator, even the top predators. So it takes a lot of desperation for. In fact, there are studies which say that up to a threshold level only the wolf will go there. For example, we were trying to catch wolves, collar wolves. We were putting a bait, in between. The wolf never always would circle around, the traps every day for almost 20 days. Every day will come, but unless it was so desperate, then only it went into the trap. So that is the level of desperation because of predation in terms of domestic.
And sir, how many days he can starve? Means if he do
But
not get the
there is
food?
always a feed and starve cycle in carnivores. Normally 8-9 days of feed and starve cycle usually you will see.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Sir, I have one question. Sir, here.
Yeah.
So I have one question. Like, was there any?
Can you kindly identify yourself? Identify yourself.
Sure. Okay. I'm Jyotil from ISO Bhopal. Sir, I have one question. That was there any elevational difference in the behavior of Tibetan wolf? Like when we talk about different elevations of Tibet, like the Himalayan part. So did you observe any change in behavior in that elevational part, like when you move upward from high elevation to low elevation?
You mean seasonal variation?
No, sir. Like
movement.
Movement, like for example,
I think
when we talk.
displacement.
Actually, it was. I mean,
Yes.
if you have seen the presentation carefully, I mean, it was clear from that map that it actually moved all along the riparian areas, valleys only, because the population is also there in the valley.
Yes, sir. So that only, but like, was there any difference in behavior? Like in the elevation, different elevations.
Yeah, there is a range of elevation in which they use. Okay, for example, they use a range of elevation to 3,200 to 4,500 meters. So within that, there is a lot of variation within that. There may be seasonal variations, there may be daily variations. So those are there, but there is a range in which it operates. It will not come down below that also, because the landscape also changes. It becomes a little more rugged because greater Himalayas come down. So it'll use that sort of landscape. So, I mean, relating to your question, there's a lot of climate change issues also which can come up, no, in terms of how the elevation also will change if climate change also occurs.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
From Singtoli. Actually, I belong to such a place where the most habitats are present, like the wolf also. My question is related to the habitat. As you mentioned in your presentation, that in Himalayan wolf, they are having the better climatic condition. But the population is concerned, you have shown that Madhya Pradesh is the better zone for them. So what's the temperature zone affects the habitat and nature of their survival, please?
Yeah. So in the case of Indian wolves, you will see that the semi-arid tracts, deciduous tracts. These are the optimal habitats in which the species will survive. Okay, and these are something that the species can take because it has evolved evolutionary in that sense. If you talk of Himalayan wolves, then also these temperatures which are within 3000 to 5000, those are the temperatures. These cold desert areas is where the species will survive. So any variation in that, okay, in the long term may lead to shifts in their distribution also, and may lead to shifts in conflict also. So that is something that will happen in the event. Yes,
Very
ma'am.
good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am Rajul Jain from IHE Bhopal. Sir, recently the wolf dog made headlines. I want to inquire that does that wolf dog is included in the project wolf, or do we need its conservation? Please, sir.
Okay, relating to your question, yeah, I mean there was a highlight of hybrid wolves and all which are coming. So these are cases which need to be investigated, in a long run. Is how much level of hybridization is there? Where are those levels of hybridization? So those will anyway come within the study, because we'll have to do a lot of genetic analysis and looking at how these hybridization events are happening and why they're happening. Probably if we can identify those, it's very difficult to do it in the wild. If we can identify those, then maybe slowly those things can be sort of removed. That is what they have been doing abroad also, and in India also. I think we need to look more into the levels of hybridization.
Ma'am.
Okay, first of all, congratulations. It was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. So my question is, like you said, that it's really difficult to count the, wolf, the population of wolf. Whereas in the slide, you said that there's more number of, you'll find more number of wolf in Madhya Pradesh and then in Karnataka and so forth. So has there any study been done, and how have you counted? Like, is there any census been done to count population?
So there has been a recent study which was done by Dr. Jala and his team, which looked at distribution of wolves in the whole Indian wolves particularly. So based on their home range size, we know that their home range size is 150 to 200, sometimes 300. Based on their home range size, you can actually find out how much area is there which is suitable for the animal, and then what is their mean home range size, and then arrive at a better sort of a more informed guess. So the informed guess says that yes, there may be around 2,000 to 3,000 sort of individuals, mature individuals in the wild of the animals. But that's a more accurate sort of way of looking at it. But if you ask like what is the exact population of wolf, that is somewhere where we need to probably go and do it from an even more robust way. Of course, the numbers will be lying within that only, but we'll be more accurate and precise when we come up with numbers. Yeah.
So that means it's more a presumption according to the habitat thing.
No, it's not presumption. It's basically estimation through statistical tools.
Okay.
So they have a basis of that. I mean, scientists cannot take that liberty.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's based on a lot of modeling efforts, a lot of information which is there on the ground. So using the information on the ground and using its ecological information, then you can come up and say, like, this is the minimum number at least that is there, or this is the maximum number that is there. So that is better than saying, maybe there is 10,000, maybe there is there. So it is a very scientific way, but science always improves in increments.
Yeah, right.
So 5-10%, 5-10% every year till we arrive at a very robust sort of estimate. So that is the way we're working towards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lingdo.
Thank you, sir.
For such a wonderful and very.
Maybe we can have a huge round of applause for Dr. Salvador.
So, as in the beginning, I told you about the wolves. Wolves are extremely important, and they have an extremely important role for the ecological functionality of the ecosystem. So, the only thing is, we as a human being, we need to be sensitive and tolerative to them, so that looking at the presentation, they have some 39 different types of prey items. So it's not difficult for a wolf to survive, but if the humans, if we can tolerate, then maybe it's a much better situation. And especially in Madhya Pradesh, we have documented some interactions of wolves and the tigers also. And I personally have seen wolves in Mandla district, in Balaghat district, in Shivpur, Panna, and Pench. So they are quite widespread. So the only thing is, we have not taken up any study here in Madhya Pradesh. So I would request you to extend your scope for take up a next study in Madhya Pradesh, so that we also know where we stand, and something meaningful can be done for the conservation of these wolves, and they are really important. And especially Noradehi is extremely important, because they also have wolves in their logo. So it's quite important. Thank you for a wonderful presentation, and it was a very learning experience. We learned a lot in person, and I hope that everyone here will go back richer than what they knew about wolves.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salvador and Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Vipin Dhote, HOD Pharmacy Department at VNS Group of Institutions, to please felicitate Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan on all our behalves. It has been an honor having you here to chair these sessions. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to felicitate the very wonderful Dr. Salvador Lingdo. He has put forth a magnificent presentation here, and he has given us some wonderful insights. Thank you so much. This concludes the first part of our technical session. I would now like to request everyone for a lunch outside. After lunch, we'll meet for our second technical session. We will have sessions by Ms. Parveen Sheikh, Mr. Deboditya Sinha, Dr. Rajat Bhargava, and Mr. Atul Bhodke. This will be a 40-minute lunch. We'll be meeting here after 40 minutes. Thanks a lot.
के लगे उस पर भी सबकी दिक्कत हो रही है। तो उनको बोल उन्होंने वो बोल रहे हैं बड़ा हुआ है इससे बता ये रहा ये तो आवाज़ तो सही आ रही है।
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Clear? Hello, hello, hello.
ठीक है सर नहीं जाएगा सर मैं तो पहले ही मना कर रहा था ये सीनियर वहाँ से इसका अपना वो का लैपटॉप में कुछ भी नहीं होगा हो जाता तो मैं पहले ही कर देता नहीं नहीं सर सेम वही चीज़ अब भी नया डाले हैं ड्यूरासेल के दोनों
हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो
इसको जरा ये करवाना
हेलो
ये काम हुआ इसमें चल गया था वही यार अब वो जो हो पाया वो अलग ही समझ ही गए थे लेकिन वो थोड़ा सा ठीक ठाक काम लेकिन अब इमरजेंसी केस में वो सुबह 7:30 बजे वो क्या ला सकते हैं यार ठीक है वो क्या था वो ये था ना वो बनाने को बैठता ना तो 9 बजे क्या आता है नहीं वो आधे घंटे में बन जाता
हेलो सब बंद से भी चलो हेलो चेक हेलो आई तो भी बंद कर दिए हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो यही वाले से आ रहा है
थोड़ा इसमें कम कर दो बस 10 खुला है ना 8 पे खत्म
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to the second technical session of the second National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh. The conference is being organized by Society of Nature Healers, Conservators and Local Tourism Development, Bhopal, in collaboration with Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board. The theme for Day 1 is Current Status, Conservation Efforts and Management Challenges of Lesser Known Faunal Species. Friends, events like these can be made possible with graceful collaboration and partnership. This conference is supported by MP Forest Department, Bhopal Birds and WTI. We are thankful to our institutional partner, EPCO Bhopal, whose conference hall we are sitting in right now. We are also thankful to our travel partner, mptouranddtravels.com, and our print partner, SNHC Journal. We are thankful to our knowledge partners, Central Zoo Authority, VNS, One Vihar National Park and Zoo, NMNH, and WWF. In the second technical session of today, we have Ms. Parveen Sheikh, Mr. Devaditya Sinha, Dr. Rajat Bhargava, and Mr. Atul Bodke with us. We can start with our first session of first speaker of the second session, Ms. Parveen Sheikh, who will be speaking to us about the tails of terns, status, distribution, and conservation needs of the black-bellied tern at Chambal. I would like to call upon stage Ms. Parveen Sheikh, if she is here. And let's have a round of applause for Ms. Parveen Sheikh. I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to felicitate Ms. Parveen Sheikh on our behalf. Ms. Parveen Sheikh currently works as a scientist C profile. Let's have a round of applause here. Ms. Parveen Sheikh currently works as a scientist C with the Conservation Department, Bombay Natural History Society. Her interests are behavioral ecology, conservation biology, conservation through community participation, and citizen science. She presently works at Chambal, understanding the nest survival and conservation needs of Indian skimmer and black-bellied tern. She, along with her team at BNHS, is conserving Indian skimmer along with other riverine nesting birds at Chambal through a Guardian of the Skimmer project, which is a community-based conservation initiative. Ma'am, I would like you to please take your seat here. The session is being chaired by Mr. Shubhranjan Sen, IFS, APCCF Wildlife, Madhya Pradesh. With due admiration, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shubhranjan Sen, and I would like to request Mr. Bakul Lal sir to please felicitate Mr. Shubhranjan Sen on all our behalves. Mr. Shubhranjan Sen belongs to the 1991 IFS batch, the Madhya Pradesh cadre. After the initial in-service training, Mr. Shubhranjan Sen started off as a probationer in Siuni district in 1994, which has the Pench Tiger Reserve. After an optional wildlife training at WII Dehradun, he was posted as director, Satpura National Park in 1996. This was before it was notified as a tiger reserve. In the year 1999, he was transferred to Shivpuri as Director, Madhav National Park. Thereafter, he was posted as Deputy Director, Pench Tiger Reserve in the year 2002. In 2005, he was transferred to Kanha Tiger Reserve as Deputy Director. He was out of state on deputation to the Wildlife Institution of India, Dehradun as faculty for 6 years, and finally in 2015, he was posted as Field Director, Pench Tiger Reserve. After promotion to APCCF in 2018, he has been in the forest headquarters in Bhopal. He has been back in the wildlife wing since March 2022 as APCCF in wildlife. So with due respect, I would like to request Mr. Shubhranjan Sen to please chair the session and open the session with his comments.
Thank you. And this is supposed to be the most tough session after lunch, but we have got a very tough speaker as well, and very interesting because last year a lot of you who were there would remember her talk on the skimmer. This time it is the black-bellied tern, and she's been working in the Badlands of Chambal. And so over to Parveen. Thank you.
The pointer? Pointer?
A very good afternoon to everyone. I have a challenge to keep you awake after the wholesome lunch that everybody have had. I'll try my best to do that. So yeah, last time I presented about our work on Indian skimmer that we have been doing at Chambal. So this is a small project which was part of that large program. At Chambal, we have been monitoring the population of Indian skimmer, and simultaneously we realized that there is one more species which actually needs a lot of conservation attention, which it was not getting. It's black-bellied tern. Yeah, we'll wait for it. And so I'll be generally talking about the status, the breeding behavior, and what are the conservation need. It's a very small project that we did in 21-22 to understand about this species because nothing was known about it. So yeah, black-bellied tern, it's a very small tern species, 30 to 33 centimeter. As the name suggests, it is a black belly. That's the identification key. But the black belly becomes, like you get that during the breeding plumage. Throughout the year, if you see this species, it's a small tern species with a very grayish and whitish belly. It is often confused with a very common species, whiskered tern. And sometimes people report whiskered tern as a black-bellied tern, and that is the reason we think that they're quite in large numbers. The species is solitary, so that they stay in a pair maximum, or else they wander around single during the non-breeding season. It's endangered on the IUCN Red List, and the population is declining. Something to know about the population, if you see, the recent estimations are 900 to 1100 mature individuals. So I'm talking about a species which is much less than tigers, much less than other very charismatic species. And this 1100, I'm talking in the world, not only in India. So this is the distribution. The species was very widely distributed in entire Southeast Asia, but it's currently only restricted to India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, with very handful numbers in Myanmar. It got almost extinct in the other parts of like Cambodia, Thailand, and the reason was the major hydroelectric dams that came up on the rivers, and the habitat got degraded completely. When I talk about Pakistan and Bangladesh, we are not talking about more than 20 birds, 20 to 25. So more than 95% population of this species is in India. So as I said about last year about the Indian skimmer, this is one of the species that India has a high responsibility of conservation. So they nest between, on the sandbars that appear in summers and between the rivers. The idea for nesting, on the sandbar is that this species doesn't use any nesting material. They lay their eggs directly on the ground. They just create a small depression in the sand and lay. So this kind of species, the water around the sandbar is a natural protection for them, and they have evolved in that way. So there has to be water present around so that predators can't reach on the sandbars and, predate or trample the nest. So they nest in mixed colonies with skimmers and river terns, but you will see that there will be hardly one pair or two pair maximum nesting in the colony, and they're very edge nesters. So when there is a large sandbars, you will see black-bellied terns are nesting on the edge. The reason for that is that so the incubation is cooling the eggs. So the parents have to continuously go to the water body, wet their belly, and incubate the eggs. And both the parents are not doing the incubation thing. So One, the male mostly will hang around doing a territorial display, and the female will be doing incubation. And that is the reason that they do edge nesting, so that the females can go quickly, wet their belly, and come back and sit, which is not the similar case in river terns and Indian skimmers, where both the parents are involved in doing both the duties. So this is how the nest looks like. If you see over there, there are 2 chicks. They have a clutch size of 3x and maximum 3x, and they nest between March and June during peak summer. So the sand temperature goes up to 45 to 48 degree easily at morning 9. So they have to continuously keep on cooling the eggs and maintain a temperature of 30 to 33 degree Celsius so that the eggs don't get baked. And when the chicks, so it takes 20 to 23 days for them to incubate it, and again 25 days for the chicks to fledge out. So when the bird come and sit again, you can see the belly is wet, and it's just wetting the belly and coming again and sitting on the chicks. So this was one of the place near the Attair, you can see the bridge construction going on behind and the cattle's on the sandbar. So if you see in this video, the sandbar was completely at Dangbasai, excavated by sand miners. So the birds were forced to nest on gravel kind of sandbar. You can see the chicks over there, and the belly again wet. So this is not the optimum habitat for the species, but since the habitat is not available, they are forced to nest on the suboptimum habitats which are available. So the recent State of India Birds report also identified black-bellied tern as a high conservation priority species. But if you see the information, long-term trend, insufficient data, again annual trend, it is inconclusive, and the distribution range is moderate. So when you saw the map on India, it shows a very large distribution, kind of black-bellied terns are everywhere. But there is nothing known about the population, about this species, what exactly is happening. So in India, the species is widely distributed. Despite large range, the population is declining. So if you see, it's a very pocket of records which are there. They are quite an inland, wetland or riverine species. So they use large water bodies like wetlands during the non-breeding season, but they breed on rivers, and they are not widely distributed as you can see in the distribution map. If you see the Madhya Pradesh map, the large data that is available is from the Chambal Sanctuary as well as the backwaters of Satpura and Son. So these are the 3 major pockets where this population is there, and Chambal Sanctuary is one of the critical habitat for this species. The present breeding records are from Chambal, Son, River Mahanadi in Odisha, and River Godavari. So in 21, we thought of collecting systematic data on this species to understand what exactly is happening. So this is the map of Chambal Sanctuary. It's a tri-state sanctuary. It runs between Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. So we surveyed from the confluence of Parvati and Chambal till the confluence with Yamuna, the entire 500 kilometers approximately. So the objectives of the study was to understand the distribution and abundance, study the nesting distribution and survival, and investigate the reason of nest failure and develop a conservation framework for Chambal Sanctuary. So what we did, we did the entire 500 kilometers survey in 12 days. It was divided into 5-kilometer transects, 95 transects were divided, and they were done, the surveys were done by boat. The species distribution is very sparse, so the data we had to collate it together, and we did it for 19 25-kilometer transect. And if you see, there were 163 observations in 21 and 165 observations in 22. We are still calling it observations because we are not sure whether we have some repeat of the individual, though these counts were taken during February, where they kind of quite get restricted to the nesting site, so they are not moving much. And if you see the abundance, the midstream and the downstream areas have more population. The reason for that is the habitat, because there is more sandy habitat in midstream and downstream, and also because of the meanders of the river. The more the meanders in the river, there will be more of a sand deposition. So the midstream and downstream part of the river are very important habitat for this species. Also, some rocky habitats on the river had no distribution of the species because it requires sandy banks. So we studied nest distribution, survival, and causes of failure. The nesting surveys were done between March and June. And we marked the nest with a simple stick, and an individual code was given to it, and it was monitored every alternate day to understand what's the survival. Once the chick is hatched, it is marked with an aluminum ring with an unique number to understand the fledging success. We use the ring size that is used on adult. So usually people have a question that the chicks will grow and the rings will get tightened up, but it's not like that because they have a lot of flesh on the legs. So it gets loosened up as soon as the chicks grow, and the legs become quite thin. So it doesn't get tightened up or harm the chicks at any time. So this is the nesting distribution. Most of the nesting was recorded in midstream and downstream part. There were very sparse nesting in the upstream part. This is also because there were more sandbars available in midstream and downstream. And if you see the nesting numbers, like most of the places, there were 2 to 3 nests in one colony. Only one place there were 7 nests recorded on a single sandbar, which is not very common for this species since they don't nest in colonies with the same species. They nest with other species like river terns and pratin calls and little terns, but not with their same kind. There's something very bad when it comes to, so we know where do they nest and how many number they are nesting. Something going wrong is with the nest survival. So we monitored 38 nests having 112 eggs. Only 57 eggs could hatch. And the surprising part, only 18 chicks could fledge out. So there was a drastic loss happening. The overall nesting success was just 16%. And the reason for that is when the birds start nesting, the sandbars are quite isolated and there is water around. But you know, the Chambal is already a very big dammed river. There are 4 dams upstream. So the water is holded over there. Then there are lift irrigations, one at Dholpur, one at Pinhart. There are 2 lift irrigations under construction. One is going to take water to Gwalior and other again to Dholpur. So the flow rate which is required in the river is already very low than that, the minimal flow rate. And due to which the sandbars get connected to the bank and any threats can reach very easily. There is, if you see, 21 eggs were predated by jackals as well as by dogs because they can have easy access. And as I said, they being edge nesters, they are the first one to get prone to any threats reaching these sandbars. There was obviously a large amount of trampling because this region is heavy livestock dependent. So most of the cattle spend their afternoons on the river and they tend to cross these sandbars. There was being edge nesters, whenever there is erosion of the sandbars, black-bellied terns nest are ones to get completely eroded and the eggs drown in water. We have tried shifting the nest towards the inward direction and the birds have accepted, but then you have to be very regular visitor on the sandbars if you want to do this intervention at time. And yes, the frequency of sandstorms have increased quite in this region, and and that affects because if there are heavy sandstorms when their incubation is going on, the sand completely cover this nest and the birds are not able to then clear the sand and incubate again. And there were some unknown reasons that we couldn't identify. And so if you see the last picture, it's actually the embryo which is developed and it was predated by a dog. So just imagine that if birds have incubated almost for 20 days, on the 21st day, if the dogs predate it, there's a lot of energy that has gone in, incubation is wasted, and the birds again have to mate, again have to find a nest site and lay the eggs and repeat the process. So if this predations happen at an early stage, the birds do tend to give a second clutch. But if it happens later, they don't invest the energy in second clutch because there will be again monsoon and flooding will happen in the river. So since black-bellied tern is identified as one of the priority species for the Central Asian flyway, and that is the reason we are drafting a conservation framework for this species, and this is the problem tree that we have drafted for it, what kind of problem the species has and what of the threats. So obviously nest predation, nest trampling, and flooding of nesting sandbars, as well as knowledge limitations are the topmost, threats, as well as it has to be taken into consideration because this is the first time. There are only 2 studies in India. One is from River Mahanadi and other is from Chambal that we know a little bit about the breeding ecology. We still don't know where do the birds go after nesting, and because when the river is flooded, they do move to some other wetlands. We don't know where exactly they are going and what threats are there. So there's a lot to understand about this species if we really need to do conservation for it. So the 5 most thing of the conservation framework is all identified knowledge are filled up in the next coming 5 years. And the key nesting sites are identified, and there has to be some intervention that needs to be planned. The reproductive success should be maximized so that we at least have the nesting, which is right now at 16%, we make it 25% and above if we want to see the species to stabilize in this region. And we need to strengthen the cooperation between all the stakeholders, because it's an incident of 22 when Kota Barrage released sudden water in the river, and there was a lot of nest which got drowned. And the reason is there is no cooperation between all the stakeholders what exactly is happening, because when that water was released and when we talked to the senior engineer, they said it's a very minimal water. It's not life-threatening to human beings, but it was life-threatening to a lot of fauna in the river, which they were not sure, they were not knowing about. That water release could have been delayed by more 15-20 days, and a lot of things could have survived in the sanctuary. So black-bellied tern should be identified as a conservation priority species in National Chambal Sanctuary Plan, because along with gharial, Indian skimmer. So I'm very sure, like when people when come to Chambal, they know about gharial, they know about skimmers, but they see black-bellied tern is one of the species that a birdwatcher list, and that's it. Nobody is talking about this species in a conservation point of view. Probably this species will go to extinct much before than Indian skimmer if we don't do anything, any conservation initiative at this moment. Long-term monitoring of nest should be part of the management plan, because we know that birds are there, birds are nesting. If we don't understand what's the reproductive success, we will not understand how the population will be in future. And so we have initiated a safeguarding nesting colonies by local community for skimmers, which is going really well, and skimmers' nest survival has increased on those colonies. But wherever we are protecting them, there are hardly 2 or 3 nests of black-bellied terns that are getting protected. So we need to design some intervention, particularly for this species, so that we can save more nests. Because for Indian skimmer, we are protecting maximum 4 to 5 colonies. That just gives 8 to 10 nests of black-bellied tern that are part of that conservation initiative. So there has to be something done for this. Fencing individual nest has been proved quite successful for river terns in Cambodia, which don't nest in colonies over there since they are very less in numbers. So that can be tried over here. But sudden release of water from upstream will fail every conservation efforts if we are not stopping that. If the water has to be released, it has to be released before nesting starts, so that birds will nest only on the sandbars that are available and not on the sandbars that get exposed when very low water goes in the river. And that will help the species to select the nest sites that are not prone to drowning for sudden release of water. And yes, habitat loss due to sand mining that is happening in the sanctuary probably needs the maximum attention. The amount of extraction that is happening, it's going to affect the sandbar formation in the future, and probably that won't be enough of substratum. Right now we are talking about fencing the nesting colonies, talking about the water regulation. What if there are no sandbars? So because it's a very the habitat is not so well known, because we think that it's only sand, and these birds will not nest on banks. They need sandbars which are isolated in the water. And if it is not available, and if they are forced to nest on sandbank, nothing will survive, because dogs and jackals are there everywhere in the sanctuary, especially free-ranging dogs. As you have seen previous all talks, it's a menace for wildlife in India. It needs to be taken care. There is no control or no even neutering program right now in the sanctuary. So if that can become a management plan, because it is not only problem to sandbar nesting birds, but we have seen dogs eating up gharial nest. We have seen dogs eating up turtle nest over there, and there are dogs which are actually hunting nilgais and all, and bringing them to the water, and a pack of dogs that are no more staying in the villages or associated with human beings. They have actually become completely feral now. So acknowledgement to all the donors and the Forest Department partners, and yeah, a large team, because it's a 500 kilometers of river, and serving all of them to find this nest, which are so sparsely located, it takes a lot of effort. So thanks to everyone. Yeah, if you want to know, this is my email ID. Yes. You can start, I think. Yes, absolutely. Yes. All mics have shut down, I think so. Yeah, it's okay, I can.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hydro picking and all those sort of things which these hydro projects they do. So what suggestion would you give if in such cases because there is a lot of importance in generating power energy, but at the same time you have a lot of threats like
Yeah.
these also. How detrimental, or is there a solution, is there a midway to do to maintain some minimum flow or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. Long back, a study is done by Dr. Hussain from WIF, which is really old study, which actually talks about a minimal flow rate that has to be maintained in the river, which is on paper. It is still stated that it's maintained, but it is not maintained. So secondly, firstly, that was very Ghadial specific, the minimal flow rate which was designed. So I think so there is a need to have a updated minimal flow rate study, which is inclusive of all the species at Chambal. And if there is if something like sudden release of water is completely unavoidable in certain areas, there has been a lot of experiment which is done by artificial floating sandbars that has been made for this kind of species, which need to be experimented for both skimmers and black-bellied tern, because we are very sure that there will be a time coming that we will have to try this new type of conservation where we provide artificial habitat for this species. So that is one thing if it is unavoidable completely, but if it is avoidable, you can maintain a minimal flow rate, it has to be done. There's one thing very important is just when do the sudden release of water happen? So see, if it happens during the February that it has to be released, so it is still fine. What happens that if you do this thing during May and June when the birds have already selected the sandbar which was at the dry season completely, and then you release the water, then it's very detrimental. So there are these windows where sudden release of water should not be allowed. Secondly, for an example, on River Son, all these rivers run across states. And there is one state which is demanding from another state, and there has to be a release of water. So for an example, in Son, wherever skimmers and black-bellied terns are nesting, I think so it is just 1 or 2 years that there has been something has survived, or as previously every year during May, Bihar demands water, and MP has to release the water, and that time all the sandbars are drowned under the water. So this type of, when you have two-state situation, it's very challenging for even MP to say anything that no, we are not going to release water, or we are going, and there has to be some slow release. A sudden release is the problem. A slow release probably, and then spaced across time is not a problem for the species at moment, but sudden release can be very detrimental. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so for an example, for skimmer, what we are doing is we are fencing, like for an example, it's a 5 feet fence with a mesh size which is 10 centimeter, but then we have a smaller mesh size which is at the base so that the chicks don't go out and they are exposed to predator. We fenced only one side of sandbar which is connected. Wherever there is water, we avoid that fencing because as I said that the birds do use the edges of the sandbar. So if you completely fence them, for skimmers I'm talking particularly. For black-bellied tern, it is not like that. You can probably have a larger diameter during the incubation. So what they have done for river tern is they use a 100-meter diameter for one nest and they fence it. But they increase the diameter when the chicks have hatched so that the chicks have more areas to go through. But it has to be fenced completely on the side of black-bellied tern nest, yeah.
Is there any solution for the feral dogs? Have you thought of something? Because that is a common
I don't
problem,
think
and
so.
we
It's
all
a
have
platform. They are
to. look for
recording me that I should talk about feral dog.
Okay, we
But
will
sir,
talk.
I think so. Neutering is one thing that should be started as soon as possible, so that the population don't increase. And you know, the dogs which are associated with human beings in the villages should be made it very strict that they should be with in the villages. They shouldn't allow any access to rivers or anything. Should be having some collared. That you know it is identified that it belongs to belongs to the villages, or else you know, neutering is the one thing that should be initiated as soon as possible. Yeah. Yes.
Hello. Ma'am, as you have told that nesting duration is March to June.
Yes.
During that time, most of the power generation is stopped. Though the water is released from one state to another state.
Yeah.
So I think that power generation is not issue of the that is decline of number of such bird, but maybe other reason, just the water is released from one state to another state due to their collaboration and due to some certain terms and conditions. So I think that there should be a management program between the two states to increase the numbers.
Okay.
So such any action should be taken by such a department, concerned department.
Yes, definitely. We were just discussing the same thing right now. Yeah. And
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, my question is there any sighting of symbiotic relationship between animals and national Chambal sanctuary? Like between gharials, turtles, terns and skimmers? Any symbiotic relationship that has been seen?
Most of the species are very similar. Like they use very similar habitat. For an example, the sandbars where these birds are nesting are also used for nesting by turtle species. They are used for basking spaces by gharial as well as crocodiles. But apart from that, I don't know. There are no any symbiotic, like, you know, they are providing something to black-bellied terns and black-bellied terns are providing something.
Or any conflicting relationship that among the animals?
So it's not a very direct conflict as such, which is a planned conflict or it exists. It usually happens when these birds are nesting in a very compact, closed colonies, like the nest are very close to each other, and if gharial and muggers are going to use the same sandbar for basking, they unintentionally trampling of certain nests do happen. Yeah. But it's not kind of a relationship. It just depends upon how the colony is and how the sandbars have emerged. Yeah. The sandbars have emerged. Yeah.
Ma'am, and one last question.
Yes.
Does the melon farming that happens in the month of April, May and June, does it have any negative impact? Has it been studied the farming of melons might be a cause for the decline in number of black-bellied tern?
So on Chambal, there is no farming on the sandbar which is allowed since it's a sanctuary. But as you said, on the other river systems like Yamuna and Ganga, it is one of the concern for species like skimmers also, because before the birds use them for nesting, the farmers have already started growing melons over it. There has been instances where this nest have been completely, like the eggs have been thrown away in water because they want to use those sandbars for farming. For an example, last year on river Yamuna, there was an incident where, you know, the quite large group of skimmers were nesting, and suddenly after 2 days when the visit was made, there was no nest over there, probably because the species now even bring a lot of attention from photographers and, you know, bird watchers. So when people know that they are going to be regular visitors, so there were I think so Mahua liquor distillery which was operating on that sandbar. So the localites completely destroyed the nesting colony because they don't wanted people to visit there frequently.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There are certain things which basically that depends on the interstate coordination.
Yes.
So in 2008, way back in 2005, there was a tri-state workshop in Gwalior, and everything was discussed there, and it was supposed to be reciprocated by Rajasthan and UP. So Rajasthan in the very next year they reciprocated, and UP was never on board. So it happens. There was a case where 120 or odd gharials were found dead for some mysterious reason. So that was also, I mean, everybody knows that was also a fault of some institution. So one state is responsible for its own this thing, but I mean the problem multiplies when it is shared by 3 states. So that coordination is certainly a problem. So there, I mean, that time it was also concluded that we'll have a generic plan for the entire sanctuary, entire length of sanctuary, and on the basis of that generic plan, every state will have a specific plan for the sanctuary. But that never came up. MP has a plan, but Rajasthan doesn't have, the UP doesn't have. So that is the problem with it.
I believe there are no more questions. Thank you so much, Parveen Sheikh ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. I would like to request Mr. Shubharanjan Sen to please deliver the chair note for the session.
Thank you, and thank you for a very nice presentation, bringing out the plight of the black-bellied tern and chambal in general. We have managed to destroy most of our rivers, and the last remaining one is also under grave threat. And as Chauhan Saab said, we need to work together because there's a lot of complex issues there. 3 states are involved, and water in terms of irrigation is, well, not so much of power generation, but water for irrigation, I think, and other things. The silver lining, if I have to say, is that there is a Project Dolphin that has been launched, and a lot of the things that we want is being talked about, at least in those forums, that we need to regulate the sudden discharge of water and things like that. So hopefully we'll have something coming out of that, and thank you for bringing out the issue that because it's not a gregarious nest, so it becomes, I think, even more challenging to protect the nests and other things, and we need to, I think, as you said, look for artificial nests, floating nests, so as the sand actually disappears. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, I would like to request Dr. Sangeeta Rajgir, founder, Bhopal Birds, to present the souvenir to Mr. Shubharanjan Sen on our behalf. Dr. Sangeeta Rajgir, founder, Bhopal Birds. Thank you so much, Mr. Shubharanjan Sen, for being here with us. I would like to request Dr. Elizabeth Thomas, Assistant Member Secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board, to present the souvenir to our speaker of the session, Ms. Parveen Sheikh. Thank you so much, ma'am. Friends, now we move on to the second session. We're going to have Mr. Day-01 Sinha, who will be speaking to us about the conservation of lesser known species outside protected areas. With due regard, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Day-01 Sinha. I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to felicitate our speaker of the session, Mr. Day-01 Sinha. Let's have a round of applause. Day-01 Sinha is a senior resident fellow and lead Climate and Ecosystems team at Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, New Delhi. With over 12 years of professional experience, he has dedicatedly worked on legal and policy matters concerning the protection of the environment, forests and wildlife. In recognition of his conservation efforts, he was honored with the Sanctuary Wildlife Service Award in 2019. He is also a member of IUCN Species Survival Commission's Bear Specialist Group and founder of Vindhyan Ecology and Natural History Foundation. We are thankful to have you here, sir. And to chair this session, I would like to call upon stage Professor R.J. Rao, former Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. Let's have a round of applause. I would like to request Shri Mohammad Khalik to please felicitate Professor R.J. Rao on our behalf. After completing his PhD, Professor R.J. Rao joined Wildlife Institute of India as Research Fellow. He joined the Wildlife Institute of India as Research Fellow to conduct postdoctoral research work on ecology of aquatic animals in the National Chambal Sanctuary. He joined School of Studies in Zoology, Jivaji University, Gwalior in January 1989. He has completed research projects from MOEF, UGC, MOA, MPCST, UNDP, Government of India, GCA, and DEC. His field of research is primarily on wildlife biology and management, and other research interests are conservation biology, environmental impact assessment, zoo management, conservation and management of aquatic resources, human ecology, etc. He received advanced research training on ecohydrology in Europe in the year 1999 and conservation GIS in USA in the year 2005 through UNEP and UNESCO fellowships. Professor R.J. Rao, we are very thankful to have you here, and I would like to request you to please open the session.
Thank you. It's good attending a second conference in this very big hall with the committed people who are organizing this thing. And today's talk at this moment is conservation of lesser known species, particularly outside protected areas. So everybody can do it if they are, anything is in their hand. If it is not in their hand, so how to do it? So that is the very challenging task, and all the conservation biologists, all the people who are interested to save this nature have this tough time to how to do it. And I think we will definitely have a good talk by Dr. Sinha. Definitely I will ask him to present his talk, then we can have more discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. PPT यही वाला है. वही वाला फाइल है जो इसी को. हाँ. Am I audible if I speaking at this? No. Then. हाँ दे दे. I think. This podium is too, I think I am too tall. So, I just want to begin with my personal journey, and then of course I will talk something, but I think we all have our own conservation stories. And my story in last at least 15-20 years, I have learned whatever in wildlife. I started my career in a place called Mirzapur in UP. I will come to it later on. This photo, you know, what is the species? Yeah. So a lot of people know about this. And this photo I took, I think 22 June in Noida, near my home. And most of the weekends I used to just drive and go through the, different agriculture fields and everything out of curiosity to find wildlife here and there. And this bird I found. And I didn't know this is black-necked stork, frankly, because I'm not a birder like many of you, but I like nature. And this photo I took in a place called Dhanori. It is a non-protected agricultural field, very large, but it is a low-lying area on Yamuna Expressway. This bird is referred as tigers of wetland by Dr. Sidharhamani. And why he says so? Because it is very rare, and rare because it has special habitat need. It needs at least 120 acres of inundated swamps or marsh or something like that. So if a wetland is too much of water, it may not be there. It is too much water, it not be there. And he also says that it is not usually found with other plebeian species. Okay, so I started with this, that we need to look beyond tigers. And this is a species which is very rare. I think I was reading Kaziranga is the place where people go to see this bird. And I was lucky to have this see in the Noida and Delhi NCR. So this is the thing. Can you go to next slide? Yeah. So where my story starts is called Mirzapur. So before independence, it was a largest hunting ground. In fact, there's a person called Lord Wyndham, so from whom Jim Corbett learned hunting. It was in Mirzapur. It's a large district, usually a hunting ground. It is the largest state olive forest in UP. Very good wildlife, I didn't know about this. How I came to know this landscape? Because for masters I went to BHU. Okay, there was 3 years masters. My course was 3 years, I was lucky. And it was in a newly established campus in Mirzapur. I never heard about this district before. And when I went there, it was out of the world, like, and I was very curious to explore. And I came to know there's good wildlife, like, through whom? Through people. Like, a lot of reports sloth bear attacks on people. There was elephant movement, the tiger movement, everything was there. And in my life, most of the species, for first time I have seen in Mirzapur. And this includes sloth bear. This includes Asiatic wildcat, which is the first record in UP from this landscape. And now there are people who are doing tourism on which wildcat is so much visible. Now people go there to click photos of Asiatic wildcat, the desert cat. Okay. We first time spotted dusty spotted cat. It is now quite seen there. So I think in my life, I think most of the species, including hyena, jungle cat, sambar, black buck, chinkar, everything I've found in this landscape. Okay. And interestingly, I have also seen extinction of at least 3 species which I can vouch for that I have seen getting extinct from this landscape. One is the dhole. So there is locally, it's called son kutta. Okay, local language. There is swamp deer population, interestingly, in the border of MP, because Mirzapur is a place which is surrounded by 3 states. 3 of Chhattisgarh, Bihar, MP, and Jharkhand. 4 states actually, around. So it is near Sanjay Dubey National Park on the western side. There's a Kamur sanctuary on the Bihar side. There's a southern south. There is a Bagdhara sanctuary. And it is like an island between this landscape, and it is entirely non-protected. Okay. There also Chausinga used to be there, 4-horned antelope. It is now extinct. The reasons are being plantations done by the forest department in the open areas. There are reports of tiger. The tiger, it used to be a tiger habitat, good tiger habitat, because there's a book by Gundevia, who was district collector for this for long year. He said, if you count the entire tigers in Terai region, Mirzapur had the more tigers than entire Terai region. This is such a great landscape. But now tigers are completely gone, primarily due to hunting and also landscape change. Wolves, I thought they're extinct, but this is an interesting story because I used to ask people about bhediya dekha hai. They said, nahi, bhediya to nahi hai abhi. Then some local called me that bhediya hota kya hai, showed him. He said, it's called bigwa. So he said, bigwa dekha hai? Ha, dekha hai. Now, why wolves are not there? So one is that, I was taking interest in Dr. Lingdo's presentation. He said most of the wolves are found in MP. I think the reason is we are documenting the wildlife only in PAs. We are forgetting the other, and this is, I think, across all the NGOs, all the institutions, we are very much focused on the PAs. We do not take interest in going other areas. So then we started tracking the wolf very recently, 2021 actually. So it was during movement maybe. So when we went there tracking, and then we realized that they made some den, and those charwahai hote hain, the people who go for take their cattle there. So what they did was they blocked the dens with stones, fearing that the wolves will eat their livestock. So it was very briefly for 1 or 2 weeks. When the news spread there are wolves, then this is how wildlife. Sometimes even these reports are dangerous because when people come to know about a species, they can also work against the conservation. Okay, now there is one historical background. Why I think a lot about this. Why we think too much about the PAs. So I think the reason was when this PAs concept was developed, that time we didn't have this problem of habitat loss or even climate change. All these things, we never thought of it. And the focus was on controlling hunting and saving species and some species of exceptional beauty, to protect them. And that time, I think most of the charismatic species were the most threatened because people want to collect trophies. And that's how we had Project Tiger, Project Rhino, all this we see. They are the most threatened species. And coincidentally, we ended up protecting habitats in a very biased way for this more charismatic species. I'm not blaming anyone. I think we had those right decisions at the right time. At least we could save so much of wildlife, despite being the second most populous country and also most dense country in the world. So the problem is that we now see wildlife synonymous with PAs. So it's very difficult person to imagine. If we go to courts also, I'm involved in many matters, and it's very difficult to convince the judges also. Because see, people have this mindset that wildlife means sanctuary, means national park. If you say यहाँ पे है, even the forest department, the way they are trained, if you see it coming from the colonial time, the IFA, Indian Forest Act, established the forest department. The primary purpose was managing timber. Wildlife was not the purpose. Okay. So, and even forest department also, see there are 3 major divisions which is called wildlife division. One is social forestry, one is state rural division. And if you see, I don't know about MP, but in UP, there's clearly division. The officers from territorial division, they are not recruited to the wildlife division. So very clearly, the promotions, the entire lifespan, training will be in that particular division. Same for the rangers also. So wildlife and territorial divisions, both the personnel and the training are very different. So if I talk about wildlife in this landscape, there is no one to do any initiative or take it seriously. And there are a lot of other problems follow. So this is one thing. So we can move to the next slide. So this is just to give you some facts. I'm sure a lot of people know about this, but still important to put this. So right now we have more than 1,000 PS. Okay, this is the latest figure from WI website, and we have just above 5% of our land protected as PS, means Sanctuary National Park, under Wildlife Protection Act. Because you have to understand, Sanctuary National Parks are declared under Wildlife Protection Act, and Reserve Forest and other things are notified under Indian Forest Act. So there are two different laws. So I'm talking about the PS means under Wildlife Protection Act, means they're conserved for wildlife. And most of the PAs are, except few larger PAs, most of them are very small in size, surrounded by forest, sometimes by human settlements, and other, like I've seen in the slides before that, how linear infrastructure, everything is coming up everywhere. As per the FSI report, we have more than 21% of land as forest, and significant, where people like me agreeing with me that most of the lesser known species, they are found outside PAs, like wolves. Most endangered, I was reading the numbers are lesser than tigers. But majority population outside PA, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, he may correct me. Same for hyenas, the species, many species which are important when they are found outside PAs. And there are enough reports on it. I don't need to go into the facts and figures, you can just Google and find. Latest tiger census says they're like the 1/3 tigers are outside the PAs. Okay. And the problem is that also our existing PAs are so well managed, some of them, the animals want to move out because animals also territorial kind of thing, so they have to go out and they don't understand the political boundaries. So it's not like I will say, this is the gate, you cannot cross there. Animal for animal, historically, elephant has been moving from, like wolves were saying, moves around 30 kilometers, more than 300 kilometers within 2 months, whatever. So they need these spaces to move around and forming new habitats. So these spaces are now getting blocked. And when these PAs were declared, even now also when we declare PAs, the consideration is not primarily, of course, we say it's for wildlife, but always the consideration is that whether there's a future natural reserve, whether there are any future plans for infrastructure there, then we align the boundaries according to that. So, this is also one problem. And presently, we don't have any law to protect the wildlife habitat or corridors. Okay, so the bureaucrats and the government, they use different laws, take help of different laws. So IFA is Indian Forest Act, so sometimes they declare as a land as a private forest or land as a state forest. In Biological Diversity Act, today morning, the chairperson of the Biodiversity Board was here. So I'm glad he spoke about this PBRs and all. So even under Biological Diversity Act, there's a provision called, I'll come to it, Biological Heritage Site. So basically, two different ways we are trying to conserve these habitats outside PS, but it's very difficult. Can you move to next slide? Next slide. Yeah. So this is just a comparison. Data is quite outdated, but you can still draw some conclusion. Like this is the map of national park sanctuaries on the left-hand side, and this is the forest cover. So you can see all these national parks are just small islands. Okay. So when we say protected area network, so whether the network is getting lost somewhere. Okay. Just to give you the context. So we can move to next slide. So this is just a Google Earth map showing different PAs. I just focused on the MP because right now we want to talk about MP. Now see, you can see these are the different sanctuary national park in MP, and a lot of these national park you can see on border areas, like they're overlapping with state borders. Some of them, the border just finish on the border of the state. For Rajasthan, you see a lot of sanctuaries are there. Gujarat, niche mein Maharashtra hai. So all this you can see. So it is scattered everywhere, and we need to ensure those corridors. We talk about corridors, saving corridors, all this thing, but where is the real initiative to protect them? So until or unless we actually end up protecting these corridors or the continuity, we will fail as a conservationist. So just to give you the background, maybe you can go next. Yeah. So this photo, all the photos are from outside PS. None of them are protected areas. First is Mirzapur, I've shown you. In our survey in Mirzapur, we did camera trap, we found 11 new species there. I mentioned about this. This is in Jharkhand. It is outside Palamu Tiger Reserve, very outside. Other one is in Bengaluru, also Bengaluru, there's a place called Hisarghatta, which is like a wetland and grassland complex. There are also efforts to protect it, but again, it is a non-protected area. Oran in Rajasthan, like, I don't know, people from Rajasthan, they will agree that Oran is traditionally managed kind of natural places. And they provide a lot of ecological services, a lot of wildlife resides there. And these are completely non-protected. So neither forest, neither Wildlife Protection Act, nothing. So just tradition conserved. So, sorry, not next slide, please. So this photo is Uttarakhand. So this species is very interesting, thanks to Dr. Rajat Bhargav sitting here. I think he's the person who, after Salim Ali, worked on this bird. Since we were hardly 100, I think 100 in Uttarakhand left now. Other is in Kaziranga, 300 birds. This is one of the eight finch weaver species. Four. Finch weaver. I didn't know about this bird unless my friend Anand Banerjee, he was mentioning about it. We were talking about it. That there's and it has very interesting ecology. Like for 20 days you can see it when they nest it, and they have very special habitat requirement. So the entire Tarai region is lost. He said that he has seen more than some 2,000 some birds there some 10 years ago, and now we saw only 20 birds, hardly 20 birds. So this is the seen outside protected areas, and this is the things we are going to lose. We are talking about GIB and other birds. There are many species which are on the verge of extinction because we are not taking enough efforts to protect their habitat. Okay. This is Hulok gibbon. I'm sure you must have known this is the only ape species found in India. This I saw outside PS. It is outside Kaziranga National Park. I spoke with many people and want to see it. He took me some tea garden. There is a very tall tea because they brachiate. They don't walk on the ground. So they need this large canopy, connected canopy to move. So this, for 10 minutes, we could see it, and it was very high tree. So most of my, as I told you, that most of my wildlife sightings of rare species has been on these non-protected areas. And they are very, very sensitive now. I think we are just losing this thing. And right now, I'm just talking about this thing because we need to think, like whether we want to protect only the iconic species and iconic areas, or we want to think about these animals. Next, please. Yeah. So now this is where I want to discuss a little bit more in detail. So this is one topic which I realized that people have very less awareness about this ESZ. So you must have read about ESZ, about Western Ghat ESZ, Aravali, all this thing, but this is not the same ESZ. So basically what happened was, I will come to later, but right now I just focus on this, that the ESZ concept was developed in around 2002 or 3 in the context of national park sanctuaries. Basically the thing was that we need to have these shock absorbers, and also we need to have some provision to protect those landscape because there is no law. So what happened is under Environment Protection Act, there's a provision that central government can impose restriction on industries to some areas which are important for environment. And using the provision, they want to declare this ESZs. And it's not ESZ's first thing. Before that, we have used NDZ under the same provision in around Kaziranga to protect the elephant corridors. Even ESAs are different. ESAs are like same law, but different kind of indicators. So they're also notified under the same thing. So this is from the MOC's guideline of ESZ 2011. So history will come later on, but it says that you can read it, like like how, what is the purpose of the ESZ, and what kind of things should be included. So it clearly says, we see that those two paragraphs, in case where sensitive corridors, connectivity, and ecologically important patches crucial for landscape linkage are even beyond 10 kilometers width, these should be included. So ideally, initially, the wildlife protection, conservation plan said 10 kilometers should be the uniform ESZ. But MOC said that it can go beyond 10 kilometers also. And MOC also said that sometimes it can be also 0 to whatever. It can be variable as well. They should not be uniform. Okay. Can we go next? Yeah. So this is a little bit texty, but I just explain to you why I put this. So this guideline says there's a process to how to declare ESZ. So the first stage is to form a small committee at the district level, and there has to be inventory of different land use patterns and different activities, types of industries around each PS, national park sanctuaries, and this has to be conducted by the range officer. Okay. And for that, I said the small committee has to be connected. And there is like in every ESZ for every PA, there will be 3 kind of activities: prohibited, restricted, and permissible. So basically mining and industry will be completely prohibited, which are very critically polluting industry. But restricted will be all depending on PA to PA, but usually ecotourism, agriculture, and small industries are not prohibited. They are restricted with some safeguards. And permissible are which is you can easily, like, people can do freely without any fear. This is one thing. And the purpose was to not create a strong law. It is just people should be like part of it, and our planning will be according to the wildlife need. It should not go against it. That was the only thing. And the guideline clearly said it should not be very prohibitory. That, the interesting thing, this last point I want to focus on 6.5, that it says, I may just read it for you, where the boundary of a protected area abuts the boundary of another state or UT, where it does not form part of any PA, it should be endeavor of both the state and union territory governments to have mutual consultation and decide upon width of the ecosystem zone around PA in question, which says clearly means that if your PA is on the interstate border, then both the states should talk to each other. They should have a consultation. They should declare the ESZ in the both states. Okay, this was the guideline of MOF. Next slide. Yeah. So brief background how this came to existence. So basically, first Indian Board of Wildlife 2002 they created this concept and said that every state should have the eco-fragile zone under EP Act. But state did not cooperate. The reason was land is a state subject. In Constitution में क्या होता है? In the Constitution there is a clear division of power. So wildlife forests are under concurrent list, means both state and center can make law, but land is a state subject. So clearly there was a constitutional issue and states were not very cooperative. They said that no, central government cannot prescribe such things. So they just didn't cooperate. Some states did, but most of the states didn't cooperate. So there was a National Action Wildlife Plan which says this, this has to be protected. And 2005, National Board of Wildlife, again, they reconsidered this, said, okay, it could be site-specific, and they allowed the states to have variable ESZ. They said states have the right to decide ESZ, so we are not going to intervene, but you have to follow, this thing. And when states didn't declare this, so Goa Foundation case, so basically there was mining going around some sanctuary in Goa. They went to the court, and this issue came up. And court said that, all the environment clearance proposal, means anything which requires environment clearance, any industry, any mining, any infrastructure project. So if it is coming within 10 kilometers of any sanctuary national park, it should go to National Board of Wildlife. This was the Supreme Court's interim guideline. They said that you have to follow this. In the meanwhile, states should declare the ESZ. Next slide. So, and because states were also lost, so MOCC prepared this guideline. I already showed the guideline before. There was also CEC. The CEC is a monitoring committee of Supreme Court that time. Now it is the government. So they also submitted a report, and they had something on the mining. Till date, Supreme Court says within 1 kilometer there should not be any mining. And in December 2018, when Supreme Court see that no ESZ were declared by states, most of states didn't declare the ESZ. So they said, till the time you declare the ESZ, we saying all the area around 10 kilometers in any PA should be deemed as a ESZ until you make it. So what happened? All the states just they hurriedly declared ESZs. Okay, so you can imagine what happened to the process. So I have personally observed few ESZs. I made some visits to different PAs, and I saw that this process has never taken place. Like all this inventarization of industries or wildlife corridors, habitats, nothing has happened. It is only on some meetings happen, and in university people just declare this ESZ. Now there are also U-turns by the Supreme Court. So last year they said that every PA should have minimum 1 kilometer ESZ. Then again last year, again they changed it. They said, okay, fine, this minimum kilometer is not there. So this kind of things keep happening because there is no clarity. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now the challenges are, I just noted whatever I could think of from my own experiences, and very few people are working on ESZ. So I have not come across any research on how ESZs are being declared, because the ESZs are as important as any PA. If you see the area of the ESZ and everything, it is almost equal, sometimes more than the PA, and this is very important for any PA to sustain. So one is the ESZ concept is very few people understand the concept of ESZ. I have met many people, not to offend anyone, but there's no effort from the ministry also, the state also, to educate the officers about the PA, because range officer has to do all the process. Unless until you build the capacity to do this kind of exercise, they will not do it. There are also some misinformed protests, because see, in many places, especially in the national parks, which are very famous as tourist destination or which has natural reserve, especially mining and all. So there are also like protests against ESZ, mostly like supported by these groups who have some vested interest. For example, some tourism company or mining company. So, and these are mostly misinformed. They say to people that if ESZ come, you will not be able to do kheti badi or you will not be able to build building. But it's not like that. And most importantly, most of the PAs, I will come to the figure later on. There are zero ESZ in many PAs, and most of these are primarily because of interstate borders. So this is one problem. All the interstate PAs हैं उसमें ESZ आता ही नहीं है, unless until there is a PA on the other side. There is an increased pressure for safari and zoos and other public utility on these areas around PA because recently this Forest Conservation Act came. So the reason given by the Minister in the Parliament was that we want to promote tourism outside PAs. Okay, and it is not going to affect the PAs. But my submission is that even we have wildlife outside PAs as well. So we need to think about all this thing. And this whole process of ESZ, so it is not public. You can only see the draft notification, which is up for the public consultation. Otherwise, you don't know what kind of things have gone into declaring those things. And yeah, I already discussed it. So we can go to next slide. Yeah, so this is like a study we did for 2 years, and we collected different information under RTI and different things around 103 PAs. And out of that, I think 93 PAs which had draft notification at least. Okay, we found that in 60 of the 93 PAs, the ESZ was 0. It was only like in 100 to something PAs we have analyzed. So you can imagine, like I think around 2/3 of our, maybe between half and 2/3, 60% of our, more than 65% actually, they have 0 kilometer ESZs around them. And we have 1,000 national park sanctuaries where ESZs has to be declared. So reported by some papers and magazines, there was a lengthy article in India Today and HT about the ESZs. But this is one thing which we really need to think about, like what to do. We can go to next. So these are some photos from different travels across, and mostly I am concerned, I always try to document this kind of impacts. So first photo is from Orissa. So there's a road, it's the elephant corridor. The same place, there were 9 elephants which got killed by a train collision in some 6-7 years ago. Some 8 elephants, a family of elephants which was on the railway track. The track is just on the parallel side of the road, on the other side. So there is a 4-lane highway, there's a railway line, and there is a forest around. So you can see when we don't have ESZs, then this kind of instructions, they don't go through regulatory process because every ESZ has to have some monitoring committee. Then you will take some measures. So I'm not saying that you should not develop, but we can take a call, whether we divert the lane, we want to take underpass or whatever, whether we should do it or not. So this kind of things just, no, please go back. I didn't say next. Yeah. So this thing, road kills are very common. Okay, this is again the Mirzapur only second photo. So there's a wildlife, but it is not a PA, so there's no speed limit. It is a highway, it's a state highway. And usually vehicles go around 100 kilometers per hour through the forest. There's a stretch of 10 kilometer very dense forest, and within this, and because what happened is on the other side there's a big reservoir. So during dry season, the animals cross the road to access the water. Okay, so this access to resources is very important, and especially in some seasons. So when animals, very common scenario, every day you go there and you will see there. Last one is from Karbi Anglong. Karbi Anglong is a catchment just on the other side of the Kaziranga. So during monsoon, it's how the animals are evolved. So they go to the Karbi Anglong side from Kaziranga. So this is mining is now banned after Supreme Court's order, but this you can see how the catchment is destructed by mining. There's a stream, and people have taken out stones from the third photo. This is again from these last 2 photos from Mirzapur. There's a trap for the animal to catch. There's a mining illegal crusher, something like there. Last photo is again from Odisha. So this is like olive-leaf turtles hatchling. So it's trying to go to the sea, and it got stuck in the net. And these are a host net. So it is not someone has put it. It's just lying there. And there are volunteers who are rescuing this thing because there's a time limit. So basically, they are just freshly hatched. They have hardly 2-3 hours to reach the sea before the sun rise. Otherwise, they will be roasted. They will die. The thousands of turtles which go to the sea. So, and this is also non-protected. So when they're non-protected, then everything relies on the local forest department officer who is like interested. And it has constantly, you have to monitor because you don't have enough staff to do all this thing. Okay, next slide, please. This is from my own region in Mirzapur. So this is the leopard which was 36 hours, it was trapped in the village. Reason was the staff, range staff, no one had training how to rescue the leopard. They called someone, the Ram Pradhan, he threw some net. Then किसी ने बोला कि आग फेंको. So, the trauma the leopard has gone through. Then I had to write to the CM that this is happening, and this is all from local media. Nothing comes from the national media. Then they send a tranquilizer gun and all those things for 36 hours. Imagine, a leopard. Protocol clearly says you have to clear the area, leopard has to go alone. Because there is no focus of wildlife in these areas. Training is very different. There's a dumping of waste. These are also issues we have raised, and now this is stopped now. Now see last report. This is not a human-wildlife conflict, also conflict between the forest department and other lobbies. The mining, current mafia ne kiya, वन विभाग के commission हमला. Mafias are so, they're attacking the forest department people. So because the force is not there, you don't have enough staff in the forest departments outside PS. There's a tiger which attacks people, and people actually hear out the tiger, it attacks people because there's no training, though focus on managing the conflicts. There's a magarmach which went out from the river to some landscape. The caracals. So we actually, the interesting story, I should tell you the story. So what happened was I got information that there are 5 some different looking cats are being seized. It was usual, checking during election time. And somehow police officer, found there are some cats. And when I asked the person who were involved in the rescue, they said it is some jungle cat. Then I sent this photo to some known wildlife photographers, very well known. And caracal, I never heard before this incident. It was 2017 sometime, in January. Even I didn't know. So he said it's puma. Okay. And very well known people. No one had a clue. Then I tried to contact my friend Raza Kazmi. He's a wildlife historian. I said, around 10 p.m. in the night. He said it's caracal. It looks like caracal. Even he hasn't seen caracal in wild any time. So हमने बहुत देखा, and only photo we have 2-3 photos in the cage जो लेके जा रहे थे. So फिर सुबह भेजा उसको जो भी है. Then we came to know the 5 caracals which were being smuggled from, I don't know, origin is still uncertain. Eventually they landed up in the Lucknow Zoo. But these kind of issues keep cropping up these areas, and these are unexplored areas. Like we never documented wildlife. I think we did a camera trap in 2018, and we found 26 species. Now most of them are Schedule 1 now. Okay, but completely unprotected. Next slide, please. This is from camera trap. You can see there's a hyena, a very young hyena, and his leg was somehow he escaped the trap, and he's still licking his fresh wound there. You can see. He was lucky, but it came in front of camera trap, and we have lot of pictures. I can't share. One of camera also got stolen by some poachers. But this, because see, there is a very, I don't blame the department because they don't have staff. So unless you have enough staff to monitor the forest, then how can you control this kind of things? Okay. So action is always taken when they get information, but for the information also you need to have people on ground. Yeah. Next slide, please. So there are some other alternative also. It's not ESR is the only thing. So I just listed down whatever I could listed. So one is what traditionally we used to do is notify Forest and Indian Forest Act or State Forest Act as a reserve forest or protected forest or private forest also. In Coimbatore, there's an elephant corridor which was through some private forest. So they declared it as a private forest by DM. The DM took the initiative. So this kind of initiatives are not uncommon, but need the effort, this vision of this also. 2003, we had this provision conservation reserve, community reserve. So basically any area, government land, and if it has good wildlife diversity, then you can declare conservation reserve. It is not as prohibited like sanctuary or national park, but people can be part of it and they can continue their activity. Community reserve, when the land is under common ownership or some private ownership, you can declare community reserve under Wild Protection Act. So once you under Wild Protection Act, then all National Board of Wildlife, everything follows. NTCA has the power. I think only authority under Wild Protection Act is NTCA. Now there's a clear provision under section 38O which clearly says NTCA can take action to protect the wildlife corridors. Currently links between PS. It doesn't say tiger reserve, it says PS. So NTCA has the jurisdiction to protect the wildlife corridors, and they have done it for certain tiger corridors. In case of Kaziranga, they've done it. Okay. We have biological heritage site under Biological Diversity Act, which is underutilized. OECMS has started. Next, previous slide. Previous slide. We can also notify wetlands under state wetland rules. We can recognize them as bird area, Ramsar site, floodplain. Pardon my typo mistake. We can declare some biosphere reserve, elephant reserve. These are not strictly legal things, but even recognition also gives some perspective of wildlife. People can think, if anything, some DM is planning something or some revenue department is planning something, they will know this is a part of elephant reserve, this is part of biosphere reserve. So they will think all this wildlife things, because most of the cases there's ignorance. People don't know there's a wildlife there. Okay. Next, please. So there are some way forward. Again, whatever I could think of. So I say adjoining RFs. So any sanctuary national park, if it has RFs along with it, you should all protect it under ESZ. So legal protection is required. There are stepping stone habitats. Stepping stone habitat is like some forest or some areas which are used by animals temporarily during stress period. Those are stepping stone habitats. You have to identify stepping stone habitats also for all the PS. All the ecological corridors. Ecological corridors can be anything. It can be river, it can be whatever. And the supporting landscape features. So even access to these areas, as I showed you the example, there's a dam on the other side and there's a wildlife area on the other side. So access to these areas also need to be protected. Yeah, another thing is working plan. So basically all the divisions which are not wildlife, they have working plan, and the PS have management plan. So working plan, and the FDs, they follow the working plan, irrespective of who are DFO is, who's the reserve officer, they follow the working plan. So I think working plan needs to be like, substantially reformed, that, to include wildlife census, because a lot of these areas don't have documentation of wildlife. So unless it is part of their working plan, they will not take the effort to do the census. Right now the focus is on the plantations and everything. This BMCs, sorry to say, this happened because of NGT order, and within 6 months there are lakhs of BMCs formed in the entire country. And the officers will agree, they're all only on paper. Like, BMCs doesn't exist on ground. If you go to the village, if you ask BMC hai, they will say nahi pata. Okay? So BMCs, this capacity building of BMCs has not happened. These surveys are just, the people who are sitting there and writing it. So this effort has to come and we train them. Again, laws are there, we have to implement by capacity and all this thing. Training of range staff, I already mentioned that the state rural social divisions are like, something which we need to focus on wildlife. Again, very important thing to all the people who are working with any area, do not do plantations on the open forest lands. These are habitats of wildlife. We have seen everywhere, jahan bhi khali zamin mili, forest ho, non-forest ho, plantation karo. Lot of Camper fund is there. So because there's an incentive, so we follow the working plan, itna ped lagana hai. There's a whole trend of having Guinness Book of World Records of plantation. We should go out of it. Right? No, who's benefiting out of it? So you have to benefit the wildlife. For that, we should have enabling provision in the Campa also, that you should improve the habitat, and there is one thing called biodiversity offsetting. So basically, whenever you do plantation, you do it as an ecological restoration kind of way, and you take the local ecological history as a reference point. Okay, you should not plant some 100 trees in some prime GIB bustard habitat or Chausinia habitat and you make the species go out. Okay, this is not recommended. So you should plant the local grasses. Grasses are the biggest carbon sequestrators. So I don't know why we follow the canopy. Forest is always 3-4 layers of mixed vegetation. It's not like big trees. So this is a separate topic on forestry. Free ranging dogs are very, very common. And there is one important thing I want to mention. I forgot to mention this. So because we have focused on too much on the habits of tiger and all this thing, so if you see, this is my personal observation, I may be wrong, maybe people can correct me. Wherever there are leopards and wolves, leopards, you will see free range dogs are not there. Okay, and there is also a concept called inter-guild competition. So most of these non-PS areas, like they are small carnivores, and free range dogs are actually nuisance for these animals, and we have seen in Dr. Indo's presentation. So population management free range dogs are very, very important for every species. Ecotourism activities is not bad, people should benefit, but it should be again low ecological footprint and following carrying capacity assessment. It should not be like everyone going there and having a different thing. Also important to document the important policy decisions and landscape changes in the for particular PA. So we are developing a platform. I don't know if you have time to open this link, but this is a platform we're developing. So we are trying to map all the PAs with the ESZ and with all the permissions given by the government to do different things in this thing. So this website is not up online, but it's beta platform online. I can separately show you that. Next, please. Last slide. Yeah. So this is what my concluding notes are. That habitat degradation, fragmentation, and climate change. These three things are the primary threat now. We have enough studies on species, enough studies on different things. We need to save the habitats. Right now, we don't have time. Climate crisis is very serious. It is happening, extreme weather events, and if it is affecting us, it is affecting wildlife also. And wildlife is no one's cause. We need to think, how can we make the wildlife sustain? Suppose there's a drought, and most of the conflicts happen during drought period. They don't have access to water resources, then what will happen? And there are enough evidences across the world when animals are dying out of dry period. The bats are dying, many species. And it is common in India also. I don't know if people documented it or not. I think best health insurance is like protecting natural ecosystems. And last thing I already say that scientists, institution, bureaucracy, they must together and to actively inform and reform the laws and policies, because change has to happen from laws and policies. If your laws and policies are not in place, whatever study you do, whatever you do, it will only good for your personal, maybe some career growth or whatever. The focus should be also to how to do the right, like real change. And these two things you can see online. One is this report on Mirzapur. This is like proposed. We made a proposal with the DFO. We declared as a slop bay conservation reserve. It is still pending. This is one documentary, very interesting. We actually documenting 5 landmark judgments, and this is on Kaziranga, where we have shown how NTCA, Supreme Court, State Forest Department, and one activist, they have all worked together to protect the Kaziranga landscape, not on the national park, but the landscape, the connectivity within the Karbi Anglong, and how they stop unsustainable activities through legal and other things. This document you can see online. It's available, everything free of cost. So yeah, with this I want to finish my presentation. I hope it is not too heavy and I'm not pessimistic, but this is what it is. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, it has certainly not been heavy, sir. It has been a really wonderful session. Are there any questions or inquiries? I think there is a question over there. Yes. Do we have volunteers with the mic? Yes, please be active here.
There's just a little suggestion in the last point you mentioned about the institutions and all. I would add maybe if the politicians are also included in that, we must have a political will to save all the wildlife and the research conservation. Thank you.
Absolutely, there is a huge focus on the social responsibility aspect of it.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bhavna. Amazing presentation. I was waiting for this session. I just was wondering, do you have a take on community involvement? Because I was looking for that point in the way forward, since you spoke about wolves being identified by community members and so much conflict happening outside protected areas. What is your take on involving communities in the protection?
So actually, communities has been part of our conservation story since long time. If you compare with us with any other country, despite having so much population, we have conserved wildlife because we are primarily conserver. I think we still see killing an animal or doing any bad to any other animals is a sin, I think. And I also mentioned during presentation that, we are looking for animals without realizing the local knowledge. And, local knowledge is always very useful. But one thing I want to say, that community is not isolated. It is us. Okay? Community, if you see, so even community also, villages also, there are people who will be for conservation, who will against conservation. And you go to any society, human society, it is a very natural, I think this is nature's law, that every species want to dominate the resources. Okay? So I will say that till now we have the community, because of communities, these spaces are still there. But now I'm talking about today. Maybe the time scale is very small. Today I'm standing here. The efforts of communities are being dominated by the market forces. This is true. And all our policies, all our laws are going to help business, because the demand from public, if you talk to anyone, go out of the room and talk to anyone, for conservation they say, are you mad? I want this moss, I want this road, this is development. And this is like, there's nothing wrong. So, 9 or 10 people, they want this kind of development. And I'm the odd one outstanding talking about conservation. So I think, I don't know the real answer, but historically, yes, communities has actually protected it. Right now, situation is very different.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Just to extend what you said that it could be pessimistic. Really, we are worried about it. But then, what is your take? Do you have any optimism that we would be sitting here and having such presentations in next 10 years or so? Because if there is any wildlife left for us to discuss?
No, of course, we are optimistic. So hope and optimism are different terms. I think optimism is that because we believe something will happen, and we have good examples also. So I think the key is to be persistent with your efforts. And you never know what will happen, and something will happen, something will happen, something will conserved. So I think whatever conservation stories we see, it is not that only the people may have tried 100 times and 1 or 2 may have been successful in saving it. Okay, so we should be, even that much also is, I think, is amazing. If you are able to save even 100 square kilometers within some place as a prime habitat. So we should never be lose optimism. Of course, there's optimism, that's why we are speaking about this thing. So this optimism has to be there. So
Are there any more inquiries, questions? I think that is it. I would thank you so much, Debaditya Sinha sir. Let's have a huge round of applause. That has been a really wonderful presentation. I would request you to please take your seat, and I will request Professor R.J. Rao to please deliver his chairing comments on the session.
Thank you. It's really very beautiful talk, and a beautiful point was raised, because everybody was concerned about protected areas where animals are there, and general public have a feeling like it is the government, particularly forest department, will take care of everything. If anything comes to our outside the protected areas, so sometimes I felt sometimes who is going to take care of these protection of these animals, or any offense comes, how one can deal with these things. Because the law says if it is in this particular area, so this punishment will be there, this type of action will be taken care. But most of the time, without knowing the problems, without knowing the status of this particular animals and everything, sometimes the people may harm these animals. So in this situation, it is the public awareness is very important, and not only the protected area protection by the forest department, they will also, of course they are doing it. I am not telling them they are not doing, but they have their role to every time do some type of awareness programs, and particularly nearby protected areas, outside the protected areas. If such type of awareness there, nowadays biodiversity registers are there, we can ask the students to take up these programs and what type of the animals are coming out, and you can be saying. So this type of things, as you prepare as a biodiversity registers, protected and outside protected areas, so that will help the government, that will help the local citizens, that what type of action we have to take, if how to whom we should inform, but what is the animals are coming out, and what is the problem of these animals, and what is the problem because of these animals to the people. So this type of awareness is always be there. Like nowadays, environmental protection, climate change, and all those things, almost every citizen in the world are getting the knowledge of it. Similarly, we should also think about these animals, what is the importance of these animals, and what is the problems the animals are facing, and how do we protect. Everybody should be more concerned. So this way, I think we usually give it in the universities and colleges, and think they can go and do some type of projects. So what are the going to the protected area, maybe they need more permissions and all those things, but outside protected areas, they can prepare a biodiversity, what are the animals they are, people are seeing them. So this type of things will come, they can give it to the government, and government will take care of this, all those things. Really a very good topic has Dr. Sinha has taken up, and we hope there may not be much problems in future by protection of these animals outside the protected areas. Thank you very much, and I really congratulate you for this product.
Thank you so much, Rao sir. I would like to request Dr. Elizabeth Thomas, Assistant Member Secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board, to please felicitate the chair of the session, Professor R.J. Rao sir. We thank you for chairing this session. I would like to request Mr. Bakulard sir to please also come on the stage and felicitate our speaker, Mr. Debaditya Sinha, who has given such an important presentation on the conservation of lesser known species outside protected areas. Let's have a huge round of applause for this wonderful session. Rao sir, Sinha sir, thank you so much for being here with us. And now, friends, we move on to the third session of the second half of our day. Now we are going to have Dr. Rajat Bhargava with us, who's going to speak to us about the in situ and ex situ conservation green Avadwait in central India. I would like to call upon stage with great reference Dr. Rajat Bhargava, and I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please welcome Dr. Rajat Bhargava on our behalf. Let's have a round of applause, please. Dr. Rajat Bhargava An ornithologist by profession and passion, working with BNHS as an assistant director, his main interest is conservation of threatened endemic Indian birds, with his favorite fence weaver and green munia. Grew up as an aviculturist, his interest lies in conservation breeding. To chair this session, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Yogesh Dubey, professor at IIFM Bhopal, and I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel once again to please welcome Dr. Yogesh Dubey on our behalf. Dr. Yogesh Dubey is a wildlife biologist. He holds a master's in wildlife science from Aligarh Muslim University. Let's have a round of applause here. He has a PhD in wildlife from Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. He has been working as professor at Indian Institute of Forest Management since 2001. His area of interest is human-wildlife conflict management, wildlife conservation, biodiversity inclusive impact assessment, and sustainable tourism. A really beautiful thing about this session, as I was just being told by Dr. Rajat Bhargava over here, that Dr. Yogesh Dubey and Dr. Rajat Bhargava have known each other for so long since their days in Aligarh Muslim University. So we are so glad that at this conference you could be reunited. And now I would like to request Dr. Yogesh Dubey to please open the session with his cheering comments.
Wonderful session on one of the most amazing and a beautiful bird, green munia. And as the lady on my left said that, we've spent a lot of time together. We are basically classmates. So we have studied together as in part of a master's program in wildlife science at Aligarh Muslim University. And this bird is about which Rajat is going to talk is extremely important and is being listed as vulnerable under the IUCN listing. Is also figuring out in the Appendix 2 of the CITES. Is also protected under Schedule 4 of Indian Wildlife. Schedule 2 now, yeah, under the revised Act. And he has been very passionate about green munias right from those times of 1992 when we were, doing our masters. And at that time, he used to tell us that this species is very rare. A time might come that this species might actually go extinct from the Indian landscape. It's an endemic species to, central Indian landscape. And so for last so many years, he have been talking about that. He's an amazing birder, great, naturalist, great ornithologist, has got some amazing skills also as far as, the knowledge about the bird is concerned. And he's an amazing trapper. I mean, he knows the art of capturing birds for science and for conservation. So he has those kinds of skills, in him right from those days. So I'm sure this session is going to be extremely interesting and would be very, very enlightening, and would make us a little better informed about this wonderful species called as green munia. So with that, I would invite Rajat to start his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Yogesh, for the introduction. As he said, I'm a trapper. Let me start by acknowledging my childhood days spent with the trappers. I belong to Meerut. My backyard was full of bird trappers, exporters, dealers. And why I am so close to these species? Because the background which I grew up, I don't think any Indian now onwards would be able to see when I was born. I was born in 1970. The government of India banned the bird trade, export everything in 1989-90. What I witnessed for 20 years, people will say, ab bakte ho aap. And then I had many, many proofs. Before I joined BNHS, I was with WWF and traffic. That is my background. As Yogesh said, I have been very passionate because I have seen many, many species going, in front of my eyes. And when it comes to MP, lesser known species, I really want to acknowledge, Baghel Saab and this forum, Because when I used to talk about these things, people say, nahi, tiger hai. People used to talk of very high species. And I have a very interesting thing. The first time I saw the green munia was in MP and with a team of bird trappers. When I joined MSc and I went back, I used to ask my neighbor, ye kahan se aati hain? Se Calcutta se aati hain. And then my neighbor says, no. I used to get it from MP, MP border. He says, kahan se aati hai? Se Jhansi se aati hai. Se kaun lata hai? Se Lachho Bhai lati hai. And I will just book my tickets and I'll go to the Phasiana Mohalla in Jhansi. Kahan se aati hai? Se Orchha se aati hai. Orchha wale kahan se late ho? Tikamgarh se late ho. Tikamgarh se late ho? Mujhe leke chalo. Nahi, aapko Orchha chalna padega truck mein. And 3 days I was with them in 1994. And we had no money. He used to get a scholarship of 800 rupees. And we used to live in Aligarh for almost 1,000 rupees a month. That included a hostel. And I would come and stay with my friends' medical college. I have a batch, 17 doctors in my batchmate. And from Jhansi Medical College, and V.B. Gaur Saab was the conservator, I will tell him, sir, this is happening. And I'll go to temples. And this is a very depressing thing which I want to tell you. When it comes to conservation and when it comes to lesser known species, both are very different things. Mr. Dev Sinha was telling about fin weaver. In 2018, I published a report, past and present distribution of fin weaver in India. And I took it to the top officer, who's a birder in Uttarakhand. And I presented the report. The first thing he said, did you take permission from me? Did you take permission from the government to do research? I said, sir, I'm an Indian. I'm a naturalist. I'm a photographer. I'm a traveler. Does any Indian need any permission to photograph birds in the wild in non-protected areas? So this species, because of the trappers, I know 47 locations, and I came to know 3 more locations just now when the species is less than 100. So, I get all these information from these people. There were former bird trappers, still some do, but that the government has to come up with rehabilitation strategies. Why? Because they will never turn into naturalists unless you give them a rehabilitation package that I'll talk. So green munia is known in the world as green avidavet. In the bird trade, it is known as tiger finch because of the tiger stripes. And sometimes they say green strawberry. And this bird is very amazing. See, tiger goes, wolf goes, everybody talks. But do people observe? The first bird to go is probably the munias in any habitat. I have loved munias because I've trapped munias, I've been with the trappers. They used to sell for 20 paisa per bird. So that was the kind. First time I went to Dudhwa in 1991, I was amazed. I think you were also there, Palia. It was full of money and, munias. And when I used to talk to the Lucknow people, he says, kahan se late hain? He says, Palia, Milani, Dudhwa, Bankati, Balraya, sab area se aati hai. Now when I go to Dudhwa after 30 years, I'm sorry to say I don't see even 1% what used to be there. And see, most of these species are outside protected areas. They're in the grasslands, which we think are, stony arid wastelands. And they are not wastelands. They are probably the best. See, the Indian subcontinent is home to 8 species of munia. And I was just talking to a person from Aligarh. He says, I'm talking of the endemic birds. See, what as Indian ornithologists we do. Our priority is very, very clear. To conserve endemic threatened species of India where there is no other population in anywhere of the world. So as Indian ornithologists, as Indian conservationists, we work on these species. And out of these, 2 species are endemic to India. One has a subspecies, the rufous-bellied munia in Sri Lanka also, but that is also different. And when it comes to subspecies, I don't think people, basically, just want to talk of big things or picture as tourists, but never on the subspecies level. When I talk the endemic rufous-bellied munia, Eastern Ghat has a different subspecies, Western Ghat has. It took me 10 years to find that bird, and it is locally abundant. Now I'll come to green munia. For everybody over here, this bird is only found in central India, nowhere else in the world. So this is our duty as a conservationist, the resolution of this workshop as lesser known species, to make the species doesn't go extinct. Surprisingly, the species has gone extinct from most part of India. The only place which it can now be seen is Mount Abu Wildlife Sanctuary. Thanks to the Brahma Kumaris, thanks to the Jain community, because of them the trappers don't go there, but not because of the Forest Department. No conservationist. If the conservationists were doing, if the Forest Department was doing their role, it would have not vanished. Now, after my intervention for the last 3-4 years, good population has revived back in Odisha, Andhra Pradesh. So we try to work at the grassroots level, and why? That also I'll come. So these, this is the starting. And we have these munias, Chalat Musafir Mohliare Pinjre Wali Munia. Munia, Lal Munia, Bharat ke Lal. So they were popular, and they have a very nice history. You have to understand that even the scientific name, Amandava, is from Ahmedabad. the old name of Ahmedabad, from where they used to be exported. Salim Ali has wonderful descriptions. 200 years back, they used to be exported even from Ahmedabad. So what I watched till 1990 used to be much, much higher in the, way back. And see, I work on a genus, and now I want to work at an international level. The Amandava genus has got 3 species. One is the Amandava, which is the red munia, which is found in the Indian subcontinent, but a highly traded species, worldwide from India. Then we have the green abadabat, which have a small restricted distribution in central India. Maharashtra, MP, Rajasthan, very small portion of, Gujarat, and few portions of, UP, where it is extinct. It used to be in Jhansi. It used to start from Orchha, and that was the range. And now somehow the zebra waxbill is very closely related to the green munia, but it is in Africa now. How it spread, we don't know, but it is endemic to that area. And if you want to see all the 3 species, let me tell you a place very near to you. Udaipur Bird Park, which I created, has got all the 3 species. But it is very surprising to know how did the Amandava subflavor came to India. Thousands of beings are smuggled to India via Bangladesh border from Africa, and they reach to the breeders over here. Similarly, vice versa, our green munia goes to the entire world. That I will show in my presentation. So as I said, repeatedly said, it has a very small. And see, every time I was seeing every bird watcher here, every presenter will show IUCN guidelines. Why don't we show you our guidelines? Why a fate of a bird found only in India has to be decided in UK? When we were talking, it took me 5 years to convince the BirdLife International, our partner organization, that please uplift the category to critically endangered. They listen to endangered. Data is fed by us, collected by us, but they will decide. So why does the national authority not decide? And national authorities also, when the Wildlife Protection Act was being revised, I said, put all the endangered species in Schedule 1, they did. But I think I became the biggest culprit for my bird. When I go for research permission, they say, oh, go to central government. So people, when we work for 25 years, 30 years, and we want research permission, then the schedule comes. But when the trappers want, nothing. They will have everything. So, IUCN, I'm saying vulnerable, but according to me, most endangered species should be, the listing has to be the Indian red list. So we have to work toward the state listed. When the state of India's bird was coming last time, I said, why don't you have 5 priority species for all these states? We don't want a big report. We don't want the chief wildlife warden of every state will ask, what is my priority species? And they did it. So now we have to go. And sometimes we all rely on eBird data. Very nice, you must fill it up. But is it authentic? Is it, over the years? But when I talk as a researcher, I talk of 30, 40 years of data. And when I see the changes, I say 99% decline or something like that, 90, 80%. So, it's a long-term data which we are sort of correlating. And the main problem is the habitat, we think it's all wasteland, which is scrub, stony, arid land. And then a lot of things come. Just for people who want to know, I have started my work in Mount Abu Wildlife Sanctuary because that the best population exists. But before our studies, people used to say it is a local migrant, it doesn't breed there. It became invisible, and that is the best place. You'll be surprised, I'll come in the later slides. The most photographed bird of India is probably the green munia. I have all the data. And this is a very bright, it's also called the lipstick bird. Some say Hara Lal, Hari Munia, many, many names of it. And you can see how colorful. This is the female, that is the juvenile. And juvenile don't have the, red bill or the tiger markings on the side. So just for people, this is the kind of habitat they think. And now people, forest officers from MP would appreciate that this habitat exists everywhere. Ravi Shankar Kanojia used to be a naturalist, a birder. I have not, last 5-10 years, I have not met him. He has reported in MP. I have seen him Tikamgarh, Chhattisgarh, Gram Basauda, many Ujjain it used to be there. And Yogesh knows, I must, put on record, the biggest trappers of India happens to be from Bhopal. Bairagarh, they used to be there, now they're in Gandhinagar. And they spread, and they do a lot of activities. Last month I was there, and I was saying, this tita is a telia tita. So really you have to stop if they don't operate here. And why every time Kanpur, why Fatehpur? You have to see the network of buses which go from Bilaspur, from Rai, anybody from, name, and they will go to, Allahabad or so Kanpur, and that becomes very nice. They can go, via Siliguri anywhere. So these are the things. When it comes to protected areas, we have 15 listed things. I don't think there are recent records. I was asking the local bird watchers, have you seen a green munia? Have you seen a green munia? I said, no, no, no. So anybody in the audience, have you seen green munia in MP in the last 10 years, 5 years? Any hands up? Or you probably did not look for it. And the problem is, in all the tiger areas, I was in Tadoba, it is supposed to be there. I can't get out of the jeep. I'm supposed not to get out of the jeep. So that is also one reason. And you really have to find the bird. But is there a permission for that? I was talking of fin weaver. The fin weaver, you'll be surprised, was an India endemic species. 4 birds were seen in Shukla Phata, just 50 kilometers from India. Shukla Phata will become like Mount Abu. And you know the problem with Shukla Phata and Kaziranga, it's a grassland. So they get flooded. The permissions are stopped. When I went to Assam, I said, can I get permission to survey fin weaver? No, the park is closed. But when I went to Shukla Phata, I asked, oh, you have come for fin weaver. We'll allow you on motorcycle. You can take elephant. Please search that bird. So why I'm saying these kind of seminars should also have a resolution of getting permission to the right people for right research. It's not that we come and speak and we go and we do nothing about it. And just for 4 years keep waiting for the permission for the papers. So what is the logic of doing scientific research for 30 years and not getting the permission? So this should be the resolution for all these kind of professional ornithologists or wildlifers. So these parks have, and I need permission from MP government to at least survey them in the right season, even if they are closed. If they are closed, like lockdown calm, the fin weaver came and bred near a roadside. So when the park is closed, it is better for research. So why are we not sort allowed? That should be the aim. And project aims and objectives like anything. Proper distribution area. 5 years, we should know what is the status. Why do we can't count saras? Why do we now count vultures? So we have 1,340 species. Almost 200 species are on the threatened list. Can we have 200 researchers to do research? Have we cultivated that kind of people in the country? So my aim is youngsters from any professional institute doing bird research should take up the aim to at least work on one species in their lifetime. At least, do it part-time. And money is not the criteria. It is your PRO with the first department. It is your passion about the species that you have to convince the department that, yes, I want to survey it for you. So conduct that baseline data. I alone can't do. I have 5 projects, but I need 50 people from Bhopal who need to spread around, MP and do research on this. And, publish it. Requirement. Now, the biggest question is tolerance to habitat degradation. I see our black wing extinct in the most stagnant, polluted water. So my question is, how much tolerance a bird has for this? It's the other way around. So now, if the munia populations are existing in non-protected areas, how much tolerance they have? I was talking about, Orchha, Tikamgarh and all. I was fighting with the trappers. You have fooled me. It's 3 days I've not seen a munia, and they were 100% right there. 1 square kilometer territory, and it was near the houses because water was there. Now, when I do studies in Mount Abu, there are water holes everywhere. So the bird doesn't come. But the water hole also has a problem. Many submissive species which were dependent on water are now increasing like anything. For example, the red-vented bulbul. It used to be never with, with the tourism industry. Now that is like putting up the green munia. So, we have research, traditional research, water hole ho gaya, camera trap ho gaya, but what about micro-level habitat management of these lesser-known threatened species endemic to India? I'm putting so many clauses, threatened, endemic, and data deficient, so we need to work according to that. And illegal trade. Pangolins, I think I'll sleep in peace when I die as a conservationist. Because of my interference in conservation, 9 species have been listed in CITES. The Indian pangolin, the Chinese pangolin, even species like Rana tigrina. I was seeing a book on scorpions, and I was seeing the reference. Does anybody know scorpions are traded for the oil? And the best paper in my life which I've read, Scorpions in Muslim Folklore internationally, Bichhua Das Gaya, and that foreigner has written a 40-page paper on the scorpion trade. That kind of naturalist research, not stats. It's good stats you have, but that kind. So, when we used to work, we used to think which species need an intervention. So pangolin was that, and that was way back in 1999. The only professor which was working was R.S. Lal Mohan from, Kolkata. He used to work with these santhals. And, sometimes, there's a report which came from WWF, red panda. I said, did you write about the historical account of trade in red panda? Jawaharlal Nehru had kept. But where the red pandas used to go? Where has the Darling Zoo got the red panda? They used to come from Rimbek. So the historical account is very, very important. Like best books like Cheetah by Divya Bhanuk Singh ji has all the traditional things. And we want to document that. Not just now. We have to also look back at the published research. And I wrote an article in Quest of Green Munia. I've mentioned Van Vihar. I think the most potential site for Green Munia release, rescue, breeding will be Van Vihar. I have surveyed it, and I'll share that article. And we have initiated. And it took me a long time to convince the Rajasthan Forest Department to do it. And very easily I could do it. I said, see, Tim Inskip sitting in UK brought a book, Birds of Indian Subcontinent. And see, on the cover he has put 2 species, the Great Indian Bustard on the cover and the side cover, the Green Munia. Why are they so concerned about our species and why we are not concerned? And before the Great Indian Bustard thing, the government said, Schedule 4 mein hai, theek hai, I'll try to get you permission, we'll get 2 pairs. And you know, they came with wonderful results. I'll show you. I think time is running, so. So, you know, we work in all the range state. I have started with Rajasthan. I have done few surveys here in, MP. And, widespread with traditional trappers. You have to work with the trappers because at least they know. When I come to this gathering and I ask people, do you have data on Green Munia, Red Munia? So it doesn't come. But who people, when I was documenting, not only me, Tim Inskip sitting at the Heathrow airport documented 278 species going out of India. He documented the numbers. He had data. So the people who were sending it, I wanted to talk to them. I said, who were the monkey exporters for monkey translocation? I said, no, 1978 Muradi. Come back to history and you'll find a lot of things. And that is how we do the mapping. And, ringing. This is also very interesting. I was trapping Green Munias for the conservation breeding. And we had a wonderful officer, and we had put up a net. And 13 birds got entangled. So we only had permission from 4 birds. I said, sir, before you release them, can I put a ring? He says, no, there is no written permission from the Chief Wildlife Warden. I said, I have not committed a crime. The bird has not committed a crime. A flock of birds came and they got entangled. Let's do something for science. Let's ring them up. He said, this is totally on my thing. I'm allowing you, and we ringed. And next week, the local birders, came in the press. They came to the office. We are seeing a munia with, an aluminum ring. And they never believed that the bird will survive with the ring. It's nothing cruel. And then, data went to Bangalore and many places, and all the things were coming back to us. So why don't we do ringing? Because ringing is so important, so inexpensive. We will know the home range of the bird. We will know age of the bird. We will know mortality. We know so many things. But only thing which is required is passionate Chief Wildlife Warden to give us permission to the right candidate or organization. That is the only thing. And creating awareness. We had so many guides in Mount Abu. And my guide was a very nice guide. He says, I am a VVIP guide. I have taken Abdul Kalam Saab. And my request is come and see Dilwara. I said, my request is only to see Green Munia. Dilwara was equally important. But he says, when he saw just next to the Dilwara temple so many Green Munias, he said, I did not know. I want to show it to everybody who comes. So you have to get the local people, and that was so much data. Every time they went to trekking, we have seen 17 birds in these spots. So involve the local, involve the guys, give them respect, give them love, and give them, appreciation for what they have done. And coordination for Forest Department. I'm very lucky Rajasthan Forest Department has been very, very nice. See, this is the ringing thing. And local volunteers, and now you can see pictures coming from every, part of Mount Abu. After 3 years also, that then they see a ring munia. Can you see a small ring over here? That aluminum ring. So, these kind of small things can really go a long way. And these are all pictures. See, now when we took up research, the only description was Salim Ali's handbook. Nobody has seen a nest of Green Munia, and we did not want it to disturb a nest. And this is a nest in captivity. And how, it helps me, that also I'll come to it. It's a very strange story that how I came to know of a nest of a Amandawa. For 40 years, I was asking every trapper, have you ever seen a nest? He says, no. बहुत छुपा के बनाती है. I said, ठीक है, that's okay. We'll not find. And I was doing research for UP government. I was in Suhildev. And I saw a red munia with a feather in the beak going in a grassland. It was a small patch. And I told my colleague, Nikhil, I'll go and see. I said, no, my conscience doesn't, allow me to go and search. And we did 1 kilometer transit. The moment I came back, a grass cutter had cut that thing, and the nest was fallen down. And there was one live chick by the time it's seen. But what was most interesting thing in that red munia nest, there were 40 feathers of Sarus crane, and that was imprinted in the back of my mind. So when I was doing for Green Munia in captivity, I said, I want to try with feathers. We got chicken feathers. I said, no, they're all infected with mice, lice and mites and everything. We'll collect the feathers, we'll boil the feathers, we'll put. And to utter surprise, the nest was made by the silver pheasant, So these little observations, can be for replica species. Now problems in the in situ conservation. See the nest holes. Every grass, I have to wonder why these birds come to the villages, and the birds will come around 3:34, and all these ladies used to bring headloads of grass, and the munias will wait for the grass and they'll feed. They will come with the buffaloes because the buffaloes will bring the grass seeds. And these are the litter and now the water hole they'll come. So there are a lot of things we learned in the field. And what I was trying to say, a Pakistani national caught with 600 green munias at Dhaka airport, and 3 days back I informed the officer in charge this has happened. He said, "No." When the birds were seized in Dhaka, I said, "Please bring the birds back to India." He says, "I was told by most forest officials and my seniors, why are you so impatient? What is your problem? They have been seized in Bangladesh by a Pakistani person. How is India involved?" So I said, what is the, for science when we are saying endemic? And they all died because of the wrong diet. This news came to me by a birder friend, Sayam Chaudhary, who circulated in the group for identification. We did not know the diet. All these rescue centers, how many species died they know? How many acclimatization process they know? Why don't we believe in traditional wisdom? I was the one who did the biggest monkey translocation project. And I said, it's a failure unless I involve those people. You have monkey cages, but you never looked at the traditional monkey cages made of bamboo, no injury. A leopard is caught, it will die of septicemia. But in the terms of trappers and poachers, it became uncommercial. So monkeys, I said, you have to use this. Why I'm talking all this is, we did not know the diet. And sorry to say, on the contrary, I visited a snake park in Maharashtra. They did seizures and they were feeding the green munia and red munias to these snakes. So that is the level of awareness we have. All the big animal activists are very much into dogs and cats, correct. But when it comes to birds, how many identify the birds? Everybody is a veterinarian, but where are the veterinarians, told or taught to, feed these kinds of birds? The science of veterinary in India is minimum feed, minimum time, maximum body weight. When they have no hands-on experience with birds, how do you think they can treat these kind of seizures? So do we have a coordinated rescue rehabilitation plan for these animals which are seized? Where are they going? How they are transported? How flamingos went from India to US? How the tigers went? So we have to go back to history to learn. Why I'm saying I was crying like anything. All the birds died of wrong diet, which is a captive bird. So these kind of incidences really shake me up that where is our contacts and where are we heeding? And see, till date they are being sold. So why, please don't take pictures. People will be say, if I give it to the government, it should not be recorded. Did they take any action? Did they take any action, which I tell the market? No, please, aap suniye. Red munia males are being sold, the females are dyed and looked alike like, red abbot. So many times citing from say Jaisalmer or maybe of a dyed red munia specimen. So we really have to stop this. And see, they are sold on the cycles, the many markets here. And see, first time I wrote was in 1999. See, so do we need to wait? The first time I published the article in 1998, there was no picture of green munia, only Toby Sinclair. Now, probably, we have to levy, a marketing fund towards all the camera people. See, I was talking of the, Canon workshop, Nikon workshop. I said, you sell a lens for 5 lakh rupees. People go and click a picture, and what do they put? They put it on the social media. How is the bird benefiting? This wonderful question which came out of tourism. But how the tiger people are benefiting, but how is the green munia benefiting by tourism? People want to go and sit near the nest because the bird will come and they can click easily. Most of the red munia pictures are with a feather near the nest. So is there a law which prohibits you from not taking a picture near the nest? So these kinds of activities we have to address. And how many times we'll say, and see, why are we Indians so backward? The best people in the world are written green munia for market-driven, motivational breeding, precautionary breeding. And what are we waiting for? The green munia was bred, I'll tell you in which year, 1905. It was bred in UK. And for 100 years, we are trying now. And now when I bred 9 chicks after one pair, I'm telling the government, please don't breed brother and sister. Give me more permission, and now the bird has come in Schedule 1. So is there a solution to it? So these kind, and in Australia, our bird is bred by the Australian bird breeders for conservation. Our bird, endemic bird, is being by Australia, and this is all on the net. See, and we could breed it. Lot of precautions, many enemies, rat, lizard, everything for that matter. Breeding a bird is not, easy. Yes. Central Zoo Authority, very good, but they will work on such big mesh. The people who made, I said, no, 1 square inch, the rat will go, the bird can out. So, we had to take a lot of precautions, and then we were very successful because of the time. I have to just go, and see. 12th May, the bird park was inaugurated, and by November end, we could get 4 chicks. I'll show you the pictures of the chick. And see, this is the aviary. We even brought cow dung from Mount Abu to get that micro-level habitat. We created that zooplankton, the algae. Whatever we studied, we did it, and see the results. See, the first chick appeared in November 2000 and January. And now I'm coming from the Udaipur Bird Festival. I'm happy to announce the 3rd clutch of green munia has come. So we can do it. We have to do it. More government people have to initiate in the former ranges to breed this bird and release. It really matters. It really matters to me. And see. So these are small efforts. They don't need money. They need only 50 paisa bird seed per day. Just one manager, nothing more than that. So these are all the good stories about the green munia, and we try to publish. I published about my 23-year journey for it. It came on the covers, and these are probably the last slides. And see, maintaining temperature. Mount Abu is the only place where the bird is in such low temperature, and Udaipur 11 in the night, 23. So maintain that thing was not an easy thing, and you took a lot of precautions, and it is really. And now, after reading our reports, people have surrendered their munias, and one person came with 5 red munias, and 9 chick came out of the red munia this July. So see, you can see. So, this is also a very new thing. When we release 50 batch, these are the, associate species. So they will retain. If you, put 1 cheetal, it will run away. If you put 50 cheetal sambar, they will be there. So I told the chief wildlife officer, this is also very nice. They're not inbreeding there. So even whatever happens, happens for good. And this is, just 3 months back. And see, and then, in situ, I go, as I told, I go to Brahma Kumaris, I go to the student, I tell the DFO, everybody, that let's do a campaign. Every guide, every student should be taught about red munia, and this really happened. We do a race and see the most photographed threatened bird of India. But how is the munia benefiting? All the camera people, all the lens people are benefiting. Nobody wants to donate 100 rupees as a toll for the green munia in Mount Abu. If these kind of things happen, lot of fund will be raised at the grassroots level. So these are things. Some limitations, permission for ringing, monitoring in the SAARC countries, different laws. The rarest bird, now 26 Spix macaw have come to India. There was only 1 in the wild. Now we have CITES, but these kind of things, the moment they cross the border, they become legal. So we have to talk, and many, many things. Thank you. And strict control on the trapping. IBAs, we need to monitor more local birders to sort of, go and survey in the month, and these are the acknowledgements. Thank you for the belief and calling me. Any questions will be more than a welcome. Chairs up. Okay. Please. Please. Sorry.
They wait for the grass seeds. So what's the best feed for these munias?
All the grass seeds. See, the chicks are born when the grasses are, fruiting, mass fruiting of grasses. I am not a botanist. I don't identify many grasses. But what I did, I said, we will bring all the local grasses and plant it in the aviary. We got the seeds we got from the cow dung, and the really, the same range was there. So we need to involve a botanist to know all the species name. But we got maximum by our observation.
One short, my question. I have got a home garden of 300 square feet.
You have got a?
Home garden for different plants, medicinal, everything for 300 square feet. So what feed I should keep to attract the birds?
So you have asked a wonderful question. The answer is just outside. Kodu, Kangni, Sama, Kang, for all the bird feeds. The person who was doing the PhD on house sparrows never knew that the bird seed is grown for the birds, for the bird industry. And if you give those seeds, like, bajra, when you keep it in the storehouse, usme sursuri lag jati hai, and they use a lot of pesticide. But Kodu, Kangni, Sama, all varieties of millet, Italian millet, the birds, they take out the husk, so they are very safe. Plant all the grass seeds. Jungli Sama lagaiye, lot of birds will come. Kodu lagaiye, Kang lagaiye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Pratyush from Zoological Survey of India. So, yeah, for your information, in Odisha, we have, like in Koraput, we have a good
Yes.
population. Also in Kotgad Wildlife Sanctuary, we have a good population.
Very good population.
And long back, 20 years back, I had also seen them in Bhubaneswar. One pair I had seen, I don't know, maybe now they are not there. So in Odisha, that southern part.
Sir, do you now realize why the population is Odisha is flourishing in last 2-3 years only? The trappers went from Kolkata to trap them. Now we told them, and we tell the activists, we tell the government, please allow them to sell domesticated exotic species.
Yeah.
Don't seize the domesticated exotic species. If they invest 20,000 to make a profit of 2,000 rupees, let them do. But don't let them go back to the wild to get 200 green munias and sell them for 20,000 rupees. So that is all working at the grassroots level. If you are from Kolkata, I go to Matia Bruj, I go to Narkuldanga, I go to all the locations, I work with them. They only told me about Odisha and every places. So, you know, we have to work hands in hands. This community is different, that community is different. How to bridge, that is the most important thing. And that really works. Thank you.
Are
Thank
there
you.
any more questions? Yes, there's in the center. Over there.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is, how we are doing conservation work if there is any pilgrimage site or any monument near? Like you said in Mount Abu, there are Dilwara temples. And also in Jharkhand, there is Shikharji, where is the Parsnath Sanctuary and Chandraprabhu Sanctuary.
I think the most wonderful question. I was working on the owl and Yogi was there, the report was rating list. Do you know a place called Nimach? You go there, hundreds of padis will be selling animal parts on the road. How many local citizens reported to even to the police wala or the first department? That is one thing. By virtue of being a Jain, you know, they promote anything, nothing, against animal killing. And the trappers know it that if we are caught by the Jain community, we will be beaten very badly. So that fear is because of the Jain religion. That is not because of any other religion. So that is one angle to it. And that area is a Parkrima route. So, a lot of people are there and they don't allow any sort of these poaching and all. But that doesn't mean that, bears are not poached or other species are not poached. So, have to, think what species, I have to answer you in a different way. We have to end the demand. We have to stop the demand. And when you can't sell it in a local area, you will not go for that species. The trade has gone underground. They may get it, but not openly. And that is the reason where maximum trappers from India will not venture into that area because of the Jainism and Brahma Kumaris. Let me put it like that. No. Allow domesticated exotic species. See, this debate is endless. Why keep a dog in the house? Why have an aquarium in the house? The only thing I can say, there are 3 categories of animal in the pet trade. One is the wild caught. A wild caught grey parrot from Africa is the equal crime to have it in India. Please don't go for anything wild. A captive bred animal like a tiger, I leave it on the audience to decide. But when it comes to a domesticated exotic animal like geese, poultry, bajrika, lovebird, it should be freely allowed because that is the only alternate solution for these traditional tribes and people who want to love animals. See, the best animal activists have actually grown up with animals. Now they claim for their strength, they have a rescue center because they want to keep the animal. They want the forest department to be at the bay. They don't want. So, I am personally saying, but domestic species, I'll tell you a classic example with all the chief wildlife wardens. The Japanese quail happened to be in the Indian Wildlife Protection Act list. You read the law, now it says excluding the domestic varieties. I was told by a colleague from Aligarh, how you have talking about advocacy of Japanese quail? I said, can you tell me any birder in the country who has seen this in the last 40 years in the wild? He said, oh, they breed in Bhutan. So I said, you are such a wonderful ornithologist. Can you get me 40 eggs to be sold for 3 rupees in Bangalore market? Is it possible? So why cry about it? And that industry is 100% more ahead of us. Like a white chicken for the domestic jungle fowl, now they have a white variety of the domestic Japanese quail. So we did not read any papers that has been domesticated for last 400 years. So why do we spend our energy on these things? Why not spend the energy, the same energy, focused on the green munia conservation in situ? If somebody is selling a zebra finch, we are more concerned, but we are not concerned about his livelihood. See, that is a human issue. But are we equally confirmed about the endemic threatened species? That is the question. My priority is threatened endemic species. I will not go for zebra finch, but yes, keep it in a human way. Do you go and teach them what is the law? How to keep them in cages? Do you have the expertise? Do you develop the expertise? I want to give you a question, an answer I want from you. A bajrika breeds in a 6-inch handi. When it comes, it used to come by air in a government airline in 1 square feet, 20. The best activist of the country, stop, ban it. Of 20 chicks coming in the air is a crime. Now they're coming in the train is not a crime. But I want to say all the chicks cuddle in a handi used to not, suffocate or not become worse because their habit is to cuddle. So, we have to take science. We have to also bring the animal activists to these lobby to understand science of keeping animals in captivity. Absolutely. So I think I've answered your question. Thank you.
That has been, thank you so much. We'll be holding on to our questions. And Dr. Rajat, we trust Dr. Yogesh when he said that it's going to be an exhilarating session. I would like to request Dr. Yogesh to deliver his concluding comments on the session.
Thank you, Rajat, for this wonderful session. And as I said, and as expected, he has been so passionate about birds, and especially these lesser known birds, and he has been working for it's now almost like 3 decades that he has dedicated and devoted. I'm yet to see a person with that level of conviction to work on these less known species. And it's actually part of everybody's responsibility now. Today we are talking about in the recent, the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, there are targets that we need to arrest the, loss of biodiversity by almost, 30% by 2030. 30% of the land globally needs to be, restored so that it becomes more conducive for the survival of the biodiversity. So possibly, efforts like these now will have to be institutionalized in our formal working systems where we take care of the range of biological diversity that plays such an important role. Some of these lesser known organisms, play such a vital role. Animals like honeybees, butterflies, they are one of the largest pollinators on the earth. Without anybody asking them to do this service for the humankind, they selflessly keep performing this duty. Keep doing the pollination. They're not even paid for this. Imagine human beings don't do even one bit of work if they're not paid for it. But these creatures are tirelessly, without being asked, they keep performing their duty. So I think the time has come that we need to give something back to all these organisms. We will have to make some compromises. The compromises will come in form of what Prime Minister proposed in COP 26 in Glasgow in form of Mission Life, where he says that everybody will have to now alter and change individual behavior. The levels of consumerism that is going on needs to come down. The way the agriculture has become an industry, it is one of the largest source of greenhouse gas emission, and also the enteric methane. Agriculture sector alone is contributing so much of discharge of release of enteric methane, and we know that methane is much more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. Absolutely. Carbon dioxide you can still do some sequestration by way of plantation. How do you sequester methane? If so much of methane is being released into the atmosphere, you will have to find some mechanism of arresting it and utilizing it. And species like green munia, perhaps, they have suffered the most because of the changing land use. And we will have to very seriously look at all these landscapes where the way the landscapes have been modified, the way the landscapes have been altered, what have we lost? So whatever that is left, whatever is gone is gone. Obviously, we can't do too much about it, but whatever is left, we can definitely, restore those species. And this is perhaps the most opportune time, because if we miss this time is never to come back. 10 years, 15 years down the line, trust me, the lifestyles and the land use systems, even in a country like India, it's a growing economy, is going to be completely different.
Absolutely.
People like us who are now 50 plus, perhaps will go into some kind of a shock 15 years later. Because the kind of lifestyles, the kind of landscape that we have visualized, the landscape uses that we have visualized, will possibly not exist. So this is the time to apply that break, relook at what is important for us, and subsequently, initiate large number of, conservation efforts. It will be no point in, just seeing human beings all around this planet. The planet will remain beautiful only if, apart from human beings, there are other life forms also that either, God or, whatever, we want to call it, or by the process of evolution, everything has been created on purpose. Human beings are making everything else purposeless. You buy so much of honey and you don't even know from where your honey is coming. You don't have so many honeybees. आपके शहद में 30 से 40% चीनी आ रही है और आप उसको नींबू के पानी में मिला मिला के घोल घोल के पी रहे हो और आपका पेट कम ही नहीं हो रहा. कहां से कम होगा भाई? इतनी तो चीनी पी रहे हो उसमें मिला मिला के सुबह सुबह गर्म पानी में. सारे राइपेरियन हैबिटेट्स खत्म करते जा रहे हैं. घर के पास में मधुमक्खी का छत्ता बनता है तो सबसे पहला होता है कि कहीं से मिट्टी के तेल का फुआ लगाओ और उसको उड़ाओ, बिकॉज इट इज अ थ्रेट. जो प्राणी आपकी मदद कर रहा है, जो कहता है कि मैं, मधुमक्खी आपके लिए शहद नहीं बनाती है, मधुमक्खी अपने लिए शहद बनाती है. हम उसका शहद छीन लेते हैं, फिर भी बेचारी कुछ नहीं बोलती कि चलो ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, मैं फिर से और बना लूंगी. वो ऐसा नहीं करती कि कहीं से कोई ऐसा जहरीला मैं अपने अंदर एक पॉइजन लेके आऊं कि आसपास के जितने इंसानों को उनको काट के खत्म कर दूं. लेकिन हम वो काम करते हैं. हमको जिस चीज से भी लगता है कि हमारा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, और हमारा सबसे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, हमारा घर में छिपकली से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, हमारा घर में मकड़ियों से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, हमारा सबसे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, चूहों से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, चींटियों से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, ऑल हार्मलेस क्रीचर्स. We are in conflict with biodiversity. We are at war with biodiversity. ये बहुत एक सोचने और समझने की बात है कि इसको हमको रिवर्स करने की जरूरत है. कंपैशन, ऑल आवर ओल्ड इंडियन कल्चर, जो हम, इस G20 में भी जो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने संदेश दिया, 1 planet, 1 अर्थ, 1 फैमिली, वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, ये सिर्फ कहने की चीजें नहीं है. वसुदेव कुटुंबकम का मतलब ये नहीं कि मेरे कुटुंब के लोग. वसुदेव कुटुंबकम में सब कुछ आता है आपका. इट्स एन इकोसिस्टम बेस्ड अप्रोच, कि आपके साथ में आप भी रहेंगे, आपके पास में सांप भी रहेगा, छिपकली भी रहेगी, बिच्छू भी रहेगा, मधुमक्खी भी रहेगी, पेड़ भी रहेंगे, तितलियां भी रहेंगी, सब कोई रहेगा. So the time has come when the conservation has to be truly understood in its correct sense. And Sen साहब यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, and I've known him for many years, and I see a great hope, in him. He is one of the most amazing, and a dedicated wildlife person that I've ever seen. Very passionate also. आप लोगों को शायद पता नहीं होगा, बहुत ही उम्दा श्रेणी के वाइल्ड लाइफ फोटोग्राफर हैं ये. इनके जो पक्षियों के फोटोग्राफ्स होते हैं और भी जो नाना प्रकार की फोटोग्राफी करते हैं, फेसबुक पे अगर आप लोग इनको ज्वाइन कर लें तो आपको वो एक आनंद आपको मिलता रहेगा कि हर दूसरे तीसरे दिन तो but he travels pan India, and with passionate people like Sen Saab, I think we have great amount of hope. And I would earnestly request him कि जहाँ ग्रीन मुनिया हैबिटेट्स हैं और वहाँ के जो वाइल्ड लाइफ मैनेजमेंट प्लान्स हैं, वर्किंग प्लान्स हैं, उनमें अगर कुछ भी ऐसा इनकॉर्पोरेशन हो सके कि the species can be brought into limelight, I think it will be a great service to the country. So with that note, and I'm so happy, Rajat, that that Josh has not gone down, and you are still the same that I saw you almost now 25, 26 years back, or I think more than that. It's 30 years back. So wish you good luck, and keep doing this fantastic work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yogesh Dubey. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to present the souvenir to Dr. Yogesh Dubey, who so gracefully chaired this session. Thank you so much, Yogesh sir, for your input. I would like to request Mr. Mohammad Khalik to present Dr. Rajat Bhargava with the souvenir for the event. Let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Rajat Bhargava and the very powerful presentation he gave that appealed to our sentimentality. Thank you so much, Rajat sir and Yogesh sir, for being here. And now we move on to the final session of our day today. We're going to have Dr. Atul Bodke, who's going to talk to us about why spiders are important. With huge reverence, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Atul Kesharao Bodke. And I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to felicitate Dr. Atul on our behalf. Dr. Atul Bodke is a principal at J.D. Patil Sangludkar Mahavidyalaya, Daryapur, District Amravati in Maharashtra. Let's have a round of applause. He has completed a project titled Environment Impact Assessment of Proposed Upper Tapi Projects Stage 2 and Diversity of Spiders from Lona Crater Sanctuary funded by University Grants Commission, New Delhi. Dr. Atul, please take your seat. Dr. Atul has completed the Fast Track Young Scientist Fellowship entitled Natural History and Systematics of Spiders from Lona Crater Sanctuary funded by SERB, Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi, Government of India. He is also working as a member of the Animal Expert Committee under the State Biodiversity Board, Government of Maharashtra. Also, he has released the first spider song of India, Ek Paheli. We are so grateful to have you here, sir. Chairing this session, we would like to have on this stage Mr. Jagdish Chandra, retired IFS officer and former director, Van Vihar. With great reverence, we call upon stage Mr. Jagdish Chandra, and I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to welcome and felicitate him on our behalf. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Jagdish Chandra, retired IFS officer and former director at Van Vihar. Mr. Jagdish Chandra did his ACF rigorous training in the year 1976 to 78 from Service Forest College, Assam. Later on, he was awarded Indian Forest Service by promotion in the year 1997. He has rigorously participated in trainings and workshops across India and abroad. He has been awarded with various recognitions. He has been awarded for the meritorious services by the Field Director, Project Tiger Kana, Mandla in March 1993. The state government of MP awarded him with the silver medal at Bhopal. The chief minister honored him with the medal for meritorious service rendered in Kanha Tiger Reserve for capture and tranquilization of various wild animals. He was awarded with Lifetime Achievement Award, post-retirement, Transformational Reforms in Nation Building Award and a Medal of Excellence in Individual Capacity. The award was given by the Global Education Economic Development, New Delhi on 23rd September 2022. Sir, we are so thankful that you could be here to chair our session, and we would like to request you to please open the session with your chairing comments.
So the very last time is left, so I will just request to open the session, please. Yeah.
Let's have a round of applause for Dr. Atul Bodke.
Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. Atul Bodke, currently working as a principal of J.D. Patil Sangludkar Mahavidyalaya, Daryapur. I am also thankful to Baghel sir for the invitation. मैं अभी थोड़ा स्टोरी बताना चाहता हूँ स्पाइडर के बारे में. मेरा जो पहला जो वर्क था वो एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट पे था, और हमारे टीचर डॉक्टर गणेश वानखेड़े जिन्होंने रियली स्पाइडर का वर्क सेंट्रल इंडिया में स्टार्ट किया. और एक दिन मुझे वो फॉरेस्ट में लेके गए और उन्होंने एक बड़ा वेब 2 to 3 मीटर चौड़ा वेब हमको दिखाया और मुझे बोला कि क्या हो सकता है अतुल, आप ये वेब देखिए और उसमें इस वेब का और स्पाइडर का क्या रोल हो सकता है। तो मैंने देखा, हम वहाँ पे बैठे रहे, उसके बाद हमने काउंट किया कि उसमें बहुत सारे इंसेक्ट जो है वो ट्रैप हुए थे, और हमने काउंट किया तो वो नंबर जो था वो बहुत ज़्यादा नंबर था, और वो वेब जो था वो जायंट वुड स्पाइडर का था। तो उसके बाद हमने उनको रिप्लाई दिया कि सर, हमें लगता है कि स्पाइडर जो है वो इंसेक्ट को कंट्रोल करता है इफेक्टिवली। ऐसा नहीं है कि फॉरेस्ट में बहुत सारे अदर एनिमल भी है जो इंसेक्ट को कंट्रोल करते हैं, वो डायरेक्ट फीड करते हैं। और यही एक स्पाइडर है जो हर तरफ से स्पाइडर को, इंसेक्ट को कंट्रोल करता है। आपको ये ज्ञात होगा कि सबसे बड़ा फाइलम जो है वर्ल्ड में वो आर्थ्रोपोड है, और आर्थ्रोपोड में सबसे बड़ा जो क्लास है उसे इंसेक्टा बोलते हैं। और सबसे ज़्यादा नंबर कोई है इस वर्ल्ड में, प्लेनेट पे, तो वो इंसेक्ट है। उसको कंट्रोल करना बहुत बड़ी बात है, और एक ही एनिमल ऐसा है प्लेनेट पे वो इफेक्टिवली कंट्रोल, मैं ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ, कंट्रोल तो बहुत सारे एनिमल करेंगे, इंसेक्ट करेंगे, बाकी भी करेंगे, पर स्पाइडर उसको वेब में ट्रैप करेगा। वन थिंग, उसमें नंबर ऑफ इंसेक्ट ट्रैप हो जाएंगे। उसके बाद जो सेकंड है, सेकंड वो ग्राउंड ड्वेलर्स भी है, तो जैसे भी इंसेक्ट कोई ग्राउंड से आएगा उसको भी ट्रैप करेगा, और जो इंसेक्ट फ्लाई करते हैं उसको भी ट्रैप करेगा। हर तरह से इंसेक्ट को ट्रैप करने की जो बिहेवियर है वो ओनली स्पाइडर में है। इसलिए फॉरेस्ट के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर के लिए और अपने घर के लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्पीसीज है। तो यहाँ से हमने स्पाइडर का काम सेंट्रल इंडिया में स्टार्ट किया इन कोलैबोरेशन विद WII। डॉक्टर VP उनियाल सर हमारे साथ थे, और कुछ ZSI के कुछ साइंटिस्ट, डॉक्टर गजबे, ये तीनों मिलके ये वर्क इंडिया, सेंट्रल इंडिया में काम स्टार्ट हुआ है। और आज पूरे इंडिया में बहुत सारे बच्चे इसमें काम कर रहे हैं स्पाइडर पे, और ये इनिशिएटिव हमारे टीचर ने लिया था, अब वो नहीं रहे तो उसको हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं। तो क्या बेसिक जो डिफरेंस है स्पाइडर में और इंसेक्ट में, तो वो क्या है वो हम देखेंगे। फर्स्ट, इट हैज 8 legs, 8 eyes, body divisible into 2 parts, and it is very beautiful। और सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट जो प्रॉपर्टी है, इट इज होरेशियस फीडर। ये क्या है? होरेशियस फीडर। वो खाता रहता है, इसलिए इंसेक्ट का पॉपुलेशन इफेक्टिवली कंट्रोल करता है। इंसेक्ट में 6 legs है और 2 eyes है। बेसिकली बहुत सारे लोग कंफ्यूज होते हैं, स्पाइडर को भी इंसेक्ट बोलते हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं है। ये अरेक्निड है, इसका अलग से इवोल्यूशन हुआ है, इसमें ये सब प्रॉपर्टी है। और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रॉपर्टी लास्ट जो है वो क्या करता है? सिल्क सीक्रेट करता है। इट सीक्रेट अ सिल्क, सो इट इज डिफरेंस बिटवीन। सो और एक हमने रिकॉर्ड किया, ये जो रिकॉर्ड आपको कोई भी इंटरनेट पे मिल जाएगा, वो डांस भी करता है। ये बहुत अच्छा प्रॉपर्टी, वो डांस करते हैं। पिकॉक स्पाइडर है, इंडिया में नहीं मिलता है, ये ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रिकॉर्ड हुआ है, और वो फीमेल को अट्रैक्ट करता है डांस से, और बहुत अच्छा डांस करता है। ये मेल है, और फीमेल को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए वो बहुत सारा डांस विंस करता है, और फिर फीमेल इसके तरफ अट्रैक्ट होती है। ओके, सो ये वेब है जो हमारे मेलघाट में हमने रिकॉर्ड किया है। बहुत ह्यूज वेब, आपको हमने बताया कि 3 to 4 मीटर जितना चौड़ा वेब है, जिसमें ये जो वेब है नेफिला पेलिपिस जो स्पाइडर है, जायंट वुड स्पाइडर। और मैं यहाँ पे जो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के लोग हैं और कोई भी सब जो फॉरेस्ट में काम करते हैं उनको बताना चाहता हूँ कि जहाँ जहाँ टाइगर है वहाँ ये स्पेसीज है। ये हमारा ऑब्जर्वेशन है, जहाँ पे टाइगर का हैबिटेट है वहाँ पे ये जो वेब बनाने वाला स्पेसीज है ये आपको वहाँ पे मिलेगा। इसको बोलते नेफिला पेलिपिस जायंट वुड स्पाइडर। ये जो स्पाइडर है ये फीमेल है और उसके ऊपर ऑरेंज कलर जो मेल आपको दिखता है वो ऑरेंज कलर का मेल है। मेल 4 to 5 टाइम्स जो होता है वो छोटा होता है और फीमेल बड़ी होती है। ओके, और ये जो नंबर है इसका फीमेल के साथ जो नंबर है वो 2 to 3 मेल फीमेल के साथ होते हैं वेब पे। और ये इसका जो हैबिटेट है, मैंने आप पहले बोला कि ईच एंड एवरी टाइगर रिजर्व आप जहां भी जाए इंडिया में और इंडिया के बाहर भी जाए ये स्पेसीज आपको उसके साथ मिलेगा। तो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट को मैं सजेशन तो नहीं दूंगा पर ये बोलना चाहता हूं कि इसको आप रिकॉर्ड कीजिए, क्योंकि जब इसका जो अथॉरिटी है मेड्जास कुंटनर वो जब इंडिया में आए तो उन्होंने इसके साथ हम बहुत सारे ताड़ोबा में विजिट किया, पेंच में गए, सब इधर गए, तो इसका नंबर उसके साथ बहुत ज्यादा, जहां पे टाइगर रिजर्व है वहां पे नंबर बहुत ज्यादा है इस स्पाइडर का। और उन्होंने ये कहा है वहां पे तब सजेशन दिया था कि आप इसका पॉपुलेशन एस्टिमेट करो ईच एंड एवरी टाइगर रिजर्व में। इसका इतना को रिलेशन हो सकता है टाइगर के हैबिटेट के साथ कि इसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करना फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्पेसीज का। पर डे बाय डे अब ये स्पेसीज कम होती जा रही है और इसके ऊपर अभी तक इंडिया में कोई काम नहीं कर रहा है। हम भी कर रहे हैं पर फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का परमिशन उसके लिए चाहिए और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट परमिशन जल्दी देती नहीं है। हमने बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशन भेजे हैं पर फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट इजीली इसको परमिट नहीं कर रहा है। सो इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज ऑफ स्पाइडर, तो ये प्रीडेटर है सबसे पहली बात, इट इज अ प्रीडेटर। और प्रीडेटर जैसे टाइगर प्रीडेटर है वैसे स्पाइडर भी प्रीडेटर है। और क्या किसके ऊपर फीड करता है, तो ओनली इंसेक्ट के ऊपर फीड करता है और इंसेक्ट को ट्रैप करता है। इसलिए आप अगर हमारा पहला जो ये था फोकस था वो है फार्मर के ऊपर, तो अगर हमने इसका रियरिंग किया स्पाइडर का तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस आज के डेट में जो पेस्ट का जो फार्मिंग में प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, जैसे लगभग हेवी इंसेक्टिसाइड और पेस्टिसाइड हम स्प्रे कर रहे हैं और हमारा जो यील्ड है जितना आना चाहिए उतना नहीं हो रहा है आज की डेट में, और पेस्ट का बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो चुका है, इसको हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे। तो इसका बेसिकली रीजन ये है कि जब हम स्प्रे करते हैं तो ये इंसेक्ट के साथ स्पाइडर भी जो है एग्रीकल्चर में वो मर जाते हैं। तो फिर इसका सजेशन ये है कि इसको अगर अपन रियरिंग करेंगे, इसका एक सैक हम अगर कल्टीवेट करेंगे, निकालेंगे और इसका रियरिंग करेंगे, अगर सक्सेसफुल रह गया रियरिंग का, तो मुझे लगता है एग्रीकल्चर का बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम हमारा सॉल्व हो जाएगा। क्योंकि अगर मॉर्निंग में आप जाएंगे यानी कॉटन ये फार्म में और कोई भी, आपको सुबह आपको बॉडी में ये वेब्स लगेंगी आप अगर फार्म में गए होंगे तो। इसका रीजन ये है कि इवनिंग को स्पाइडर वेब बनाता है, इवनिंग को 5 o'clock और 6 o'clock स्टार्ट करता है वेब बिल्डिंग। और जितने भी इंसेक्ट है वो मैक्सिमम इंसेक्टिंग नॉक्टर्नल है और वो वहां से जाएंगे तो ऑलरेडी उसमें फंस जाएंगे उसके ट्रैप में फंसने। तो इतना इफेक्टिवली कंट्रोल करने वाला स्पेसीज दुनिया में कोई नहीं है जो इंसेक्ट और पेस्ट को क्या करता है, कंट्रोल करता है। तो इसलिए अभी डे बाय डे क्या हो रहा है कि ये इंसेक्टिसाइड और पेस्टिसाइड ज्यादा हेवी स्प्रे करने के लिए हो रहा है, इसलिए रियरिंग करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और रियरिंग अपने जो आपके फार्म है और फॉरेस्ट है वहां से ही एक सैक लेना है और उसको आर्टिफिशियली अपने लैब में लाके उसका रियरिंग करना है और उसे फिर से अपने फार्म में छोड़ देना है। जब हमने प्रैक्टिस किया तो हमारे यहाँ पे जो फार्मर है पर्टिकुलर अमरावती डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, तो इन्होंने बहुत सारे फार्मर्स ने ये प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट कर दी। तो रियरिंग तो नहीं कर रहे हैं, फिर हमने उनको यही सजेशन दिया कि आपका जो स्प्रे करते हैं आप फॉरेस्ट में, उसका जो टाइमिंग है वो टाइमिंग आप चेंज कीजिए। आप जब मॉर्निंग में आप स्प्रे मत कीजिए और इवनिंग को आप स्प्रे मत कीजिए, आप आफ्टरनून में उसको स्प्रे कीजिए। मॉर्निंग में 10 बजे 9 o'clock वो क्या हो जाता है, अंडरग्राउंड हो जाता है। जैसे ही धूप बढ़ जाती है तो वो अंडरग्राउंड हो जाएगा, फिर आप स्प्रे कीजिए, तब जाके आपका ये नंबर जो इंसेक्टिसाइड स्प्रे करेंगे तो ये क्या होगा, सेव हो जाएगा। इसको ये इंसेक्ट के साथ मर नहीं जाएगा, फिर उसका नंबर आपके ऑटोमेटिकली फार्म में बढ़ जाएगा। और सेम स्टोरी हो गई है, अभी स्पाइडर का वेब फार्म्स में बहुत बढ़ गया है, नंबर भी बढ़ गया है। अब वो फार्मर जो है इंसेक्टिसाइड भी स्प्रे नहीं करते और पेस्टिसाइड भी नहीं। और ये सक्सेस स्टोरी है, बहुत सारे फार्मर अभी स्पाइडर के ऊपर हमारे एरिया में काम कर रहे हैं जिनके पास फार्मिंग लैंड ज़्यादा है। हमने सजेशन भी वो दिया है कि जिनके पास फार्मिंग लैंड ज़्यादा है, 10 एकड़ है, 15 एकड़ है, तो उसमें के 2 एकड़ में आप इसको प्रैक्टिस करें। अगर इसको सक्सेस हो गया तो फिर आप धीरे धीरे उसको बढ़ाइए। एकदम से तो कोई फार्मर रेडी नहीं होगा इंसेक्टिसाइड और पेस्टिसाइड को स्प्रे नहीं करते। तो ये स्टार्ट हुआ है, अभी लगभग 10-15 जो फार्मर है उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया है और आज इनका नंबर भी एग्रीकल्चर लैंड में बढ़ गया है। तो रियरिंग तो बहुत ईजी है। ये कुछ स्टोरी है, जैसे नीचे दिया हुआ पिक्चर आप देखेंगे, ये पाकिस्तान का पिक्चर है। यहाँ पे क्या हुआ था, एक स्टोरी है कि यहाँ पे मलेरिया का जो नंबर है, डेंगू पेशेंट बहुत बढ़ गए थे इस सिटी में, और डॉक्टर भी परेशान हुए, सब परेशान हो गए कि इसको कंट्रोल कैसे करना। इमीडिएटली कुछ दिनों के बाद ये जो एक लेक है वहाँ पे जो सराउंडिंग में जितने पेड़ है उसके ऊपर जाले, एकदम से स्पाइडर का स्पाइडर आ गए और ये इस टाइप का सिचुएशन हो गया। उसके बाद ऑटोमेटिकली ये जो नंबर है पेशेंट का मलेरिया का, वो नंबर डाउन हो गया। उसके बाद साइंटिस्ट जो है वहाँ के, उनको लगा कि ये कैसा हो गया स्टोरी, तो उन्होंने देखा कि ये जो लेक है उसमें जो मॉस्किटो की लार्वी है वो बहुत बढ़ गई थी और उसके बाद मलेरिया का पेशेंट बढ़ गया। और स्पाइडर ने यहाँ पे वेब बना के उनको क्या किया, कंट्रोल किया। ये सक्सेस स्टोरी जो है वो पाकिस्तान में रिकॉर्ड की हुई है। ये जितने भी स्पाइडर इंसेक्ट की मॉस्किटो की लार्वी है उसके ऊपर स्पाइडर क्या करता है, फीड करता है। स्नेक को भी ट्रैप किया है, जैसे इंसेक्ट को ट्रैप करता है तो स्नेक को भी स्पाइडर क्या करता है, ट्रैप करता है। ये जो स्पाइडर है इसको ब्लैक विडो स्पाइडर बोलते हैं, ये स्नेक को भी ट्रैप करता है। ये ग्राउंड स्पाइडर है, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि ग्राउंड ड्वेलर स्पाइडर भी है, वॉर्प वेब भी है, वेब बनाते हैं, ग्राउंड पे भी चलते हैं। जैसे भी कहीं पे भी इंसेक्ट आपको मिला स्पाइडर को ग्राउंड पे भी, उसको ये ग्राउंड पे भी ट्रैप करेगा और वेब पे भी। इसका रोल जो है फॉरेस्ट में, ये और एक स्टोरी है हमारी, जहाँ मेलघाट में हमारा एक साइट है, वहाँ पे हम मॉर्निंग में गए रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए। ये स्पाइडर हमको रिकॉर्ड हुआ, इसको मेगालोमॉर्फ बोलेंगे, टैरेंटुला। और हमने उसका नेस्ट देखा, ये जो है, तो ये हमको 10 मीटर बाय 10 मीटर हमने जो हमारा प्लॉट हमने डाला उसमें लगभग 200 हमने ये काउंट किया। तो इसलिए इसका नंबर कितना होगा, 10 मीटर बाय 10 मीटर में लगभग 200 नंबर होगा। और ये जो नेस्ट है, ये नेस्ट सीधा नीचे आता है। हमने जो उसका फिर उसको नेस्ट का ड्राइंग किया, सीधा आएगा, फिर इस तरह से ये हो जाएगा चेंज और फिर ऊपर आ जाएगा। फिर यहाँ पे एक बड़ा होल किया है उसने, ऐसा सराउंडिंग जैसा गोल वाला होल किया है। और इसका जब लाइफ साइकिल हमने रिकॉर्ड किया तो ये जो लाइफ साइकिल है ये स्टार्ट होता है, ये जो एग्स ले और यहाँ ये जो वेब से नेस्ट से निकल जाता है, तो ये निकल जाता है मई में ये यहाँ से निकल जाएगा, और जून जुलाई में हमारा मानसून स्टार्ट हो जाता है। उसके बाद ये यहाँ से निकल गया नेट से, इसका लाइफ साइकिल यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो जाएगा, ये यहाँ से निकल जाएगा, और फिर जो बारिश का पानी है ये पानी पूरा इसमें भर जाएगा। तो लगभग 1 मीटर इतना गहरा जो है वो मॉइस्चर यहाँ पे जमा हो जाएगा। इतना बड़ा वाटर पर्कोलेशन का इसका स्पाइडर का रोल है, फॉरेस्ट में भी और अपने एग्रीकल्चर लैंड पे भी। ये जो है ये अपने घर में ही आपको रिकॉर्ड मिलेगा। ये भी एक स्टोरी है, हमारे लैब का ये पिक्चर है। लैब में ये मड वास्प जो है, मड वास्प डेली विजिट करता था और उसके मुंह में कुछ लाता था वो बाहर से। और ये जो यहाँ का जो पिक्चर दिख रहा है आपको इस साइड में, वहां पे लाके एक दो उसके ये थे चेम्बर्स थे, एक चेम्बर में उसको डाल देता था। तो मेरा स्टूडेंट था सुभाष करके, तो उन्होंने बोला कि सर ये मड वास्प हमारे लैब में रोज विजिट करता है 4 बार, और यहाँ पे उसने एक घर बनाया है, यहाँ आके वो कुछ लाता है और उसमें एक चेम्बर में डाल देता है। तो वो बोले कि इसको निकाल दूं क्या सर? मैंने बोला नहीं, रहने दे, 1 महीना हम देखेंगे। 1 मंथ हमने इनको ऑब्जर्व किया, उसके बाद हमने उसको ब्रेक किया। तो बहुत अच्छा ऑब्जर्वेशन मिला कि एक चेम्बर में उसके यंग वन थे और उसको एक कनेक्शन था पीछे से, और उसमें दूसरे इस चेम्बर में स्पाइडर था। तो वास्प को मालूम है कि स्पाइडर को यंग वन को क्या खिलाना है। तो वास्प, ये जो स्पाइडर है ये प्रोटीनियस है, उसमें बहुत सारा प्रोटीन है, और वो प्रोटीन के ऊपर बहुत सारे एनिमल फीड्स करते हैं। ये भी मड वास्प उसके यंग वन को स्पाइडर खिलाता है। तो ये स्टोरी यहां से है। हा? नहीं डैमेज ये नहीं। उसके बाद हमने पूरा उसका जो जैसे विजिट किया तो बहुत दिन उसको ऑब्जर्व किया, हमने देखा कि कब इसका ये सब बंद हो जाता है। तो उसके बाद हमने उसको ब्रेक किया। तो इसमें आपको दिखेगा कि बस स्पाइडर भी है, उसके बाद बहुत सारे स्पाइडर के आपको ये मिलेंगे इसमें। उसके बाद इसका एक बहुत सारा इम्पोर्टेंट जो प्रॉपर्टी है वो सिल्क है, उसमें हम रेशम बोलते हैं। जैसे इसमें पॉलीमराइज प्रोटीन है, उसको बोलते हैं फाइब्रोइन। सिक्रीशन ग्लैंड है जो उससे स्पाइडर सिल्क सिक्रीट करता है। और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जो प्रॉपर्टी है उस प्रोटीन का जो सीक्वेंस है, उसमें ग्लाइसिन और एलानिन, ये जो 2 सीक्वेंस है अमीनो एसिड का, इसका नंबर बहुत ज़्यादा है। इसलिए ये नंबर ज़्यादा होने के कारण ये जो सिल्क है वो सिल्क फ्लेक्सिबल है, स्ट्रेचेबल है। फ्लेक्सिबल भी है, स्ट्रेचेबल भी है, वाटरप्रूफ भी है, एंटी माइक्रोबियल है, बायोकम्पेटिबल है और बायोडिग्रेडेबल है। ऐसा मटेरियल स्पाइडर के पास है। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूके और यूएस ने क्या किया, तो पहला काम किया कि अर्थक्वेक प्रूफ हाउसेस इन्होंने बनाया। इसका जो डीएनए है, डीएनए आइसोलेट करके गोट के मेमोरी ग्लैंड में उसको ट्रांसफर किया, उससे जो प्रोटीन निकला मिल्क से, उसको प्रोसेस करके उसके ऊपर उसका अर्थक्वेक जैसे आयरन रॉड है, आयरन रॉड को रिप्लेस करके उसमें स्पाइडर रॉड डाल दिए। और अभी जापान में जो हाउसेस है जहाँ पे अर्थक्वेक आता है, तो अभी वहाँ पे ये हाउसेस में ये रॉड्स अभी अप्लाई हो रहे हैं। जब भी अर्थक्वेक आएगा तो घर सिर्फ ऐसा हिलेगा, गिरेगा नहीं। तो ये एक है। उसके बाद पैराशूट का जो ये है, पैराशूट के जो हम लंबे जो है इसको बोलते हैं ना, हाँ, नेट फाइबर है कि उसको ये रोप है, रोप। तो वो भी अभी इस पैराशूट के जो रोप है वो स्पाइडर सिल्क से बने हुए हैं। उसके बाद जो बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट है, यूएस ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट बनाया है, सिर्फ 1.5 किलो का है और हमारा जो DRDO का बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट है ये 12 किलो का है, केजी का है। जब लास्ट साइंस कांग्रेस हुआ था मैसूर में, हम वहाँ पे गए तो DRDO ने एक पूरा स्टॉल लगाया था। उसमें हमने देखा कि उनको बोला कि ये किस लिए, ये कहाँ से आपने ये कितना, इसका ये कितना है, वजन कितना है, तो वो बोले 12 केजी। तो हमने उनको बोला कि स्पाइडर से एक बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट बनाया है, तो आपने देखा क्या? हाँ बोले है हमारे पास। वो निकाल के उन्होंने हमारे पास दे दिया। तो वो बोले कि हमको US ने इसको दिया है। तो हमारा जो जवान है वो 12 केजी का जैकेट पहन के हिमालय पे जाता है, और अमेरिका का जवान जो है वो 1.5 किलो का जाता है। और ये स्पेसिस जिससे इसने बनाया, वो जो पहले हमने पिक्चर देखा जायंट वुड स्पाइडर, उसके वेब से बनाया है। तो ये एलानिन और ग्लाइसिन का सीक्वेंस है स्पाइडर सिल्क में। और क्या होता है, पहला एक एप्लीकेशन है उसका जो वेनम है, वेनम से आर्टेरियल फाइब्रिलेशन जो है उसमें भी यूज होता है। उसके बाद ब्लैक विडो स्पाइडर का जो वेब ये है वेनम है, ये भी इसमें अल्जाइमर है, लंग कैंसर है और हार्ट फाइब्रिलेशन है, इसके लिए यूज होता है। ये जो है ये मॉर्फोलॉजिकल कैरेक्टर्स है, जिसमें हम बता सकते हैं कि मेगालोमॉर्फ और अरेनियोमॉर्फ, इसमें क्या डिफरेंशिएशन है। मेगालोमॉर्फ मींस टेरेंटुला, टेरेंटुला में क्या डिफरेंसेस है, और एरेनियोमॉर्फ हमको अगर आइडेंटिफिकेशन करना है तो इसका हम कैसे आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। ये फीमेल और मेल हम आइडेंटिफाई कैसे करें? अगर मेल को आइडेंटिफाई करना है तो आपको जो आगे का जो एक स्ट्रक्चर दिखेगा, बल्बस स्ट्रक्चर, अगर ये दिखता है तो आप बोलेंगे कि ये मेल है, और मेल फीमेल से कभी भी छोटा रहेगा। इसलिए इसको हम आइडेंटिफाई करते हुए ये स्ट्रक्चर अगर है तो हम समझेंगे कि इसका ये मेल है। सभी स्पाइडर में होता है। ये आईज है, हमने बोला कि 8 आईज है स्पाइडर को। ऐसा वर्ल्ड में कहीं नहीं है, इतने आईज रहने वाला कोई भी स्पाइडर नहीं। 8 आईज है, और इंडिया में 6 आईज भी स्पाइडर रिकॉर्डेड हुए हैं और 4 आई स्पाइडर भी रिकॉर्डेड हुए हैं। कई स्पेसिस फैमिली को 4 आई स्पाइडर है, कोई 8 है और कोई 6 है। 2 आई स्पाइडर भी है, पर इंडिया में अभी रिकॉर्डेड नहीं। आईलेस स्पाइडर भी है जो केव्स में मिलती है, तो वो अभी तक रिकॉर्ड नहीं हुआ है। तो इंडिया में जितने भी केव्स है, अगर वहाँ पे रिसर्चर जाएंगे तो वो भी स्पाइडर हम रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पे भी MP में बहुत सारे केव्स है, तो यहाँ पे अगर कोई काम करने वाला कोई स्टूडेंट होगा तो वो केव का अगर सब्जेक्ट लेगा तो उसमें भी आपको आईलेस स्पाइडर मिल सकते हैं, पर अभी तक इंडिया में उसका रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। ये अभी एक स्टोरी है कि मेलघाट की, हमको ये नेफिला पेलेपिस का एक फोटो है, आपको दिखाएगा कि वहाँ पे फीमेल है। तो उसका जो मेल है वो ऑरेंज कलर का रहेगा, छोटा, हमने आपको पहले स्लाइड में दिखाया। अब आप इसमें काउंट कीजिए कितने मेल है। 7 मेल है, यहाँ पे लिखा है, ठीक है। 7 मेल रिकॉर्ड किया है हमने मेलघाट से। तो नॉर्मली जो काउंट है वो एक फीमेल के साथ 3 मेल होते हैं, ये नॉर्मल काउंट है। हमें यहाँ पे 7 मेल रिकॉर्ड हुए। फिर हमको लगा कि इतना कैसा नंबर बढ़ गया, तो हमारे टीचर बोले कि ये काम कीजिए आप, कि आप बाहर जितने टाइगर रिजर्व है वहाँ पे आप जाके देखिए कि इसका रिकॉर्ड कहीं वेरी होता है क्या। फिर हमने जहाँ भी डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट है वहाँ पे हमने रिकॉर्ड किया। हमारा एक महेंद्री फॉरेस्ट है, वहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड किया, तो इसका नंबर बढ़ गया, वो 12 गया। फिर हम MP में जब काम किए तो जटाशंकर जो का एरिया है ऊपर वाला, वहाँ पे हमने रिकॉर्ड किया, इसका नंबर गया 18 पे। और 22 का रिकॉर्ड जो है, सॉरी 16 पे गया। बाद में हम पातालकोट में काम किए तो उसमें रिकॉर्ड ये बढ़ गया, 18 का ऊपर गया। और 22 जो है वो गिनीज बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड है। तो हम सिर्फ 3 नंबर अगर हमारा बढ़ गया तो गिनीज बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड हम ब्रेक कर सकते हैं। पर हमने जो ऑब्जर्वेशन किया उस टाइम पे, हमने देखा कि जहां जहां डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट है वहां पे इसका नंबर ज्यादा। तो ये इंडिकेटर स्पेसिस है। अगर ऐसा आपको अगर दिखता है फॉरेस्ट में, तो समझ जाना कि कुछ फॉरेस्ट को क्या है, कहीं ना कहीं स्पेसिस को और फॉरेस्ट को थ्रेट है। इसका नंबर जहां जहां आपको ज्यादा दिखेगा वहां पे समझना है कि फॉरेस्ट को थ्रेट है। ये सिग्नेचर स्पाइडर है, आपको बहुत आप देखा होगा कि इसको एक क्रॉस किया हुआ एक बड़ा वाला वेब रहेगा, उसको सिग्नेचर स्पाइडर करके। आपको कुछ स्पाइडर के फोटो हम दिखाएंगे, स्पाइडर कितना ब्यूटीफुल है। जैसे लगेगा कि फ्रॉक की स्ट्रक्चर है। ये न्यूस्कोना स्पेसीज है, एरेनिडी फैमिली। ये सिरुटोफोरा की स्पेसीज है। ये अभी ये स्पेसीज है थेलेकांथा। आपको देखेगा कि जो माउथ रीजन है, मुझे माउथ है, ये नीचे वाला है। नीचे वाला जो है माउथ रीजन है और ऊपर वाला जो है एब्डोमेन है। हाँ, ये पॉल्टिस है। जैसे आपको ये नॉक्टर्नल स्पाइडर है, अगर कोई भी पेड़ पे आपको देखेगा पॉल्टिस को, आप पहचान नहीं पाओगे कि ये स्पाइडर है जो पॉल्टिस है, जो पेड़ पे है। पूरा उसका जो कलर है वो मैच हो जाएगा, बहुत सारा कैमोफ्लेज इसमें है। ये टिलोमोनिया है, जंपिंग स्पाइडर। एंट मिमिक स्पाइडर है, जैसे एंट जैसे दिखेगा उसके साथ ही रहेगा। जैसे लगेगा आपको स्नेक है, ऐसा भी स्पाइडर रिकॉर्ड किए हुए। ये सब आइडेंटिफिकेशन कैरेक्टर है जिससे हम स्पाइडर को आइडेंटिफाई कर पाएंगे। ऑटगायरस है, ये एरेक्न्यूरा फिश जैसे दिखेगा आपको। एरेमनियस है। इसके हमने एक काउंट किए तो सबसे ज्यादा एग्स जो है 2600 एग्स यहाँ पे जो नाइलस स्पाइडर है ये आपको दिखेगा, इसमें रिकॉर्ड हुए। इसका रिप्रोडक्टिव रेट बहुत ज़्यादा है। इसलिए अभी जो बात हुई कि फॉरेस्ट में जाना है उसको परमिशन चाहिए, है ना, तो इसके लिए कोई भी स्पेसीज आरडीबी स्पेसीज नहीं है। सिर्फ टेनेंटोला जो स्पेसीज है, कुछ स्पेसीज जो रेड बुक डेटा में जो लिस्टेड है थ्रेटन में है, उसमें काम करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। बहुत सारे स्पेसीज बाकी है जो आपको इजीली आपके घर के बाजू में मिल जाएंगे। इसलिए फॉरेस्ट को परमिशन जो है वो जो आपको लगता है कि वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, आप बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड से कंसल्ट करके उससे भी परमिशन ले सकते हैं और ये काम आपके खेत में भी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। तो रिसर्चर को मेरा यही कहना है कि ये अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, इसमें आपको काम करना है। डिफिकल्टी यही है कि इसका जो इवोल्यूशन हुआ है वो सभी इपिगाइन और जो रिप्रोडक्टिव ऑर्गन है स्पाइडर के उसमें हुआ है। इसलिए आपको डिसेट करके उसको आइडेंटिफिकेशन करना है, यही बहुत क्रिटिकल वर्क है, उसको मैच करना है। अभी इंडिया में अभी आज का जो रिकॉर्ड है वर्ल्ड का 51,000 स्पेसीज आज के वर्ल्ड के रिकॉर्ड में है स्पाइडर के, अभी तक रिकॉर्ड हुए जिससे पेपर पब्लिश हुए। अभी इंडिया का जो रिकॉर्ड है 1,600 स्पेसीज इंडिया में रिकॉर्डेड है और एमपी का जो रिकॉर्ड है मुझे लगता है कि 500 तक ये स्पेसीज का रिकॉर्ड एमपी का गया होगा, इससे आगे ज़्यादा नहीं गया। तो बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, 1000 और उससे भी ज़्यादा हम एमपी से रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं, मध्य प्रदेश से। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में उसका नंबर सिर्फ 400 स्पेसीज है अभी तक, तो इससे आगे बढ़ नहीं रहा है क्योंकि उसमें काम करने वाले रिसर्चर अभी तक नहीं है, इसलिए ये नंबर जो है ये नंबर अभी कम है। ये जो मेथोडोलॉजी है सब आप इसके थ्रू जा सकते हैं और अपना काम स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। बहुत इजी मेथोडोलॉजी है। पहला है पिटफॉल ट्रैपिंग, सेकंड विजुअल ऑब्जर्वेशन है, थर्ड है ग्राउंड हैंड कलेक्शन। सभी एकदम इजी मेथड्स है, उससे आपका जो काम है वो स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। तो कंक्लूजन ये है कि ये इकोलॉजिकल पिरामिड्स है। जैसे टाइगर अम्ब्रेला स्पेसिस है, टॉप में हमने रखा है, तो जो लोअर पिरामिड्स है हमारा, उसमें भी स्पाइडर जो है टाइगर का काम करता है कि इतना बड़ा प्रेडेटर जो है इंसेक्ट को कंट्रोल करने वाला अभी तक कहीं पे भी नहीं है। इसलिए अगर स्पाइडर को हम कंजर्व करते हैं तो इजीली इसको ये बाकी जो है ये मेंटेन रहेगा और टाइगर भी मेंटेन रहेगा। ये जो पिक्चर है ये WI के रिकॉर्ड में प्रिंट हुआ है आपके जर्नल में। उसमें ये पिरामिड से माइक्रो हैबिटेट जिसको बोलते हैं ये है, जिसमें नीचे वाला जो है जैसे भी लिटर ग्राउंड पे आ जाएगा और उसके साथ ये सब एनिमल यहाँ पे आ जाएंगे, बैक्टीरिया है, फंगस है, ये बढ़ जाएंगे और उसको फीड करने के लिए एंड्स, इंसेक्ट्स, सेंटीपीड्स एंड मिलीपीड्स आ जाएंगे। उसको फीड करने के लिए वहाँ पे स्पाइडर आ जाएगा और स्पाइडर के जो फिकल मैटर है उससे पीएच जो है सॉइल का वो अपग्रेड हो जाएगा और फिर वो अपग्रेड होने के बाद ग्रास आना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और बाद में हर्बिवोर्स और कार्निवोर। ये जो पिक्चर है ये अगर ये मेंटेन होता है तो ऐसा समझो कि टाइगर क्या हो जाएगा, टाइगर का जो हैबिटेट है वो मेंटेन हम कर सकते हैं। इसलिए स्पाइडर को बहुत सारा यानी उसका रोल जो है माइक्रो हैबिटेट क्लाइमेट में वो बहुत बड़ा, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। बर्ड्स भी स्पाइडर को फीड करते हैं। तो ये सब प्रॉपर्टी है सिल्क की, जिससे सब ये मटेरियल जो है यूएस ने ऑलरेडी बनाया है। बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट है, बना है, और इसका जो वेब है वो आयरन और स्टील से 3 टाइम्स स्ट्रेंथ इसका ज्यादा है स्पाइडर के वेब का। और यही प्रॉपर्टी देख के यूएस ने उसको मैनिपुलेट किया डीएनए को। ये जो मैंने हाउसेस बताया आपको, स्टील रॉड और उसको रिप्लेस करके, बर्ड्स भी उसको नेस्ट बनाने में लिए क्योंकि एंटीबाइक्रोबियल एंड एंटीबैक्टीरियल इसमें प्रॉपर्टी है। अगर आप कहाँ भी बाहर गए जंगल में, अगर आपको कुछ लग गया, आप वहाँ से फ्रेश वेब लेके आप उसको लगा सकते हैं, आपका जो ब्लीडिंग है वो रुक जाएगा। अभी डॉक्टर भी इसके थ्रेड्स जो है, अभी जो ऑपरेशन में जो उसको थ्रेड यूज करते हैं, तो ऑपरेशन इसका सिल्क का थ्रेड बना के अभी वो यूज कर रहे हैं ऑपरेशन के लिए, थ्रेड ये करने के लिए। ये सभी सिल्क कॉर्निया जो है आंखों के लिए, ये कॉर्निया भी स्पाइडर सिल्क से बना है। ये आर्टिफिशियल स्किन है, ये स्पाइडर सिल्क से बनाई है। चाप जो है, जो फाइटर प्लेन यूज करता है, वो भी अभी स्पाइडर सिल्क से बनाया है। जो दुश्मन जो है उसको मिसगाइड करने के लिए वो चाप जो रिलीज करता है प्लेन, ये भी स्पाइडर सिल्क से। ये जो इन्वर्टिब्रल डिस्क है, ये भी स्पाइडर सिल्क से बनी हुई है। ये सब मटेरियल, एयर बैग जो है गाड़ी में, ये भी स्पाइडर सिल्क से है। बॉटल है, डिग्रेडेबल बॉटल, ये भी स्पाइडर सिल्क से अभी बने हुए हैं। जो अपने गाड़ी का जो कार का जो मिरर है, ग्लास है आगे का, वो भी स्पाइडर, उसमें भी स्पाइडर सिल्क है। हेड भी बन चुकी है। ड्रेस मटेरियल भी बन चुका है और ये पेटेंट है। ये जो जिन लोगों ने ये काम किया है, ये सब पेटेंटेड है। हाँ, ऐसा भी हो सकता है। तो इतना टॉपिक है कि आप इसके ऊपर काम रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
Dr. Atul, that has been a really wonderful presentation. We are very thankful to you for such a fascinating end to this, the first day of our second national conference on lesser known species. Dr. Chandra, if you have any closing comments for the wonderful presentation, the fascinating presentation that Dr. Atul has put forth.
Indeed, there's no doubt. He has given a very nice and technical presentation. I would say just, like the snake when we had the Ophipedia kind of, shock. So similarly, the spider phobia is also there, known as the retrophilia. So maybe we have to come out from the retrophilia and let us protect our spiders, because they are as he has rightly said, they are the top of the apex when it comes to the arthropoda, like the tiger when it comes to the mammalia. So thank you very much, Bodkeji. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And this is, I'm sorry, sir, actually we're running short of time, but if you have something. If you can just brief it. Just brief it, sir. Yeah.
Please, मुझे चार बातें कह रही हूँ, चारों बातों से सदन मंत्र मुग्ध हो जाएगा। पहली बात, टाइगर स्टैंड्स एट द टॉप ऑफ द इकोलॉजिकल पिरामिड। जो आपने ये बात कही है, और वह यह बात है कि जब तक इस धरती पर इस टाइगर का कब जिंदा है, तभी तक मनुष्य जिंदा है। इसके लिए 1980s में एक सीरियल आया था टीवी पर, बिट्टू सहगल ने बनाया था प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर पर, और उसका यही आशय था, और उसमें हिंदुस्तान के सारे हीरो हीरोइंस, उसमें नसरुद्दीन शाह आदि को उन्होंने टाइप किया था। पहली बात। दूसरी, यार मित्र, इतनी मेहनत करी, इसकी एक फिल्म भी बना लो ना लोगों को। और हिंदी मेरी बहुत अच्छी है, हिंदी बहुत अच्छी है, और इट विल बी यूज्ड, इसका उपयोग लोग समझेंगे। हमारा सदन में हम 200-250 लोग सुन रहे हैं, पूरा दुनिया सुनेगा। एक फिल्म बनाई यहाँ पे। तीसरी बात, ये जो मनुष्य से ज्यादा पावरफुल है टाइगर, कई गुना मनुष्य, एक दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा जो वेट लिफ्टर होता है, उससे भी कई गुना ज्यादा ये वजन अपने शरीर पर उठा सकता है। और सबसे लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट जो वंडरफुल बात आपने कही, वो बात तो ये है कि इसमें अल्जाइमर, लंग कैंसर, हार्ट फाइब्रिलेशन, और उसमें आपने स्लाइड स्किप कर दी थी, वो थी, मैंने नोट कर ली, वो ब्रेन डैमेज को भी कंट्रोल करता है।
वंडरफुल
मित्र, हमारी जिंदगी के लिए सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हमारा हार्ट और ब्रेन है। हमारी कोरोनरी आर्टरी से जो ब्लड सप्लाई होता है, और जब उसमें एलडीएल फंस जाता है, तभी जाकर हार्ट की सारी समस्याएं पैदा होती है। ये स्पाइडर तो हार्ट की कोरोनरी आर्टरी को भी दम देता है। दूसरा, हमारे ब्रेन को ब्लड सप्लाई करने वाली जो आर्टरीज हैं, वो इंटरनल कैरोटिड और वर्टिब्रल आर्टरीज हैं। जब उसमें जमा होता है, तब जाकर हमारा ब्रेन डैमेज होता है। अरे यार, ये तो कमाल की बात है, तुमने तो मजा ला दिया। इसमें तो बहुत सारी
इंफॉर्मेशन हमने बताया सर।
मैं गॉड ब्लेस यू।
ये सिर्फ हमने कलेक्ट करके बच्चों को इसकी तरफ आकर्षित करने के लिए हमने ये किया।
पर इसकी फिल्म बनाओ यार, पूरी दुनिया देखेगी। इतनी मेहनत की आपने।
Absolutely, we agree with this. Thank you so much, sir. सदन को सच में मजा आया। बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने इतने वंडरफुल कमेंट शेयर करे। Wow, wonderful. Dr. Atul, we are so thankful. You have no idea how thankful we are that you shared such amazing, fascinating presentation with us. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Elizabeth Thomas to present souvenir to the chair, Dr. Chandra, for being so gracefully present here. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause. Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Sangeeta Rajgir, founder, Bhopal Birds. Ma'am, please present Dr. Atul for the souvenir of the session. And let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Atul. And we really hope that he follows the recommendation and comes up with a film pretty soon. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Chandra, Dr. Atul. Thank you so much for being here. And we thank all the delegates here who joined us. There's an important information. Please stay seated just for 2 more minutes. Tomorrow we have planned a visit to One Vihar, a gem in Bhopal. About most of you, you must be really familiar with it. The schedule for the visit to One Vihar is as follows. At 5:30 sharp, 5:30 in the morning, the bus will leave from Hotel GT Palace from 5:30 a.m. sharp. At 6 a.m., the bus will leave from the EPCO campus where we are right now. From 5:30, the bus will proceed and it will reach here. And at 6 sharp in the morning, it will leave from this campus. Those who wish to join directly at One Vihar, they can join at 6:30 a.m., 6:30 sharp in the morning. And there's another bit of this information for the poster presentation. Those who wish to present their posters, they can submit the posters by 9:30 a.m. tomorrow at the registration counter. And also right now here as well. We will now proceed to our evening tea and snacks. We thank all the delegates, all the speakers, and all the wonderful people who chaired the session. You have no idea how beautiful you have made this conference with your presence. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Before we go, I would like to share all our partners. This second National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh has been supported by MP Forest Department, Bhopal Birds, and WTI. We are thankful to our institutional partner, EPCO Bhopal. We are thankful to our travel partner, mptourandravels.com, and print partner, SNHC Journal. We are thankful to our knowledge partner, Central Zoo Authority, VNS, One Vihar National Park and Zoo, NMNH, and WWF. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.